Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is June 26, 2019. We are holding today's meeting in the boardroom at 42 West Madison Street. I am Miguel del Valle. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for coming today. Madam Secretary, please lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The regular meeting of Wednesday, June 26, 2019 is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you. Member Rome?
Here.
Member Melendez?
Here.
Member Revalieri?
Here.
Member Todd Breland?
Here.
Member Truss?
Here.
Member Sotelo?
Here.
And Member Del Valle?
Here.
We have 7 members present. There is a quorum, and I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our Chief Executive Officer, Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, and Jeffrey Broom, the Director of Performance Data and Policy. Thank you.
Board Member Revalieri, do you have a motion?
I move that the board elect Miguel del Valle to the office of President of the Board of Education of the City of Chicago.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome.
Yes.
Member Melendez.
Yes.
Member Revalieri.
Yes?
Member Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes,
Member Sotelo.
absolutely.
And Member Del Valle.
Yes.
7 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations to Miguel Del Valle, the President of the Chicago Board of Education. Mr. President, we will now proceed with the election of the Vice President.
Board Member Todd Breland, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move that the board elect Sendo Revalieri to the office of Vice President of the Board of Education of the City of Chicago.
I second that motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome.
Yes.
Member Melendez.
Yes.
Vice President Revalieri.
Yes?
Member Todd Breland.
Yes?
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo.
Yes.
And President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations to Sendo Revalieri, the Vice President of the Chicago Board of Education. Congratulations.
Before we proceed with the agenda today, I'd like to take a moment to thank Mayor Lightfoot for the opportunity to serve the students and families of the Chicago Public Schools as board president. It is an important responsibility that I will devote myself to entirely. When you're retired, you can take the time. I am excited about serving with this excellent group of board members, and they truly are excellent. I've been very, very impressed with each and every one of them. The talent, the skills, the track record, the backgrounds that they have, the expertise that they bring to the board is just going to be very, very useful for all of us as we proceed to improve our education system beyond where we are at today. Each and every board member is a leader in their community with expertise that will tremendously benefit the district. As I've shared with each board member, I want them to be vocal and to be engaged at every level, even if we disagree or do not share the same opinion. It is necessary to hear the diverse voices of this board. Our diversity is a reflection of the diversity of our schools. This tone of transparency will be the cornerstone of our leadership. It is critically important in order to build and maintain trust with the communities we serve. I'd like for each board member now to introduce themselves and tell everyone why you wanted to take on this important role. Let's start with Vice President Revoluri, and then continue with Board Member Rome on my right and so on.
Thank you, President Del Valle. I'm honored to serve on the Board of Education. Thanks to the work of our dedicated and professional educators in schools, in networks, in central office, with our communities, more CPS students have made more academic progress, opening doors to their future success and pathways to family-supporting careers. With new leadership in the city and new membership on this board, we play a role as well. I want to help continue this progress while helping all of our students achieve new levels of excellence. We can help students be ready for their next steps in life and play an important role in the city's efforts to promote development, to reduce violence, and to engage youth. As a board, we're accountable to the citizens of Chicago and to CPS students and their families, wherever we live in our city. We play a role in building trust and engagement, in strategically leveraging our scale, and pushing improvement with quality and with equity. First, I'm committed to transparency and engagement to build trust. We need trust so we can work together to both to move forward and to do better for all kids, and to make hard choices when we need to. I'm excited for the changes that President Del Valle has already proposed and look forward to even more efforts to combine inclusive decision-making with appropriate urgency. Second, the scale and diversity of CPS have too often been viewed as challenges. I believe that they can be assets. By creating structures that support voluntary collaboration in CPS and with other city institutions, by using research wisely, and through open discussions around methods, metrics, and strategy, we can leverage our scale and our diversity to keep improving. And third, we should build on the instructional improvements so far to ensure that every CPS student gets a modern learning experience with learning and assessment that build higher order thinking, that they use technology to create and construct, not just to test or consume, and the arts, physical, social, and emotional learning that help them develop as whole people.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm both humbled and honored to be appointed by Mayor Lightfoot to serve students and families of Chicago as a member of the Chicago Board of Education. I've lived in Chicago for nearly 30 years and have worked in and with our schools and communities for 25 of those years. I believe our collective work is about the equitable distribution of power and access. My commitment to this work is not hypothetical. I can see the faces of children, families, and educators in the communities where I worked, and the hope of what our charge is as board members to challenge the historical inequities in our national education system that have perpetuated gaps everywhere. I believe that when there is alignment in an equity vision within a system, from the mayor to the capable senior district leaders, families, educators, community organizations, we can change and achieve the goal of a seat in an excellent school for every student. The amazing leaders, educators, and staff in the system are making outstanding efforts and getting great results. I believe in the mayor's vision for transparency, and I'm committed to bringing the work of our school system more proximal to our communities that we serve. I'm grateful for the parents, grandparents, and educators on this board, and I'm truly honored for the opportunity to do this work on behalf of families of Chicago beside them.
When Mayor Lightfoot's team invited me to an initial interview as a potential member of this board, I confessed to going to that first interview with a lot of questions and no little trepidation. I wondered whether my experiences as a teacher and as a teacher educator would be enough to bring knowledge and understanding to this job. I felt that the responsibility of making decisions that could impact the educational outcomes of thousands of children as both humbling, daunting, but also a great honor. By chance, shortly after my first interview with Mayor Lightfoot's team, I encountered a quote by a great man, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I quote, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" A latter meeting with Mayor Lightfoot ratified that the mayor understood the multiple challenges as well as the great promises of Chicago Public Schools. So this was an opportunity of doing for others I could not let go by. A chance to give back to that city that had welcomed me as a 14-year-old immigrant from the Dominican Republic many, many, many years ago, and welcomed me back about 2 decades ago with my 2 sons. I am honored to serve with my fellow board members and under the leadership of President Del Valle, and I will work hard to do well for the children and families of this great city.
Thank you.
Good morning. I did not have aspirations to become a Board of Education member. I, in fact, believe very strongly in the importance of delivering greater democracy to the city of Chicago through an elected representative school board. In the meantime, however, I do want to say that it's an honor and a privilege to serve the students, families, and educators and support staff of Chicago Public Schools in this capacity. I've worked in Chicago schools. I've served on a local school council as a community member. I'm a parent who lives on the south side of Chicago, and I'm a researcher who studies the history of race, education, and inequality, particularly Black education and the history of Black education in the city. In these various roles, I've seen amazing educational opportunities in Chicago Public Schools, and I've also seen significant disparities in resources, curriculum, facilities, and staffing across schools and communities. Opportunities and outcomes in the city of Chicago have been historically and continue to be deeply determined by race and class. While these systemic institutionalized inequities certainly go beyond education, schooling policies have also contributed to and exacerbated inequities. One of my main areas of focus while on the Board of Education will be equity across schools and neighborhoods within the district. Racial and socioeconomic equity for sure, as well as thinking about equity based on gender identity for students designated as English language learners, students with special needs, undocumented students, and other groups of students that have been historically marginalized. I'm excited that Dr. Jackson's team and Mayor Lightfoot have also made equity a central part of their plans for schools, while also recognizing that parents, teachers, students, and advocates have been organizing in schools, community organizations, and in protests in the streets to make equity a district priority for generations. I honor their work and look forward to contributing to it as best I can in the time that I am here in this position. Aligned with President Del Valle's plans to host more board events in the community, I'm also working right now with board staff to try to plan a meet and greet in the community to hopefully launch sometime next month. So I look forward to speaking with all of you more.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Lightfoot for this opportunity. And I just also want to thank and acknowledge God for this blessing, and also my Lord, Savior, and favorite socialist, Jesus Christ, for this opportunity here. I couldn't get here to this moment without two special persons in my life and a loving family. My mom, who had to toil on the west side of Chicago raising 7 kids by herself, who worked hard to make sure that we were educated. The same kind of mother who told my sisters when the CTA went on strike, you're going to have to walk to school because you're going to school, no excuses whatsoever. And that value that she just taught us. She taught us how to be blessings to others, to work in our community, to uplift our community. And this is a moment that is totally hers, and I just thank God for her to go ahead and raise us and my sisters and siblings here today to serve this community, because this community has been a truly blessing to my family. When we lost our son, the community stood up with us and helped us get through that. It's something that still hurts to this day, but we're thankful to the community, and that's one of the reasons why we continue to try to serve. When I say we, to talk about my wife, because she's been on this journey with me, seems like forever. I'm talking about a person who was coaching girls softball while pregnant with our twins. And so it's just a blessing for us to be able to serve the children, the students and staff in the city of Chicago. We have a great school system. We have great people, hard workers in our system. And we're just here to simply go ahead and work with you, serve you, working with Dr. Jackson and her staff and all the CPS administrators. And people always like, oh, you're on the other side of the fence. Well, they've always had great people here working at CPS. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but we never stop talking to each other and trying to work, because the bottom line, our children, our family. And again, President Del Valle, I thank you for this opportunity to work with you and my fellow board members, Dr. Jackson, and let's get to work.
So, my name is Lucino Sotelo. I had prepared some remarks, but this morning, I got on and I started to look at some online news, and there's this picture that's just haunting me of this father and daughter who tried to get an equal education, an equal life, and they didn't make it. Right? That picture's still haunting me. And here's why, right? So here's why I actually decided to serve. Like Dwayne, I'm eternally blessed. And there's only one person to thank for that, and that's God and Jesus. And he put a lot of great teachers in front of me, a lot of great administrators and parents and organizations that cared. Those are the three of the reasons why I decided to serve. The number one reason I decided to serve is because of the kids, because of the students. A little bit about why that picture haunts me. That could have been me and my dad. The village that I grew up in, the most education you can get there is up to 6th grade. So when we sit there and complain, just take a step back and count your blessings. And so for me, this is an opportunity to ensure that we have that opportunity for all kids across all communities. And this time, as I shared with Dr. Jackson and I shared with Mr. Valle and a couple of the board members, this time it felt right. It felt right because I also believe in the mayor's vision of equity for all, transparency for all, and guess what? We're going to have to make some tough decisions to get there. So I want to make sure that all of the community is also supportive and really understands the total picture before we jump to premature conclusions one way or the other. Because at the end of the day, it is about the kids. It is about equality for all students across all communities to ensure they have the right support system, the right education environment with great supportive teachers that show and demonstrate they care, with great administrators that do the exact same thing, just through a different role, and great organizations that are also there to support. So I'm humbled to be in this organization, in this platform, to also serve and ensure that we're trying to do the same thing for our kids. That's why I decided to serve, so I scrapped the points that I wanted to say, but at least you get a better picture of why I'm serving.
Well, thank you very much. And for those of you who are wondering whether this board has heart, I think it's on display today. And I see this board as strengthening the foundation that we have today for public education in the city of Chicago, and setting some goals that will allow us to strengthen our programs, to build better relationships with our communities, with our parents, to better serve our students, and also strengthen a foundation that an elected school board will be able to build on, because there will be an elected school board in the future. In the meantime, this group before you is totally committed to spending the countless number of hours that are needed to improve our system, working with Dr. Jackson and all the staff here at CPS. I am going to go as quickly as I can through this next piece of the agenda. It's something new. Because we're making some changes, the meetings are going to be a little bit longer, folks, but it's necessary in order to get the work done that we feel should be of top priority. In keeping with our commitment of increased transparency, we have the following changes to how the board conducts its business. First, changes to include a new section to the board meeting to discuss select public agenda items prior to public participation. It is important that the public hear the board members on the items they will vote on. This should lead to a better informed public before the board casts their votes. The second change is that the board will now vote earlier in the process on the majority of the items. The board used to vote on all the items at the very end of the meeting after executive session. Now, for those members of the public that want to follow the voting, they will not have to wait until the very end of the meeting, except for executive session items. We will vote on all the public agenda items after public participation. The third change will require new rules and policies and amendments to rules and policies. That these new rules and policies be subject to a 30-day public comment period. The comments generated from the public will be shared with all the board members. The board rules change will be introduced at the July board meeting. The fourth change is to make translation services a permanent feature of every board meeting. This was successfully piloted at the last board meeting, and our goal is to accommodate as many people in need of translation services as possible. The fifth change is to begin live streaming our board meetings starting in July. This will allow for board meetings to be watched in real time and to further increase access to our meetings. The sixth change is to create a committee structure, committees chaired by board members. And this structure will be announced in July. Although we have one committee now, the Finance and Audit Committee, a committee of the whole, we will be adding additional committees chaired by specific board members. These will be committees based on critical education policy issues and will follow a hearing format that includes meetings out in community locations such as schools, community colleges, etc. Our seventh change will be to hold some board meetings out in the community in later hours. These changes will add additional time to the board meeting, as I already indicated. This time will be used to generate more information and shed more light on the actions before the board. We will attempt to strike a balance between deeper engagement and efficiency, but believe these changes are critical to a more transparent process. We will continue to fine-tune our process with the goal of continuing to increase our transparency and accessibility. As discussed, we are starting a new order for today's meeting that includes honoring excellence, CEO report, discussion of public agenda items, public participation, voting on public agenda items, executive session, and lastly, return from the executive session to vote on a small group of executive session agenda items. Now, on the executive session, I would like to note that in executive session, the board will not discuss any public agenda items and will only discuss matters as defined in the Open Meetings Act that includes counsel retention, significant litigation, developments, settlements, personnel, discipline, real estate, and closed session minutes. That is what will be discussed in executive session. I know people have said over the years, well, you guys, you go back there and you have this executive session and then you come out and you vote and all we hear is a number. That is changing. And we want to make it clear that in executive session, what we discuss is dictated by law. Before we move into the next section of our program, Honoring Excellence, I'd like to echo and amplify the mayor's commitment to our immigrant community, given the current climate and rhetoric from Washington. As a board, we are committed to continue to operate as a welcoming district, and we are committed to supporting all students and families regardless of their race, ethnicity, country of origin, or immigration status. Although Dr. Jackson will get into details in her report to convey how CPS serves as a welcoming district, I want to restate that we will do everything in our power to protect our students and families in our district. If we were to show up, if ICE, I should say, were to show up at a school unless they have a criminal warrant, we will not let them in, we will not provide ICE with information on our students and staff, and we will not allow our staff to assist with any enforcement action. I want that to be clear. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence.
Thank you, President. Good morning. I'm happy to be here with you today for the first meeting with our new Board of Education members. We begin each Board of Education meeting by recognizing the talents and accomplishments of our students, our educators, and our school communities. Today, we will begin with a performance by 4 talented musicians from Lincoln Park High School. These students represent Lincoln Park's Wind Symphony, which is the school's most prestigious band. This school year, the Wind Symphony performed at the Northern Illinois University Concert Band Festival and the Chicago Region Illinois High School Association Organizational Contest, where they were named the best band of the day. They also marched in Chicago's annual Memorial Day Parade. Please welcome Sofia Aguilar, Daniel Martinez, Eric Martinez, and Sergio Romero, who will perform Toccata by Edmund Haynes under the direction of their band teacher, Kelly Gosler. Thank you all for sharing that beautiful music with us. Do you have a representative, Sergio Romero? Would you like to approach the podium and speak?
Good morning. My name is Sergio Romero. I go to Lincoln Park High School. I'm a senior. I'm turning 18 this year. Something just I would like to say is that we all come from the south side of Chicago. We don't live in Lincoln Park High School. Daniel lives in Pilsen. Eric, Sophia, and I, we live in the Gage Park community. We went to Rachel Carson, which is a CPS, and we all travel about an hour to an hour and a half to get to school every day with our instruments, because we believe in a good education. And when I was hearing all of you speak, all I really was just thinking that I hope that you all keep your promises, because our parents truly believe in an education in the United States, an education that can that they believe can move mountains, and I hope you give all that opportunity to all the kids that are to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergio, and thank you too to your band teacher, Kelly Gosler. Thank you for sharing your talent, your creativity with us this morning, and all of the work and accomplishments that you've all experienced at Lincoln Park High School. Now we are pleased to recognize the chess team from Earl Elementary, which placed among the top 5 teams in the 2019 National Junior High School Chess Championship held this spring in Texas. Earl was the only school from Illinois to compete in this elite tournament. In addition to their impressive team finish, 3 members of the team received individual trophies. I want to thank Earl's chess coach, Mr. Joseph O'Cool, for building up such an outstanding program at Earl. Mr. O'Cool, yes, let's give Mr. O'Cool a round of applause. Mr. O'Cool started the chess club when he arrived at Earl in 2015. His goal was to give children a way to build their critical thinking skills and to show them the connection between success in chess and success in life. They have won many tournaments, but as Mr. O'Cool continuously reminds them, trophies and medals will eventually lose their luster. What will continue to shine is the stamina, dedication, and character that students build while becoming masters of this game. Please join me in welcoming the Earl chess team: Brandon Burgess, Shatira Donner, Gavin Harry, Tahir Levi, DeAndre Perry, and Christina Williams. Mr. O'Cool?
Thank you, Chief Education Officer McDade, Chief Executive Officer Dr. Jackson, President Del Valle, and members of the board, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Joseph O'Cool, math teacher and chess coach at Earl STEM Elementary School. In behalf of the chess team of our school, I thank you for giving us this opportunity to be with you today. Almost 15 years ago, I started a chess program at Marshall Metropolitan High School after one of my students was shot dead for gangbanging after school, outside the school. That incident had traumatized me. As a math teacher, I decided to contribute then in my own little way to save lives by helping keep kids in school after school. I started then with only 8 kids, but 2 years later, I ended up with 60 kids. Chess is not about winning trophies and medals that I've been reminding my students. Trophies and medals, all this, will lose their luster in the course of time. What is more important is the stamina of character, as shown by one's daily acts in one's daily life, how one can apply such chess lessons such as perseverance, hope, respect, discipline, compassion, and the essence of sharing and helping others. My late mother used to tell me that life is not all about success, but rather about one's significance in one's community, helping make this world a better place to live. Yet our chess team could not have gone this far had it not been for the support of Dr. Jackson, had it not been for the support of Chicago Public Schools, and the inspiration of our network chief, Dr. Lawson, our school principal, Mr. Pettis, and our assistant school principal, Ms. Butler, who is with us today. Thank you very much, and I'd like to present the valedictorian, who's also going to be at Lindblom Math and Science Academy, and DeAndre Perry is going to Lindblom, and the chief, the team captain, Christina Williams, and she's gonna speak a little bit to the board, and as well as Tahir Levi. He's our youngest member, and he won the highest trophy in the nationals. So if you allow us to.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina Williams and I am a rising 7th grader and I am the team captain of our school chess team. I have never been here before, so I am nervous to speak here before you all. Thank you for inviting our chess team to be here today. When my coach, Mr. Oku, asked me to be the team captain of our school's chess team this year, I thought he was kidding me. He always has a sense of humor, but I realized he was serious in giving me a chance to lead our chess team. I know it was a difficult task to be a chess team captain, but I realized that I had to step into the plate because everyone was relying on me. I am a child raised by a single mom, so I know how it is to take responsibility and be accountable for my actions. After chess practice, I go home every day to help my mom take care of my siblings. My mom works as a safe passage with CPS. Chess has given me so much learning about life. I used to be a problem child, but after I joined the chess team at our school, I realized there is so much that I can be in my life. That my destiny lies in my hands, and the main lesson is that everyone has a move and every move you make has a consequence. I always try to be a good student that somebody can also help me, my mom and my siblings get on in life. There are challenges, but my school principal, Mr. Pettis, and my school assistant principal, Ms. Butler, and my coach, Mr. O'Cool, have always been there to guide me and support me to make it through my life, teaching me the values of discipline, responsibility, and perseverance.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. And Mr. O'Toole. And Christina, I know you said that you were a little bit nervous, but we could not tell. You had an excellent presentation, and you're an excellent speaker. And we're also proud of each and every one of you. I know you're going to be an amazing captain for next year. Thank you so much to the Earl team. Can everyone join me in just congratulating them? All right. Do you have another speaker? Okay.
Hello, my name is Tahir Levi, and I am a member of the Earl STEM chess team. Being on the chess team has improved my thinking skills and have made me better choices in life. Also, I have gained stronger bonds with my peers over the years. And my speech was really short, and I was glad to be speaking here on behalf of my chess team.
Great job. Great job. And we're all so incredibly proud of each and every one of you. Congratulations again. It is now my pleasure to welcome students who stood out this year in the area of language acquisition. Jimena Munez Salazar from Calmeca Academy, Andreas Del Toro from Talcott Elementary, and Dasha Herrera from Eberhard Elementary received the highest scores district-wide on the pathways toward biliteracy assessment for 5th grade. Let's give these students a round of applause. Next, we welcome Jasmine Garcia, who just graduated from the Academic Center at Kelvin Park High School, Angela Martinez Arroyo, who graduated from Corkery Elementary, and Christopher Rodriguez, who graduated from Volta Elementary School. These rising 9th graders received the highest score district-wide on the pathways toward biliteracy assessment for 8th grade. Let's congratulate these students as well. And finally, we welcome 3 members of the class of 2019 who received the State Seal of Biliteracy in not 1, but 2 world languages in addition to English. Natalia Potashka and Gabriela Hivulski, both recent graduates of Whitney Young, earned the seal in both Spanish and Polish. And Gerardo Amaro, a graduate of Lane Tech, earned this recognition in Spanish and Italian. Please help me congratulate these students on their accomplishment. Working toward and achieving biliteracy is one of the smartest decisions these students can make. Their ability to read, write, and speak 2 or more languages will give them a competitive edge in college and will lead to countless opportunities in our global 21st century economy. I congratulate each and every one of you and look forward to seeing how this accomplishment will contribute to your future success. Please join me in one more round of applause for these outstanding scholars. And now, I would like to invite Jimena and Christopher and Natalia, if you would like to say a few words.
My name is Jimena Muñiz. My school is Calmeca Academy, and I am in 5th grade. Something that I really like about being bilingual is that once you take the bilingual test, which you take it 3 times, you get the seal, and it gives you more of a chance to get a good career. Hola, mi nombre es Jimena Muñiz. Mi escuela es la Calmeca y estoy en el 5º grado. Cuando tomas el examen 3 veces de bilingüe, te da más oportunidad de tener una carrera mejor.
Hello, my name is Christopher Rodriguez. I'm in 8th grade. I graduated from Volta Elementary School, and I'm currently going to Von Steuben High School. I'm proud of being bilingual because even though I was born in the United States, I was able to keep my Latin roots. Hola, mi nombre es Christopher Rodriguez, estoy en 8º grado, me gradué de la primaria Volta y voy a entrar a la secundaria Von Steuben. Estoy orgulloso de ser bilingüe porque, aunque nací en los Estados Unidos, fui capaz de mantener mis raíces latinoamericanas. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gerardo Amaro. I just graduated from Lane Tech, and it's great to be certified not only in Spanish but Italian because Spanish helps me, like they said, keep in touch with my roots, communicate with all my family, and also helps to know if someone's talking smack about you.
That's a good one.
And Italian, they both open up a lot of career opportunities, and also, I just signed up for classes at college 2 days ago. Do you guys know how good it felt to see that incoming credit?
Yeah.
Mi nombre es Gerardo Amaro, yo me acabo de graduar de la escuela Lane Tech y me encanta ser trilingüe porque puedo hablar con mi familia, puedo estar conectado con mis raíces porque casi no he visto mucho de mi familia y, siendo nacido aquí en Estados Unidos es un poco difícil entender cómo es allá, pero también por muchas oportunidades de carreras y es práctico.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you, and congratulations to each of you. Luis, did you want to share anything about the program? Any data would be helpful to share with the board?
Sure. So, board members, as you saw, these are the highest scores of the State Seal of Biliteracy test that we give out to our 5th graders, 8th graders, and 12th graders. And you can see here, even though they're here, they're also accompanied by their parents as well as their teachers. Let's give them a round of applause as well. This is the product of both the bilingual education program that we have in the district, as well as dual language education and world languages, and we could not be more proud of all of our students and the support that we have received from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. For our Pathway students.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
For our Pathway students, we're looking forward to seeing you come back and earning the seal of biliteracy.
Thank you.
Finally, today, I want to recognize the 14 CPS teachers who earned national board certification during the 2018-2019 school year. After hundreds of hours of study and self-analysis, these educators have now achieved the highest teaching credential possible. These teachers were great even before they began this process, but their desire to be even better drove them to take on this challenge, which is the mark of a truly extraordinary educator. I want to thank everyone who supported these teachers along the way, including their NBCT mentors, their principals, and the CTU, whose training program has helped produce more nationally board certified teachers than almost any other urban school district in the country. Now, please join me in welcoming our newest class of national board certified teachers. Present at today's meeting, we have Lisa Anderson from Northside Learning Center, Mignette Baker from Simeon, Anna Dieters from Hawthorne, Heather Dunphy from Hyde Park Academy, Jennifer Jones from Stowe, and Rachel Nicholas from Taft. Not present today, we have Neil Farlow from Taft, Jessica General from Chalmers Specialty School, Justin Huang from Jones, Heather Morrison from Disney 2, Elizabeth O'Keefe, Westinghouse, Lorraine Platic from Little Village Academy, Jonathan Riemann from Kenwood, and Caitlin Stitch from Schurz. I would like to invite both Jesse Sharkey and Rachel Nicholas to come forward and speak on behalf of the group.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Rachel Nicholas, and I have taught history for 16 years in Chicago Public Schools. 14 of those years have been at Taft High School. At Taft, we currently have 26 nationally board certified teachers, and my principal has a really big goal of getting 50 by the year of 2025. Those of us here today represent the rest of the class of 2018, and they had prior commitments, so thank you. In the fall of 2016, I began my national board certification journey through the CTU CPS Nurturing Teacher Leadership Program. Why? Why would I undertake this huge challenge? Like all of the recipients here, I wanted to become a better teacher. I was also motivated to join because I noticed that many of my MBCT colleagues at Taft spoke about teaching in a different way. MBCT teachers were able to reflect about lessons. They had a deep knowledge of students, and they were eager to collaborate and discuss current educational research. They were the leaders in my school community. NTL gave me the opportunity to work with accomplished mentors and peers in analyzing and reflecting on my teaching practice. In NTL, I received relevant professional development on inquiry, giving feedback, reflection, and much more. NTL impacted my students in several ways. My teaching decisions are based on my knowledge of them and my ability to make content connect to their interests and their strengths. I can challenge them to build their literacy and historical analysis skills. I can advocate for them so that their best interests are prioritized. Now, I'm looking forward to a new chapter in my career at the Taft Freshman Academy, and I'll be starting that chapter as an MBCT. Becoming a national board certified teacher would not be possible without CPS, CTU, our mentors, our principals, and our students. On behalf of the 2018 CPS National Board Certified recipients, I would like to formally thank the Chicago Board of Education for recognizing our achievement of national certification. We thank CPS for its funding and its partnership with Chicago Teachers Union in supporting the Nurturing Teacher Leadership Program. This partnership allows us to achieve the highest teacher certification in the nation, and it makes becoming an accomplished teacher, librarian, or counselor possible, and in turn gives all students the opportunity to have the accomplished teachers that they deserve. Thank you.
I can't add much to that. That was very well put. I would just say this: there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into this achievement. It's at the very height of the achievements you can get as a professional in the teaching world. And so, tip of the hat to all the people here. I've seen the literally hundreds of hours they put in after work. I've heard the stories about needing to get permission from their significant other and their children to do this program. So it's a lot of sacrifice, and it's a real honor. That's one. And number two, there's a lot of stuff that us, the CTU and the Board of Ed, fight about, and that's likely not to go away magically, but this is one of the areas where we have a good working relationship, and the achievements in this area are only possible because the CTU and CPS work together to support the teachers in the classes. It requires a lot of supports to go through this, and I hope we can continue doing that in the upcoming contract. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. President and Chief McDade, if I may just interject, Susan Arajos, the Assistant Secretary, does have a copy of the resolution recognizing the National Board Certified Teachers for class of 2018, and she'll distribute the certificates right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, and thank each of you for your continued dedication and commitment to Chicago's children. We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
With the school year coming to an official close, we must say goodbye to one of our esteemed colleagues. Anna Alvarado, our Chief of Teaching and Learning, is leaving CPS to serve as superintendent of the Freeport, Illinois School District. Anna has been a tremendous asset to our district, and we will miss her leadership. At the same time, we are proud that our leaders have established the kind of reputation that makes school districts from around the state seek them out for their talent and expertise. We thank Anna for her service and wish her all the best in her new opportunity. We are also pleased to announce that Bogdana Chakumbova, our current Chief of Network 10, has been appointed the new Chief Schools Officer for Chicago Public Schools. As an 18-year veteran of our district, Bogdana brings a wealth of experience to this new role. Bogdana began her career as a special education teacher and then became the founding principal of Disney II Elementary School, later overseeing the expansion of the school to serve students in grades 9 through 12. She will be responsible for managing our 17 school networks and the Independent School Principals Program, and I have complete confidence that she will further the CPS mission of providing every child from every community in Chicago with the high-quality education they deserve. Building dynamic leaders like Anna and Bogdana is key to the district's continued success, which is why we recently launched a new program called Lead with CPS. This initiative is about developing our team and ensuring all CPS employees feel empowered to make a difference for the children we serve. Lead with CPS will give every employee, from our teachers and paraprofessionals to our central office staff, a clear pathway to help them grow as leaders. It will also promote increased equity and diversity throughout our district, which is a key component of our 5-year vision. Finally, today, I want to congratulate the members of our CPS community who recently received the first ever Civic Action Recognition Award from the Obama Foundation. These awards went to students, educators, and schools that are making a powerful impact in their communities through civic engagement. CPS was proud to partner with the Obama Foundation to help create these Civic Action Awards, and we look forward to recognizing all of this year's winners at a Board of Education meeting this coming fall. I will now turn things over to our CEO, Dr. Janice Jackson, for the CEO's report.
Thank you, Chief McDade. Good morning, and I'd like to welcome our new Board of Education members to Chicago Public Schools, and also highlight the fact that I look forward to working with this esteemed group of men and women who, as you can hear from their biographies expressed today, have strong ties to our district. They represent the diversity that we are proud to celebrate within CPS, and I have no doubt, as they've all stated, that they will put the needs of our students first and at the forefront of every decision that we make. I've had a positive and productive working relationship thus far with our board, and I look forward to continuing to build on that positive momentum. Every child from every community in Chicago has a right to feel safe and supported in their school community, no matter their race, ethnicity, or country of origin. As we first stated after the presidential election of 2016, CPS is and will remain a welcoming district that embraces and protects all children. In light of recent statements from Washington, about potential immigrant enforcement next month, I want to reassure families that CPS will do everything within its power to protect and prevent U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials from accessing our schools. This commitment is reaffirmed today. President Del Valle and I sent out letters to all of our principals as well as our families that provide guidance should you be met with any kind of opposition. This guidance is from the National Immigrant Justice Center. We hope that those listening and in attendance today will help amplify that information and share it within your networks. It is our job to make sure that our school communities feel safe and supported, and we remain firmly committed to our status as a welcoming school district. Children of every race and ethnicity have contributed to the remarkable progress that Chicago Public Schools has achieved in recent years. I'm happy to see our board members acknowledge that progress, and also happy to see clear alignment in our mission to make sure that every single child, no matter where they live in Chicago, experiences a high-quality education. As we conclude this academic school year, I would like to talk about some of the progress that we have made both academically as well as on our commitment around integrity and more transparency. For starters, we reached an all-time high graduation rate of 90, that's the goal for 5 years. We're getting there, of 78%. And we've had the lowest single dropout rate in the history of Chicago Public Schools. Our children continue to meet and exceed our expectations, and I look forward to seeing even more continued progress over the next couple of months. We also released our first ever annual regional analysis, which provided for the first time families with a transparent look at all of the school options, as well as a collective set of data around how decisions are made about school opportunities in their community. As one of our speakers noted earlier, students should not have to travel over an hour to get to a high quality education. And one of the things that I've said continuously is we have to move away from this obsession over a handful of schools. Every community deserves a high-quality school, and students deserve access where they don't have to travel far. And we have been providing families and communities with that information as a way to engage them in the decision-making process. This year, it resulted in the largest ever programmatic investment in CPS, and I'm proud of that because it was the largest investment, but more proud because we involve communities at every step of the way. This means we will have more high-quality programs in our schools like STEM, IB, world language, to name a few. And these students, and the students who will be receiving access to these programs, we believe are the students who need them the most, students on the south and west sides of Chicago. We were also able to launch our 5-year vision for Chicago Public Schools and open our first Office of Equity. In the coming months, you will be hearing more about our equity framework and how CPS will operationalize the equity work. We also formed the Office of Student Protections in Title IX to advocate for students and provide them with supports and provide supports for survivors of abuse and coordinate our efforts to address allegations of abuse in our schools. We continue the expansion of our highly successful Safe Passage program. We launched this program in 2009 to just 35 schools. I'm happy to say today we have over 1,300 Safe Passage workers, all of whom live in the communities that they support. They are supporting over 75,000 students across 160 schools. It is their job to make sure that our students feel safe as they travel to and from school. Last week, Mayor Lightfoot and I had an opportunity to thank them for their contribution and service to our city, and we also extended the program throughout the summer months to continue protecting our children. Finally, we made a concerted effort with other city agencies around summer support for our students. Our safety and security team, led by Jadine Chow, came up with a program called Summer for Change Initiative. This will provide job opportunities for 400 students who are identified as the most at-risk use of violence. In addition to giving them summer employment opportunities, students will receive mentoring, trauma-informed therapy, and recreational opportunities. The goal of this program is to not only employ our students, but give them an opportunity to do something productive and also seek the treatment that some of them may need. CPS is also happy to participate in the citywide effort, You're Shy. We released this guide and distributed to all of our schools last week on the last day of school, and it's a comprehensive look at summer programming, health services for youth, and learning opportunities for our residents here in the city. We also launched our free summer meals program this week, and I'm happy to report that we've seen a consistent visitation from families and communities that need that additional support. All of these things collectively show our support for the health and safety of our students, and we don't want that diminished over the summer when school is out. Our hope is that these summer programs will help ensure that all students return to school in the fall safe, healthy, and ready to learn. At this time, I would like to tee up 3 reports for the board's consideration today. And these are all public agenda items. First, we have Chief Anna Alvarado, who will be presenting on the accelerated placement policy. She will be followed by Jeff Broom, the Director of School Quality and Measurement and Research, to present on recommended changes to the School Quality Rating Policy, otherwise known as SQRP. Finally, we have a joint presentation by our Chief Health Officer, Dr. Fox, and Helen Anthropopoulos, did I get it? Almost. Our Executive Director of SEL, as well as our Chief Officer of the Title IX and Student Protections Office, Cammie Pratt. They will present our annual update to the Student Code of Conduct, and present for the first time the CPS Student Bill of Rights. Anna, please kick us off.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Before we proceed, I just want to make clear that we've now entered the business portion of our board meeting. And I want to, before we begin with the presentations of the select agenda items, I want to ask board members if they have any questions of Dr. Jackson and regarding her report that she has just given.
Okay, thank you.
No questions? If there are no questions, then we will proceed. And Madam Secretary, I will ask you to please note for the record the policies that will be presented.
Thank you, Mr. President. As CEO Jackson noted, the first presentation is to adopt a new accelerated placement policy. It's PO3 on the agenda that will be presented by Anna Alvarado, followed by the rescind board reports 180926 RS2, 170927 RS1, 160824 RS1, 150929 RS3, and 141119 PO1, 140827 PO2, 130828 PO5, and then adopt the new quality rating policy. This was PO2 on the agenda, Mr. President, and this will be presented by Jeffrey Broom, followed by the adopt annual revisions to the Student Code of Conduct, which will be effective September 3rd of 2019, and that was PO4 on the agenda, and that will be presented by Helen Antonopoulos. Thank you.
And let me remind board members that we will ask questions after each policy presentation, if there are questions. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, my congratulations to our new board members. President DeValle, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, Dr. Jackson and Chief McDade. Thank you for your kind words. I do want to, before I go to the accelerated placement, just really want to thank CPS for the past 18 years. I started my career here as a teacher, moved up to assistant principal, network chief, and chief officer of teaching and learning. I've been enriched with all the interactions, all the people that I've encountered, especially the students who I still, up to this day, I go to their children's christening, and it's wonderful. It's been a wonderful experience, so thank you. Today, I presenting the Accelerated Placement Act and seeking the board to vote on this new policy. In August of 2017, the ex-governor had actually signed HB 100-0421, which is called the Accelerated Placement Act, and this requires every district in Illinois to put together a policy that will provide students, that's not only for gifted and accelerated students, the opportunity to be exposed to an academically appropriate setting and instructional setting. There are three areas that this policy will be applicable. The first is its early entry. The second area will be whole grade acceleration, and the third is single subject acceleration, and I will dig deeper into each one of these categories. There are four components when putting together this policy. Our district has actually taken this entire year to put together a thoughtful policy. We did, when I say we, that means it's individuals and team members from early childhood, from access and enrollment, policy, law department, network chiefs, principals, cabinet members, to make sure, and even FACE, to make sure that we are putting together a very thoughtful policy. We engage our parents and community to get their feedback, and we have incorporated all those different items into our policy. So the first component to make sure when putting together or designing this policy is that it will not only be limited to students who have already been identified as gifted or talented. The second is that has to be a fair and equitable process that involves multiple persons, multiple individuals, including parents and guardians. The third is there has to be a process by which we notify parents in writing throughout the process. This is very similar to the selective enrollment process, where every time there's a different process or step, the parents are notified in writing where their child stands. And the last one is the assessment process that includes multiple valid, reliable indicators. And this has been, I think, out of the four, most challenging. We've done extensive research, contacted other districts across Illinois to make sure that we are aware of the different ways that this policy is being enacted across the district. I'm going to start with digging deep into the early entrance to kindergarten. Currently, our policy, we have no accelerated policy for early entrance, but what we have is we're going to keep, a student has to be 5 years old by September 1st in order to enroll in kindergarten. That policy is staying, but what we are adding on to this policy is, first of all, we would like, we're proposing that to be eligible for early entrance to kindergarten, the child's 5th birthday must fall between September 2nd and December 31st. So that is our policy proposal. But we also would like to make sure that readiness, kindergarten readiness, is something that we take seriously, because this is not only about academics, we also care deeply about a student's social emotional development. Because of that, we would like our students to at least have completed 1 year of preschool before entering kindergarten at an earlier stage compared to their peers. So these are the placement criteria. The first is for age, which is a quick pre-qualifier. Again, September 2nd to December 31st. The child must be 5 years old and completed a 1 year of preschool. For the developmental survey, when the parent fills out an application, we also would like that parent to complete a developmental survey of their child. This developmental survey is a normed instrument that our CPS psychologists have actually recommended and is being used widely in our district. When a student meets our threshold for developmentally ready for kindergarten, they are now able to sit and take the exam, and our CPS psychologists during the summer will administer a cognitive test and an academic abilities test. So the timeline for this is actually the first phase of our implementation of the Accelerated Placement Act, which is right after the board votes on this and approves. We will begin starting Monday to actually have locations across the city that will allow parents to apply to this. So it will be a paper pencil application form, and while they are applying, they will also complete the developmental survey. The psychologist will be scoring the survey, and parents will immediately be receiving a letter in the mail or an email, depending on how they want to receive communication, letting them know that their child qualified to be able to sit for the exam. So what we are hoping is by the mid-August, we will have a list of all these students, so we are able to inform the principal. One thing about this, one thing that we have added to this placement policy is every school that is receiving students will have, the principal will put together an accelerated placement team. We want to ensure that there is an adult team, that it will include the counselor, the social worker, the teacher. The principal can delegate these individuals, because we want to make sure that the students are tracked throughout the year and their success is guaranteed. The parent will be a really important part of putting together the action plan for every child throughout the year. This chart just shows you the reason why I left the September 2nd to October 31st column is because originally this policy, when we presented it to parents, it was the recommendation, which is we will accept 4-year-olds if their birthday if they turn 5 from September 2nd to October 31st. But because the recommendations that we received from different stakeholders asked us to move to extend it to December 31st, and that's exactly what we did. So this will actually show you the breakdown per network. So at the end, we are looking at around perhaps 2,000 students who will be eligible. These are CPS students who are in our preschool. If there are students outside of CPS preschool, we're not obviously able to include that data point. But we're looking around 2,000, perhaps 2,500 students who might be eligible to apply. This is a parent choice. We're not saying this will be the number. We're just saying that at least we have an idea of how many psychologists will be needed. I've worked closely with the Office of Diverse Learners, and they are prepared to handle the number of psychologists and the number of students that will be potentially applying for this policy. Next, I'd like to move to the whole grade acceleration. We currently do not have whole grade acceleration, also known as grade skipping. So what we are proposing is that students in grades 3 to 6 will be considered for whole grade acceleration. This is also called the grade skipping. We are working with IIT, who also does all the testing for our selective enrollment. That's why there's a time frame issue here. For this particular policy, compared to the early entry, it's immediately implementable starting Monday. For this policy, we are waiting until January 2020 to March 2020 for the application period. And the reason behind that is because of the volume of students that will be tested. IIT would like to first complete the first round of testing for all the selective enrollment and then move towards this group of students. As you notice that we are enforcing a fee for these policies, but it is not a hurdle or a barrier to any of our families who needs assistance. On the application form, it will actually say a checkbox. Number one, it will say, I am able to meet the fee. The second one is, I'm not able to meet the entire amount, but be gladly to contribute whatever. And the third is, I would like to apply for a full waiver. So this, none of the fees should, prevent any of our families to access this policy. So here's sort of a grid of what it looks like. We have a pre-qualifier. Remember, this is a third grader who's going to be fifth grade the following school year. So the stakes here are pretty high for a student. So our overall pre-qualifier, we would like the student to be able to meet and exceeds on the IAR, formerly known as the PARCC testing. And then on the MAP data, which is our NWEA, for 2 consecutive test administration, we would like students to score between the 95th to 99th percentile, and a report card GPA of 3.75 to 4.0. Once a student meets all these criteria, and we did our research, which is we've identified around close to 100 students throughout the district who actually will qualify and meet this criteria. Then they move into the school factors. So part of this is we are using the Iowa Acceleration Scale, which is a nationally normed test. This gives the teachers and the school team the ability to go through a developmental checklist for the student. There are scores that are attached to these, and then once the student meets the pre-qualifier, the school factors, then they are recommended for testing. And they're taking 3, multiple batteries of tests. This page just gives you sort of a breakdown of the scores that we are following based on the Iowa Acceleration Scale. Also, majority of the district uses the same scale. So a student who scores overall between 60 to 80 points is a good candidate or an excellent candidate for whole grade acceleration. And the reason why we say excellent candidate, because there will be one factor why a child would not be accelerated, is because the child doesn't want to. And we feel like when the parents meet with the team at the school to develop the plan for the student moving forward, we want to make sure that student understands you're leaving your classmates. These are friends you grew up from kindergarten. You are going to be with the older children next year. Not to scare the child, but what to make sure that the child really understands her or his new learning environment and his new peers for the following school year. The third category is the single subject acceleration. Again, we have no existing policy in CPS. Although in many of our schools, we have students in a regular classroom who are actually, taking accelerated curriculum within their grade level peers. But because that is varied from school to school, we're not really able to call that a policy. So the policy here in writing is students in grades 3 through 7 will have the ability to be accelerated in a single subject. We did not decide a single subject. It's what ISB had proposed. So this is either reading or math. Again, there's a pre-qualifier for this. Overall exceed score for that particular subject, either reading or math, in 95th to 99th percentile, and a GPA of 4 in that subject. From here, we go to the school additional factors, which is the same. The school team uses the checklist from Iowa Acceleration Scale for school and academic factors and interpersonal skills. And there's a possible total points here of 31. We're saying students score greater or equal to 26. And this child will take an achievement test at the next grade level. So a third grader, when they qualify for this, they'll be taking a 4th grade exam in math or reading. And this is the timeline for both single subject and whole grade acceleration. We start the application process from January till March, and starting April, May will be all the testing at the Illinois Institute of Technology. And principals and parents will receive communication throughout this process. And I do want to thank all the CPS stakeholders. This has been a year of putting together this policy. Every time we come in front of a different stakeholder groups, we continue to receive feedback. And I just want to make sure that behind all this is true advocacy for children, to make sure that our children have the opportunities, not just academic opportunities, but also social, emotional opportunities to continue to grow and develop into wonderful human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to allow for questions and comments right after the presentation, so it's still fresh on people's minds. So, comments?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to recognize that this is a ISB statewide mandate, and also acknowledge that CPS has done a tremendous amount of work in trying to make this policy a viable one, and one that it truly serves children.
Thank you.
Having said that, I do have some concerns about the kindergarten early entry. I was a kindergarten teacher for many years and have, some understanding of child development. And my concern regards the fact that although cognitive exceptionality and academic achievement are certainly important factors for kindergarten success, there is also the big piece of socio-emotional development. This is asking a child that is not yet 5 years old to enter in a kindergarten with older kids. Some of them may be, almost 6 years old, will demand a lot from those children. This is a very, very weighty decisions for parents to make. So I have a couple of questions. When this was being approved in ISP, did CPS attend any or make any public comment in particular about the early entrance to kindergarten?
So the way this happened was because the governor was outgoing, this was passed on to us.
Oh, okay.
And up to this day, we don't have really clear administrative guidelines. And I completely agree with your assessment of the situation. This is why it really is important to us to have that school team. And we're even so there will be a handbook that will be released beginning tomorrow or Monday. So parents and principals and teachers can read all the rules and follow all the steps in the different phases. So we want to make sure, that's why also we didn't only, we're not only doing the academic testing, but also the developmental survey, and we're putting a 91st percentile to make sure that, this is one way that we understand a kindergarten readiness. Second, too, is we are giving the school up to the first 10 weeks of school, which is the end of the first quarter. Right up to the end of the first quarter, the parents and the teachers have a right to continue to have communication and say, is this working for this child? Because we're not assuming it's going to be a good fit for all, even if a child qualified to get into that kindergarten classroom.
Board Member Melendez.
Oh, yes.
Just to clarify or answer your question specifically, CPS did lobby against this bill specifically in Springfield, and we were unsuccessful.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I'm glad to hear that there will be a monitoring for the first 10 weeks. Are you contemplating sort of monitoring this whatever number of children actually enter early throughout the whole year? Mm-hmm. And in order to maybe introduce changes next year to this policy?
One thing that we have already discussed is tracking the data for these students throughout the year. Also surveying teachers so that we can get a really good sense of how these students performed, adjusted, how long does it take, and if we need to make minor amendments to the policy at the end of the school year. Right.
And I think those were my major concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your position.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes. Yeah, daycare versus preschool. I mean, was that part of the ISB requirement, or is it something that CPS had discretion over? Because it seems like some daycare programs are pretty well structured.
Yes.
To help children, to mature and deal with the rigors of, kindergarten. So
on the application form, it will actually ask the parent what their children's or child's experience is, and they would write the name of, the institution or the daycare or the preschool program. The truth is, in the first year of implementation, those are areas like we would just want to make sure that this child has had an experience being with peers, having a teacher, routines in the classroom, because those are like real big adjustments to a child who has had no experience at all being among, peers his or her age.
Okay, so daycare, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
How much will this all cost, including the additional testing, psychologists, et cetera? And I just also wanted to confirm that this is something being mandated by the state, but am I correct that it's not being funded by the state?
Correct. This is an unfunded mandate. And currently, we're looking at around A little over $1 million. Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
$1 million is for the total
Yes.
all three areas, early entry, whole grade acceleration, as well as single subject.
Oh, dear.
For early entrance to kindergarten alone is about $850,000.
Okay. And then related to that, you mentioned the team for students, particularly for the early entry into kindergarten, including social workers, counselors, and perhaps other teachers. Do all of the schools have those types of staff? And if not, who will be part of the team?
So the principal will be able to designate that team, right? And majority of the schools will have counselors, if not a part-time counselor. But definitely the teacher, the assistant principal could be part of that team.
Just
And
to
the-
clarify, all of our schools have counselors. It's a foundational
Okay.
position.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Be clear. Thanks. Sorry, I was just curious about who else you imagine being part of these teams?
Right, counselors, if social worker is needed, doesn't have to be, you know, definitely the teacher, the principal, or an assistant principal.
Thank you.
I have another question, if
Go
I
ahead.
may. Is the testing going to be administered in languages other than English?
So that is something that we are working with our school psychologists, because part of this gifted should be the alternative language. Yeah.
I just, go ahead.
You shared some data from kids who have been in CPS preschool. I was wondering if you had an expected number of children who will either be interested in or will end up using any of these three policies. Probably most for the early entrance, but for all three.
So none for the single subject, right? But for the whole grade policy, we were about close to 100 students met the pre-qualification. But because we have no previous experience with this policy, it's all, you know, the possibilities of what we're, you know, but we want to make sure we're prepared at least.
And for the early entrance, for the early kindergarten, what would be your estimate?
So we're probably going to have around 2,000 to 2,500 students. Again, the parent will have to really think through it. Some parents could say, I'm going to do it, and then last minute decide, I'm going to keep my child, you know, in preschool.
You'd
So-
estimate 2,000 would be
Yes.
pre-qualified?
Yes.
Not all of those kids or their parents?
Not
may
necessarily
pursue-
all applying.
Okay. And the part of the reason I'm asking is I'm trying to assess what do you expect will be the racial equity impact? And if we don't have any estimate for the total, I'm worried you're going to say we don't really know.
Well, that's why we did a breakdown per network, because that's the data that will tell us in terms of how many students are we talking about, and that could give us some of the racial profile per the network.
Okay.
Again, because we don't have a previous, you know, data to be able to track and compare, you know, we're going to do our best to make sure that what we're doing this year, that we are monitoring our numbers. And that will give us a better sense of how we move forward with a policy if we need to make amendments or tweak for next year.
And my last quick question, you mentioned the handbook, and you mentioned the school teams. My impression is that those relate more to fitting students or for the selection process. I'm wondering about the supports that schools or teachers need for implementing a more heterogeneous classroom, an even more heterogeneous classroom now by age, and where we see those supports. What do you think those are, and where do you think they'll come from?
I think overall, one thing that we want to make sure is that our professional development design always incorporates differentiated instruction, and that means we call it the Tier 1 instruction, and supporting our teachers in understanding, like, while I may know my content, how do I deliver using all the data pieces that I have to be able to implement quality instruction if I have, you know, different groups of students at different learning phases. So this is no different from this. That's why it's important, especially for early entrants, that the teacher is highly aware that I have a student who is coming in much younger than, you know, his or her peers, and to provide a more personalized approach to that student.
I also want to add just some of the supports that are available through the network. So every network has a social emotional learning specialist, which is one of the key components that we, we're concerned with. So we have that support to push into the school as well as a part of the school team. And then we also have our K-2 specialists at the network to support in terms of the academic side of it. So both for academics and social emotional learning, we do have have supports housed within the network structure to be able to be a part of the school teams and support the efforts of the teacher and the school for students who do qualify for this.
We have one last question
Yeah.
on this.
Perfect. It's more of a request. First of all, it's helpful to have the context that we weren't advocates for this. So thank you for doing the best within what you have to work with. The one request that I do have is that instead of waiting for a year, that you prepare an update to the board by midpoint, just so things are going, and what are
Sure.
some of the things that we could do to help in that process. I know there's a lot of unknowns, but at least let's not wait a full year to raise up some of the issues that we might be encountering that we did not foresee.
That will not be a problem.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll proceed with the next presentation. Jeffrey Broom, please.
This is the new school quality rating policy.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you, President DeValle. Welcome to the new board members. My name is Jeff Broom. I'm Director of School Quality Measurement and Research, and I'll be giving some information on the resolution to amend SQRP today. I'm going to give a little bit of background context and get into the details of what's in the resolution, but I want to flag at the start some of the headlines for what's in the resolution, some listen-fors as we get later into the presentation, namely that, so we have different models for different grade sets and different school models. And so the headlines of what's in the resolution include, on the high school side, there's a small addition because we essentially, small changes to high school because we essentially have quality, multiple measures of quality in that model already. With elementary school, we're going to be adding 3 to 8 on track as a new measure. That'll be something I get into the weeds on a little bit. Option schools are going to be adding and being measured by some measures that have been in traditional high school ratings for quite some time. And then finally, we have the resolution calls for some measures that will allow us to rate quality for a new set of schools that have not traditionally been measured under SQRP. So again, I'll get into the details. But for right now, I wanted to give some context for the resolution. So I think it's important to note that CPS is required by state law passed in '95 to have a locally defined system for measuring and rating schools. SQRP is the current policy that meets that requirement, and it succeeded the previous policy called the PRPP in 2014. Specifically, Section 534 8.3 of the school code requires that the district establish the standards and criteria for issuing a rating and an accountability status for every school. And so it's essentially, we need to have every school in good standing probation or remediation under state law. And we've had different iterations of the system that we sort of get used to get to that point. And so SQRP, again, is the current system. And the ratings that are coming out this fall for the 18-19 school year, so SQRP is very much a summative lagging indicator of school quality, will be the 6th time that schools are rated under the current system. So beyond meeting state requirements, why do we have SQRP? Why do we rate schools? We're trying to communicate to parents and other stakeholders how schools in the district as a whole are doing in terms of serving our students. I'll note that these ratings are common for charters and non-charters, magnet, selective neighborhood, et cetera. So level one is level one, regardless of what kind of school we're talking about. So that's one of the strengths of the system, is that there is common accountability there. That makes it more accessible to stakeholders to understand what we're trying to communicate. It helps us recognize high-achieving and high-growth schools and identify best practices that might be suitable for replication other places in the district. It helps schools set goals. It helps identify schools in need of targeted or intensive support. And then when it comes to the sort of decisions around turnarounds or other school actions that the board has to make, again, as dictated by school law, state law, SQRP provides some information to help make those decisions. Specifically, when we talk about this is what we're trying to do, I think it's important to think about how well do we think we're doing against these goals. I would argue that the current system does a much better job of previous iterations of the system with respect to helping stakeholders differentiate school performance. It is certainly, a school's rating is certainly not the full story of a school or the quality of the school or whether it's appropriate for a family with respect to choice of school, but it is a good, credible starting point for that conversation, and we think SQRP does that fairly well. It also, when it comes to recognizing growth, again, this is a good system for identifying that. I think the next stage of development for the district is to be more systematic about the replication of those best practices. We know where they are, but it's a lot of work to figure out, just because something works in school A doesn't necessarily mean it works in school B, and so we want to be intentional about that. I think that's the next edge of growth. But again, SQRP is a good starting point for those conversations where good practice is happening. With respect to goal setting, again, SQRP does a better job of that than previous iterations of the system. The focus on growth especially is more tied to practice, so there's a sense among practitioners that if I improve my practice, that will be reflected in outcomes and that will be reflected in my rating, and so that helps set more reasonable goals at the school level. With respect to support, again, I think SQRP as a system of identifying the schools in need of support is a strong system. I think it's important to acknowledge, though, that we need to, as a district, improve practices around providing those supports. I think historically we've leaned very heavily on networks to do that, and we've had some good sort of one-off strong initiatives to provide those supports, but systematically, to provide high-quality supports across the system, I think that's the next sort of level of growth. And again, SQRP is a good starting point, entry point into those conversations. And then finally, when it comes to decisions around school actions, there are a lot of data points when the board has to take a decision like that. But again, differentiating between schools that are eligible and starting that conversation, I think SQRP does again a much better job of granularity and sifting schools with respect to who might be eligible for those sorts of decisions by the board. Additionally, some other strengths of the system, I think it's important to note that a big jump forward with SQRP 6 years ago was an emphasis on growth as opposed to just proficiency or attainment. We know proficiency is very strongly correlated with outside factors like socioeconomic status. Growth, obviously, there's still a correlation, but growth is also much more strongly tied to practices in the school. So if you look at a map of the old performance policy, all the green was on the north side and there's a lot of yellow and red everywhere else. Now we know if you look at SQRP, there are high-rated schools across the city because we know there are good practices across the city happening. We know kids are learning across the city, and SQRP helps establish that understanding much more strongly. It's also tends to be more actionable. Again, we talked about goal setting, but there are other aspects of SQRP that, especially for school leaders, there's information in SQRP that helps them guide their decisions around how to administer their school. And so I think that's another strong point of the current system. And then finally, if you've looked at how the national trends in rating schools over the last 5 or 6 years have gone, you'll notice that a lot of the conversation, whether it be ESSA or the state's ESSA plan, talks now about what SQRP has been doing for 5+ years. So the focus on growth, the focus on student outcomes, that's where everybody has gone. And while the country was still, sort of phasing out of No Child Left Behind, we had already kind of progressed to where we are now with respect to, really intentional measures of school quality. So that's the context. Moving on to the specific resolution, I think it's important to sort of talk a little bit about the path to the vote today. Namely, we've been having conversations around revisions to SQRP for over 2 years. Specifically, in this timeline, we rolled it out in the fall to the school leadership community to continue to take the 18-19 school year to think about continuing to engage with thought leaders on, especially school leaders, now that kids are actually in the building and you have to think about what we're going to be rating you on in the future. Does this still sound like a good idea? And so we took 18-19 as sort of a practice year to continue that conversation. So the timeline essentially is this 18-19 school year is the last school year to be rated under the current SQRP. Those ratings will come out this fall. The vote that is going to take place today will apply to the 1920 school year. So the first time ratings will come out under this system will be fall of 20. Okay, so that'll be the phased approach to the revisions. A few details on the conversations that we've been having. As I've said, we've talked about this for a good couple of years. We had an overall steering committee. We had 7 different working groups that had brought together lots of different stakeholders, including district managed and charter school leaders, teachers, other external partners that are good thought leaders and thought partners on this subject. We had over 80 meetings in the course of those 2 years. As we thought we were pretty close to what we wanted to do, we still wanted to sort of subject that to additional rigor. So we met with the Principal Advisory Committee multiple times. We went to every network meeting in the district to make sure principals were aware and had an opportunity to provide feedback on what we were proposing. We had multiple webinars that were all district, focus groups at the Summer Leadership Institutes the last 2 years, over 100 participants, and then we also engaged with our charter school partners with focus groups at the Charter Data Day. So we've really we've tried to do our due diligence over the last year to really make sure that we communicated this, especially to school leaders, and got continued feedback so that what we're bringing today, it meets those standards of rigor. So specifically getting into the details of what's actually in the resolution, I'll go through that in the next few slides. I'll start with elementary. So the big change here to elementary is we are adding 3 to 8 on track as a formal school quality rating measure. 3 to 8 on track is essentially the elementary version of freshman on track. It is a leading indicator in high school, it's a leading indicator in elementary school of whether or not a student will be successful in high school using core GPA and attendance. It's informed very strongly by the U Chicago Consortium's middle grades report with respect to those factors being very strongly predictive of high school success. It is something that a version of which we've been talking about and thinking about in the district for the last 5 or 6 years as an informal, just sort of quality measure on our data dashboard. So there have been a lot of conversations around this. This essentially is an improved version of that and moving that from an informal space to a formal space as part of the resolution today. As we're adding a new measure, we had to think about how much it should count and as in how much weight that should carry. Obviously, weights have to add up to 100%, so where would that weight come from? We thought about 10% of a school's rating was appropriate, and we decided to take that 10% away from average daily attendance. This is a measure of how the school as a whole is showing up attending school. And the reason we went with that is over the years, one of the primary points of feedback from elementary school leaders has been that for a school's rating to be based 20% on average daily attendance, just one metric, was pretty high. And so, but again, those were the metrics that we had 6 years ago. So as we're adding more metrics, average daily attendance seemed to be the primary candidate to sort of de-emphasize as we emphasize the errors of practice measured by 3 to 8 on track. So that's the elementary change. High school, as I mentioned, a much smaller tweak. Essentially, we're just making a Learn, Plan, Succeed a formal measure of school quality. So Learn, Plan, Succeed is the requirement that every graduating senior have a concrete post-secondary plan. So as a grad requirement, it's been acknowledged as a student accountability measure, and so we're adding it to school accountability just for alignment's sake. Essentially, though, this is sort of a compliance exercise. We want to make sure our schools need to make sure that all the students have a post-secondary plan. And we already had about 5% of high schools rating at compliance. That's what we consider a data quality index. We think that's about appropriate in the high school realm for how much should be rated on compliance per se. So when we added Learn, Plan, Succeed, we essentially split that 5% between the existing data quality index and Learn, Plan, Succeed. And so that's why Learn, Plan, Succeed is coming in at 2.5% of a high school's rating. For options model, these are schools, option schools that serve students who have dropped out and re-enrolled. And so a smaller number of schools, but slightly more significant changes. Essentially, the metrics that are highlighted in blue there are measures that have been field tested and pressure tested into the traditional high school space. So early college career credentials or college enrollment. And we think they're good measures. And so now that we know that, it's about extending those measures to the options space, because we think just because a student has dropped out and re-enrolled doesn't mean there shouldn't be expectations around that student having access to post-secondary opportunities or college enrollment. So we want to make sure that these option schools are providing those opportunities to the students they serve. And so that's essentially the theory of action around the changes to options. Now we're getting into, again, an even smaller group of schools, but bigger changes, because these are schools who are actually going to be rated for the first time under SQRP as a result of this resolution. So the first group of schools is specialty high schools, and that's Vaughn and Northside and Graham and Southside. And so these are students, these are specialty high schools who are primarily serving students with IEPs. And the reason they have not been rated under SQRP is when we did SQRP 6 years ago, these students don't take our standardized assessments, and we essentially didn't have the space to sort of really intentionally create the metrics that are appropriate for those students. And so we've worked really diligently with those 4 principals and their staff over the last 2 years to think about what is appropriate, what are the measures, what are the student outcomes that are appropriate for this population, what do they as practitioners want to be measured against, and that's essentially what informed what's in the resolution today. I'll note that there's a difference between Vaughn and Northside have freshmen on track. Graham and Southside do not, and the reason for that is Vaughn and Northside serve students throughout their high school career, starting with freshmen, so they actually have freshmen to keep on track, versus Graham and Southside generally are continuing services to students who have maybe completed in a traditional high school environment, and so they don't have a lot of freshmen, so it didn't make sense to measure them on that. And then finally, we have the detention center schools, which is Nancy, Jefferson, and York. Again, these are 2 schools where we are serving students. We have not been able to rate the quality of those schools and those practices because, again, we didn't have an opportunity to create measures that we felt were appropriate. So this is, again, a space where we've worked for 2 years with those school leaders to think about what they should be measured on, and that is the result, and that resulted in what's in the resolution today. The one little flag here is that we have dual credit and career credentials in red. And this is the idea, again, like option schools, just because you're not in a traditional high school space doesn't mean you shouldn't have opportunity to access post-secondary credentials. So we are flagging that as a measure of quality for these practitioners. That being said, 18-19 was the first year these schools did that. So we want to give them some time to get better at that practice before we start measuring their performance on it. So what the resolution says is that these are measures that we will calculate and report on, but they will not be part of the overall rating until year 2 of this. So there's an additional year to sort of tighten up those practices and get good to that before they become part of formal accountability. But we want to signal in this resolution our intention to make that part of the definition of quality for those schools. So that's what the resolution does. So those are the changes, a little background, and happy to take
We'll
questions.
go into questions and comments.
Yeah, I got a lot of them. With the engagement portion, I mean, were teachers, CACs, local school council members, regular parents, people like part of this engagement?
There's been some teacher engagement. I think with respect to community, I think that's the next phase is sort of helping them understand and interpret the data. I think that's the next level of growth for this.
What about engagement before the formulation of the policy, not after?
Yeah, so I think these are fairly technical questions, and I'd want to make sure that we frame those properly.
I mean, engagement is engagement.
Yeah, yeah. And so I think that's the sort of the next level. We've done some of that. We probably should continue to improve.
Yeah, I think you definitely should
Yeah.
because these ratings impact decisions that families make about their schools.
Right.
And if they're, understanding of this, because like some schools have issues of truancy and mobility in poor communities, and then you're making these kind of comparisons, and people not understanding or weighing that, hey, you should look at this or look at that, because overall people when they looking at it from that Sears Tower viewpoint down, they're not looking at it on the ground level like all those issues different schools and communities are dealing with in terms of violence, trauma, etc. So it seems like there should be much more robust engagement because, the elephant in the room is that some of these ratings are used, as you say, make decisions about actions. And, like I've been involved in many situations where Marshall would get compared to a Whitney Young in terms of, who's providing a quality education. For me, a quality education is meeting students where they are, nurturing them where they need to be, not saying the students from Marshall should be performing as well as students at Whitney Young because they're walking in the door with different, at different levels of achievement. And all I'm saying is that we need to make sure we definitely get people involved in these decisions. We understand that there's got to be some type of tool for parents and for even us to look at our schools. But, because some people, they really want to make sure that we're looking at our schools from a diagnostic point of view, not that, oh my goodness, if I'm at a level 2 or 3, something's going to happen. And schools on the west and south side tend not to have the good teachers wanting to come there.
Yeah. Can I respond?
Yes,
Sure,
Dr. Jackson.
Maybe I'll wait until.
Maybe
everybody has
maybe it's
comments.
best if
Yeah.
you wait, and let's, I'm not calling on board members. I'm just asking you to watch for each other to see when you can jump in, because I don't want to waste time calling people.
Thank you.
But I think Elizabeth
Yeah, I have a few
was
questions.
next, and then,
Related to some of the things that you were saying about, I guess more generally, how are these changes going to make SQRP a better diagnostic tool? And then also, how does this tweak to SQRP and more generally thinking about SQRP align with the 6 core values and the CPS core vision, which I believe are whole child, equity, academic excellence, community partnership, and continuous learning? And so relating to what you were saying, I guess there are 2 questions. On the one level, I have specific questions about this tweak that are more technical. On the other hand, I have larger questions about how are we really defining quality schools? And maybe I'll put that to the side for a second and ask the more specific question. So on the high school level, am I correct that Learn, Plan, Succeed has now been used for 2 years in schools?
No.
Oh,
Learn-
not judge, but
No,
implemented.
we made the policy change about 2 years ago, but the first class, I believe, will be seniors next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
At the
in-
same time as it goes into.
Got you. In that time, what is the evidence that Learn, Plan, Succeed has had equitable implementation and outcomes across different high schools, such that it now makes sense to include it in SQRP, to your point about measuring different high schools across each other? So that's my high school level question. Then on the elementary level, I have questions about using this 3 through 8 on track. So in the additional materials that we were given, all of the commentary, all of the reports from CCSR, et cetera, all really apply to middle school. So one of my major questions is, what are we doing, how are we using this as an assessment for 8-year-olds on to like 3 through 5, 3rd through 5th grade? And is that, there are people who know more about early childhood, and I shouldn't even say early childhood, child development up here than I do, but I just have questions about what it means for us to be thinking about grades, particularly because the materials also recognize that there is not a standard grading policy or practices across these levels. And with attendance for the elementary school age, I understand the distinctions that we're making here between average daily attendance and how attendance is encapsulated within 3 through 8 on track. But still, it's both attendance is part of both of those areas. And so I'm curious about some of the questions you asked about how high levels of mobility, chronic truancy, all of these things that we know are related and very closely tied to other forms of systemic inequality, housing insecurity, poverty, et cetera, are now going to be, again, still part of this attendance measure that's in there, whether it's in one place or the other.
I think if you could answer the technical questions, I can weigh in on some of the more philosophical questions around the policy.
Sure. So technically speaking, Learn, Plan, Succeed implementation, I couldn't articulate like how that's been implemented as programmatically. I would say that I think my response to that is sort of the point I made earlier, which is we're sort of making sure students have it. We're sort of holding graduation accountable for having these plans. And we want to just align school quality definitions with that. And so it's a philosophical alignment with respect to that. And then the programmatic implementation, I would defer.
Yeah, I think we've done a lot around implementation for Learn, Plan, Succeed. Just to step back and frame, when we first thought about making this a requirement and including it in our school quality policy rating, it really was born out of a few things. First, we saw consistently that the highest performing schools, without the district weighing this, 100% of their kids had a post-secondary plan upon graduation. We also know that in almost every middle-class family across the country, kids walk away with a post-secondary plan by virtue of sitting at a dinner table with parents who understand the process. So for us, this was an equity issue because when we unpack the data, the schools and the children who are more likely to not have a concrete post-secondary plan are the schools that you just referenced in your introductory remarks. So on one hand, we can allow that current situation to stand, or the district can stand up and have a policy that says, we want these things for all of our children, and CPS has had success in policies such as that. One example would be requiring all students to take the SAT, previously the ACT, upon graduation. Some people feared that that would result in some of the things that you just outlined. In fact, we saw the ACT score continuously rise and also saw more students who were in the past not identified as college ready as being college ready. So our philosophical approach here is that every graduate, whether they choose to go to college, if they choose to go to a career pathway, that they leave with everything in their back pocket to be prepared. That is a standardized assessment that colleges look at in order to make an application decision, especially for Black and brown and poor kids. Second, they leave with a concrete post-secondary plan that better matches their outcomes, because a lot of our kids have not had the quality advising that they need. And third, we have another requirement that they all have to do, which is the service learning, which we believe makes them more well-rounded residents. With regard to our staff, we put in our vision a plan for all of the counselors to get a post-secondary counseling credential. Our goal was to have one per school. We're at the point where we are going beyond that, because our counselors who were very appreciative of this training, because this is what they will much rather prefer to spend their time on, as opposed to administering tests and some of the other tasks that counselors unfortunately are asked to do. They appreciated the additional post-secondary counseling training. So we've been training them with our external partners to make sure that they can sit down and have the kind of conversations that kids have been having in selective enrollment schools and middle-class families for decades.
Yeah, can I just, sorry, to that, like, I appreciate the idea behind it. I guess my question was about, in the time that Learn, Plan, Succeed has been implemented thus far, do you have any evidence that shows us what it looks like in different places?
Yeah, we do. I'm happy to follow up with more specifics, but what we've seen is our schools starting, just like they did when Freshmen on Track became a part of the policy. I remember paying attention to Freshmen on Track prior to it being in the school quality policy, and then, of course, paying a lot more attention as a principal once the school was going to be rated on it. And what we've seen is, in addition to more counseling training, counseling offices being organized in a way where they are meeting with all students, not just the college-ready students, and they are having conversations about multiple pathways, not just college. So looking at 2-year colleges, 4-year colleges, looking at career and technical opportunities for many of our students who, if they don't engage, maybe it's not because they don't want to do anything. Maybe they know already that college isn't for them, so putting them on the right pathway. So we've seen a steady increase in the number of students with post-secondary plans in those schools. I think some of that, of course, could be attributed to schools getting ready for the policy. But what we've seen is that the counseling teams have been organizing themselves to make sure this isn't an impediment to children graduating, since it is a graduation requirement now.
Dr. Jackson, I just wanted to add it was one question about what has happened by way of data. So since the launch of Learn, Plan, Succeed, the percentage of students with concrete post-secondary plans has more than doubled. And when we first talked about Learn, Plan, Succeed in 2017, we had about 34% of our seniors with concrete post-secondary plans. By 2018, that number rose to 44.3%, and for 2019, we're at 77.5%, and we still have students submitting plans through August.
Great.
Go ahead.
And then you had the 3-day on track questions and the attendance question specifically. So with respect to the consortium report, yes, as I noted, it's a middle grades report. And so we applied their model to the earlier grades to see essentially, is Jeff's performance on grades and attendance in 3rd through 8th, is that still predictive of how he does in high school? And the data show, yes, it is. So it is a strong leading research, our internal research. We cooperated with the consortium. There were multiple meetings where they sort of gave feedback on the methodology. Sort of affirms that the model does apply to the earlier grades. So we're confident that we have sort of the research to kind of back up that assertion such that we want practitioners to be focusing on these interventions in all 6 grades. The other pieces with respect to the grading practices. Yes, there are not hard and fast grading practices that are dictated by the district. 2 things. One, with the inclusion of 3-day on track, one of the supports that we're working on is sort of more robust guidance for grading practices that we have an internal group working on that will be, I think, released this fall in sort of preparation for this. And then also note that regardless of the differentiated grading practices, the value of grades as a predictor does not diminish. And that was one of the points that the consortium report made. And that
Down to 3rd grade.
So the consortium made that, so I'm addressing your, is an A and A and A, right? And the research in the consortium report says, yes, there's actually a call out that says, regardless of how a school may consider an A in one situation versus another, that's still predictive of further success. And then our internal research did that same work in partnership with consortium down to 3rd grade. So yes, I just wanted to make, it's not just me saying that, a lack of grading practices doesn't undermine the predictive power, right? And then finally, with respect to attendance, I think 2 points. One, the addition of attendance as 3-day on track, there is, I think you noted, I just want to articulate a little bit more strongly, that what you do when groups of students have low attendance, the interventions that you put in place as measured by average daily attendance are different than if you see Jeff struggling to show up for school. And so this is measuring attendance on a student-by-student basis, and that will give sort of another point of data and intervention for schools to, improve practices around. And then with respect to mobility and chronic truancy, all those things, I would, I'd invite Dr. Jackson and Chief McDade to weigh in here. But I think from a theoretical standpoint, I think the policy is saying that regardless of those situations that students may be dealing with, research shows that it's important for all of our students to show up and learn, and we want our measures of quality to sort of reflect that necessity. And so that's what we're trying to do with that measure.
Did you have one more question, then we're going to
Sorry.
come on this side.
Yeah, I would just
Give
like to say, I
everyone an
agree that it's
opportunity.
important for students to be in the classroom. Just to the earlier point, I think there's a difference between agreeing that students should be in the classroom in terms of attendance and punishing students for things beyond their individual control as children. And then I guess, so maybe regardless of sort of where this goes in this round, I understand that principals is the end of June, want to know how they're going to be evaluated for the next year. And so whether this goes forward or not, I guess I'd have 2 larger requests. One is, could you update the board, again, maybe not waiting a whole year, but as we get into the fall, about what the specific interventions are for schools that have a rating of a 2 or a 3 across networks, and what supports and resources they will be given to assist in those situations. And then also sort of over the course of the next year, as we evaluate how this new policy, if it goes into place, if we could have also a larger conversation about how we're defining the quality rating in relation to these sort of 6 core areas that go beyond, I think, what the majority of SQRP is based on, which are test scores, whether that be, in this case, growth, which I think is better than attainment, but nonetheless is still sort of a test-based metric.
Thank you. We have a
I have a question.
Three comments.
And more of a comment. At the beginning of your presentation, you said that school ratings were not the whole picture, but they are definitely a weighty component of how schools are perceived and what kind of interventions they get. And my question is, in a way, a sort of a double, a little schizophrenic, because I want to know whether you contemplated incorporating into these metrics some kind of component that shows what my fellow board members have been showing, in terms that in schools with high number of children on free and reduced lunch, which is a proxy indicator for neighborhood poverty, or higher numbers of violence trauma, those are variables that are systemic and difficult to measure, but nevertheless have a bearing on school performance. And I know this is not an easy question to answer, but I think it's one that deserves consideration. We want to make sure that when we are rating schools and providing the supports that the rating yields, that we are also taking in consideration the whole picture, not just, standardized measures, which, of course, are important. I'm not in any way negating the importance of having these things, and I agree with Elizabeth that growth is definitely a great addition. But I think systemic variables need to be incorporated somehow into how schools are rated.
Amy?
Just would add to what other board members have lifted up and ask for some data on the impact of Learn, Plan, Succeed, because I still think we have not heard what actually happens, and it becomes a metric like DQI where we're submitting a plan and tracking a plan. But what has been the impact on the outcomes and trajectories of students as a result of that plan, if we're going to lift it up in importance and continue to do it. And then wonder, and it's aligned again to Elizabeth's point of interrogating SQRP aligned to the core values. You gave a lot of reasons, a lot of things that are going well with SQRP, and you also acknowledge that there are some challenges. Have you considered any alternatives that meet the expectations of the law in terms of rating schools, but don't create some of the dynamic of fear and pitting schools and communities against one another?
Can I address that? I think, and we shared this, I think it's important to understand the full context of the performance policy that CPS as well as other schools, not only in Illinois but across the country, face. If one chart that we probably should have showcased here today is the one that shows with the former performance policy, there were far more schools who qualified for school action based on performance. Because of the introduction of growth, and we're happy to share that with you, as Jeff pointed out in his presentation, we see more schools that work in the communities that you just described with the challenges that you articulated that are noted as being level 1 and 1+ schools. And that is mainly because these are schools that are led by individuals who don't see these problems as intractable. They see these problems as things that they have to address, but there are schools in predominantly poor minority communities that do have high rates of attendance despite the challenges that we know exist in these communities. We also see places where more kids are graduating. So part of this is around the philosophy of whether or not we're comfortable allowing a status quo to stand or setting a policy that is both fair but also challenges people to have the same quality of excellence that we all have for our children. Like many of you on this board, I'm a parent of students in CPS, and I can't speak for everybody on this panel, but I know that I looked at the SQRP score before making a decision, and I would venture to say everybody sitting up here did the same. And so I know that quality is not just based on test scores, and if you look at the vision for CPS, we are moving towards the whole child. Because when I looked at a school for my children, I also didn't look at test scores, I looked for the arts, which is why on our school report cards, we note whether or not this is a school that is excelling in the arts. I looked at the social emotional learning environment in the school, which is why we give our schools safe and supportive measures on the school report card so that parents know beyond test scores what's happening in the schools. And we have a few more indications like that. I think given the constraints around having to have a performance policy, CPS stands firmly behind the fairness in our current policy, but we're also very open to continuing to revise this as needed. And what Jeff has presented here today is the first step. I know Vice President asked about SQRP 3.0, and it sounds like people are chomping at the bit on that. So that's something we should prioritize. And I also appreciate Board Member Trust's comments around more parental engagement. We did create videos and other tools, but I think they need to be distributed more widely and amplified, because I still find that most people don't understand the multiple measures that are in our SQRP policy, and they don't understand the complexity. It's really looked at as a good, bad, or other. And so we do still have a lot of work to do there, and I'll be the first person to say there's more work to be done. But my personal stance and representing the management of leadership of CPS is that we have to have a policy in place that pushes for excellence while we address these inequities that were so eloquently brought up today.
Sandra?
So I have a bunch of questions. I've asked you some of them before, Jeff. So I'll ask 3 questions quickly, and then I have a few quick comments. First, I was wondering, do you have a sense of the effect on the overall distribution of ratings based on these methodological changes?
So for high school, my sense is that Learn, Plan, Succeed, again, we haven't had 100% implementation, so we haven't been able to measure. My sense is a 2.5%. It's a compliance metric. It should not. It should be about the same as DQI. I think the one we've talked about is 3 to 8 on track, and so one of the things that is in the resolution is not, I showed the weights, but there's also the cut points that are defined in terms of what a school needs to, the level of performance a school needs to reach to get 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 points. And when making that, we set fairly, frankly, ambitious targets with respect to getting our elementary students on track. So again, we won't know how this plays out in fall of 20, but if it were, I think what you're asking is what is our distribution of points on this measure compared to sort of distribution of ratings?
More
Is that
when
essentially-
you look at the universe of schools that are rated by SQRP.
Oh, yeah.
What is the distribution across the 5 levels that exist now, and what would you expect it to be after making these changes?
So
Will more schools
if-
move to level 2 or
Right.
3?
So if there were a change, again, it's not, there are multiple measures, obviously, this is 10%. If there are some bubble schools, I think there would be more likely, if not, holding all other things constant, so it's kind of a universe that doesn't exist, right? But I think initially, because we've set ambitious targets for this, that this would, there would probably be fewer, for example, schools earning 5 points on 3 to 8 on track than are currently doing that on average daily attendance. But that would also be an indication that schools need more supports in that area, and we would expect those supports.
Absolutely. I just think for us as a board to consider a policy change such as this one that affects every single school, we need better information like that. Similarly, I think it was brought up that schools in different communities, schools with different racial demographics of their students, are evaluated differently by any system, including the current SQRP, and I would want to understand that better and also understand how does that change with these adjustments. And then third, a question that I haven't thought to ask before, but maybe you can answer. Well, what's the cost currently of implementing SQRP, and what is the cost of the change? Knowing that this is something that CPS is mandated to measure school quality in some way by state law. What do we think is the cost?
The cost of implementing, for example, 3 to 8 on track, so.
No,
Well,
SQRP.
first, SQRP in general, as
rating
is.
system.
The current rating system, and second, what is the cost of making these changes?
I think most of the cost
Cost
comes
neutral.
from.
The changes are cost neutral, but maybe what's the budget of your whole department, which does far more than SQRP? That's the
Yeah,
only way. We don't have one SQRP specialist. Everyone on Jeff's team does multiple things. So what's the budget
We
for your
calculate all
office?
that internally, and I think my budget's about $2 million, I think, total.
And I don't think it's just your department. I think it's worth it for the goals that you helpfully laid out. I am not really clear if it is totally cost neutral to go from 1.0 to 2.0, fine. But I'm not so sure about that.
I think we
So-
asked for an additional, so because there are more metrics, we did ask for an additional position to calculate some of those additional metrics, and we would spread the rest of the work out among current team members,
Yeah,
essentially.
but those
So-
are worthwhile for schools to have better information about
Absolutely.
how their students are doing.
And that's mostly coming from the schools that have never been rated before, right?
Right.
Like that's because the cost to calculate a metric for one school versus 50 schools is the same. So the big increase in workload for us is for example, especially high schools who are going to get rated for the first time. That's where the labor's coming from.
So as Dr. Jackson mentioned, I asked, it's been 6 years since we have the first version of SQRP, and now we're making these changes. And in my opinion, they're somewhat underwhelming. CPS has been a leader in how we measure school quality, but I would like us to remain a leader, and I don't see these changes as doing it, certainly not if we wait another 6 years for the next version, while understanding that stable system is helpful for everyone who's planning, principals, LSCs, communities, and parents, and others as well. So I don't want this to delay us in looking at further improvement. A couple ways in which I would like to see further improvement is, first, you mentioned a couple times that growth is closer than attainment to assess practice and drive effective practice. There are ways to actually just measure practice. And it's not something that only smaller affluent districts can do. This was part of the New York City public school accountability system for many years, including when I was a teacher and I was a data lead at a high school in New York. This is not a simple system. It is somewhat more labor intensive, but it gets significantly closer to practice than using these distal measures that then schools are left to interpret and then figure out what to do.
Can you
in
be
their context.
specific about what that practice is?
I can't. I don't think we have time right now.
I mean, just for the clarity of the audience, because
Yeah, so
I'm
there's
confused right
there
now.
is a component that is similar to the SQRP model where it's data based, and there's also a component where there are actual school visits by assessors who are looking for specific and explicit measures and practices that are going on in the school.
And you say it was a practice or
I'm not
currently
sure if it is now.
Okay.
I don't know because I haven't been in New York for 10 years.
Okay.
But I know it was continuing past 2009. And it was done at scale for a 1.1 million student district. Second, I think it still bothers me. I am all in favor of excellence and academic excellence in particular, but it bothers me to see MAP being at the foundation of over half of every SQRP calculation. So lest I cut off some of the applause, I'm a massive supporter of the Common Core State Standards. I think they do amazing things for kids' learning. I think they especially help teachers of multiple subjects, as most elementary teachers are, to have a clear understanding of what kids need to learn and to provide a great deal of coherence and focus. That said, I don't think MAP does a great job of actually assessing the higher order thinking that we want students to develop, and that's memorialized in the standards. It's fast, it's relatively cheap, it has some very nice reporting, and it's somewhat broad, but it's not super actionable for teachers, in my experience, which has been at the classroom, school, district, and cross-district levels, but it's been somewhat old, so I may be behind. It's just not great. And I think a better measure than MAP would drive significantly better practice in schools and in classrooms, while also meeting this goal of academic excellence in a system that really assesses academic excellence. And then the last thing is just, as a couple of other board members have mentioned, I think we should be looking more closely at what are the goals of a school quality rating process in general, and how do we know that we're actually meeting those goals? It's helpful to have your holistic assessment as the person at the center of the process for the district, but you laid out some goals on your fourth slide, and you said you think we're doing well. Like whether it's a comprehensive measure or at least some examples, I think I would appreciate more information around how we're doing to actually accomplish those goals. And we've had a pretty accelerated timeline getting to today. And so it's quite possible I just don't know what's going on. But I think we both need to understand better as board members to make responsible decisions, and the community needs to understand better what are we actually trying to accomplish with SQRP, and are we doing it?
Great.
So
Yes.
I also have a couple of follow-up questions and some comments that some will overlap So, but I think it's important. First of all, I agree that there is no one perfect model, right? It just doesn't exist yet. But we're all marching towards finding something that works better for all communities in an equitable way. And so what are the behaviors and what are the outcomes that we're trying to drive and model and improve? So to be consistent with what my colleague said, I actually would like to see, and it actually helps us tell our story of what have we seen with SQRP version 1, right? What is the success stories? What is the lessons learned? What are the drawbacks? What's worked? What hasn't worked, right? Looking at the model, and I know you have the data because you talked to the data, but I want to see the data. I want to see what the correlation analysis is that tells us that it's actually driving those behaviors. And then how are we complementing that with the qualitative part to actually drive the behaviors and outcomes we want in an equitable way across all communities, right? That will help us tell the story. That will help us ensure that we engage the community in a way that actually simplifies the message of what we're trying to do across all communities. Because again, I don't know what the perfect model is. I don't know what the perfect test scores. I always did terrible standardized test scores, so I'm not a big proponent of standardized test scores. But that's not the only way to evaluate both kids and institutions, right? To ensure that they have the appropriate support to be successful in that community, right? This is an art and a science, right? I want to see the science behind it. And then let's talk about the levers of the art that we're going to incorporate with the administrators, with the teachers, with the local community to ensure that we have the right support model in place. And then given the data that I like to see on how SQRP1 has worked with the data that we have, how will we monitor version 2 so that we can get to version 3 eventually, right? So that we know we have to do this. We know we have to monitor progress. So, perfection is the enemy of the good. So we're going to have to do something while we have a pathway to a better model.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's clear. And by the way, this is what you get when you put together a board with expertise. And so I ask for your patience, those in the audience and those in the overflow room, because this means that, as I said, meetings are going to go longer. But this type of exchange, this back and forth, is needed. It's very much needed. We want you to be fully informed. And you are then able to help drive the decision-making discussion. And we want our staff, who are responsible for developing these policies and bringing them to the board, to really understand where board members are at and where the communities are at. And so it's obvious that we have to go from 2.0 to 3.0 at some point. And I agree that it can't take 6 years. Right. And yet I understand the difficulty in changing a policy immediately after you've established one. This is an incremental process. It's a process that's required by law. We are in need of complying, but we must not let, as was the case in our discussion with the accelerated placement, we have to really determine the implementation. The state doesn't do that. The state statute doesn't do that. We're responsible for implementing. So I hear my board members loud and clear. We have to have the data. We have to do the analysis. We have to do a better job of determining the metrics. We have to do all those things. And at this point, let me ask Dr. Jackson, how do you see the time frame here? If we have to get to a 3.0, What do you think the time frame would be?
I think, well, first, the presentation that Jeff gave today is to support making the current SQRP system much more fair and accurate. We keep forgetting about the accurate piece. I think that as soon as possible, we could start any discussions around what other ideas people may have about that, and to think about the community engagement process and other, maybe other models. I will say, despite the perception of some today, CPS is a leader when it comes to school quality policy. Districts such as Denver, DC, and New York City schools has adopted parts of our system. They almost look identical to our SQRP system, but we're happy to lead on this as we've done in so many other areas. So happy to see that there is expertise and also willingness to come up with a system that will meet my personal expectations around quality and excellence, while also maintaining a level of fairness that empowers school leaders and the families that we serve.
Okay. Thank you. If you have nothing to add, we'll
Thank you so
proceed
much.
to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. President. So our next presentation then will be to adopt the annual revisions to the Student Code of Conduct effective September 3rd, 2019 for PO4, and that will be Helen Antonopoulos, please,
It's a
as well as Dr. Kenneth Fox.
It's too smooth.
Good afternoon, that's right.
Good
It is
afternoon, CPS.
Dr. Fox will start us
Dr.
off.
Fox. Hello, I'm Dr. Ken Fox. I'm your Chief Health Officer, and I direct the Office of Student Health and Wellness. I'm here to present the first ever Chicago Public Schools Student Bill of Rights. The purpose of the Student Bill of Rights is to elevate and to celebrate the fundamental freedoms and protections every CPS student is entitled to, and that everyone in our schools must respect. This.
You advance the slide.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We can go to the next one. So this is a new living document, a Declaration of Student Freedoms and Protections. The content is based entirely on existing district policies, as well as national, state, and city laws with which the district must comply. This is to be published in the CPS Student Code of Conduct, which gets a new name this summer. It illustrates our alignment as a district with global human rights documents, for example, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And all of this in a language that's accessible to students. And that is so because students were meaningfully involved in the writing of this from the very start. To orient you, the Student Bill of Rights has 6 sections. The first section is a preamble, and the next 5 sections are based on themes. And you can see the themes here. These would be the theme on the right to free public education, then to speak, advocate, organize, and participate, rights around health, nutrition, and personal care, rights around fairness, our awareness about fair punishment, and finally, rights around safety and security. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. This slide is about how the Student Bill of Rights was made. This began with engagement of over 50 citywide Mikvatin Council members and CPS Student Voice and Activism Fellows. This occurred over a 4-week period about a year ago at my invitation. We conducted focus groups with students, including groups of athletes and diverse learners. We shopped this document, or the drafts of the document, around to all the central offices that are represented on the slide here. And we got this in front of the Principal Advisory Committee, the Teacher Advisory Committee. We got it in front of the network chiefs. We conducted a global literature review And then we synthesized all that we learned into creating the document. Next slide, please. All right, what's happened since then? Well, there's been a webinar series really for all principals, assistant principals, and deans. We've completed this over the past month. The document is being prepared for publication in the Student Code of Conduct that's forthcoming this summer. This will be presented at the Principals Summer Leadership Institute and the Legal Conference. There's training that we're planning in the Office of Social and Emotional Learning with the specialists there. And this will be part of a large back-to-school rollout, in which the students who helped to create the document are very intimately and excitedly anticipating. This will involve posters and stickers, a booklet, video, and a significant presence in social media, which is the part of that they're going to be most active in, because I don't know anything about that. All right, so that is the news that I'm here to share. I'm going to turn things over now to my colleague, Helen Antonopoulos.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. So our next section, as Dr. Fox mentioned, the Student Bill of Rights will be published in the Student Code of Conduct. Chief Cami Pratt and I are here now to present to you some proposed revisions to the Student Code of Conduct for your consideration and approval. The first two pieces are actually things that came out of a partnership. Last summer, the previous board established a task force to consider the use of substances by our students. This task force was a partnership, in fact, actually with PACT, which is the Preventing Alcohol Abuse in Chicago Teens Coalition, as well in partnership with VOICE, which is Voices of Youth in Chicago Education. So this task force has been meeting throughout the year. The task force included community members, parents, and school staff members to develop some proposed revisions to the Code of Conduct specific to the codes related to student substance use and abuse. So I'm going to present to you those first two revisions, and then I'll hand it over to Chief Pratt to talk about some of the revisions to the code related to Title IX. So the first proposed revision to the Student Code of Conduct is actually to collapse and condense all codes related to substance use and abuse into one level, which is Group 4. Our purpose for that is because we want to communicate the district's commitment to responding to student use of substances in a way that's supportive and therapeutic, not in a way that's punitive or criminal. The other provision, or revision actually, to the Student Code of Conduct is that we want to explicitly include information for guidance to our deans and administrators around the possession and use of vaporizers. This has become something that's been very prevalent in our schools and something that they've asked for our support and guidance in. So the two proposed revisions are to include guidance more clearly for our administrators and how they respond to these situations, as well as to provide additional supports to students rather than punishments when they are found to be in use, intoxicated, or in possession of a substance. I'm going to pass it over to Chief Pratt to talk about the changes related to Title IX.
Oops. Already turned the slide for me, great. Okay, so the Office of Student Protections and Title IX made some revisions to the sexual misconduct codes so that they align with Title IX best practices. These revisions are aligning all the Student Code of Conduct codes with the definitions developed by the Office of Student Protections in Title IX, ensuring that there are clear objective definitions of sexual behaviors for students, parents, and staff to easily understand, revises definitions for sexual bullying, dating violence, and also the Office of Student Protections and Title IX's reporting procedures. We moved the consensual sexual behaviors that were in Section 516 to Section 416 to reflect the difference in safety concerns between consensual sexual acts and non-consensual sexual acts. And then finally, the revised guidelines for effective discipline show for training and for school staff in responding to any sexualized behaviors. And then the final update to the Student Code of Conduct is around anti-bullying and the anti-bullying policy. So we wanted to align the scope of the anti-bullying policy with the non-discrimination policy. clarify the definitions of restorative practices to describe how they can impact as an intervention for bullying, update the information for submitting an appeal for a bullying investigation to replace the Equal Opportunity Compliance Office, with the appeal going now to the Office of Student Protections in Title IX. And I believe if there's any questions, we'd be happy to take those.
Okay, questions, comments?
I have
Yes.
just a clarifying question. In this point 2 of the Students' Bill of Rights, it speaks to the students' right to speak, advocate, organize, and participate. But there is a reference, I think, under serious, inappropriate behaviors. No, 2, I'm sorry, level 2. Disruptive behaviors that reads interfering with school authorities and programs through walkouts and or sit-ins. Do you see a conflict, a potential conflict there?
Is there conflict there?
Well, I mean, I think that there might be in their interpretation of the Bill of Rights and the School Code of Conduct, that there may be. I mean, I salute your encouragement to become advocates and civic participants. I think that's one of the most important things to learn as a young person. But I wonder if that, since that is still in the Code of Conduct, walkouts or sit-ins as a response to a potential political or community issue, whether there should be some clarifying language or something that gives, I imagine that the decision to, discipline a student for doing a sit-in or walking out for a political reason will rest with the school. And so whether some clarification may be needed there just to avoid negative consequences or misunderstandings.
Yes, we don't want that. That's not the intention here. We do want students to understand that they have this right, that the right exists in particular contexts or constraints of the policies of the district, and they're a part of the Student Code of Conduct.
And one example would be, I mean, and we've had this before where students participate in walkouts and things like that. And you're right, it is typically the school principal's discretion. Where we've had students exercise their rights in a productive way and within the proper decorum, they are allowed back in. Unfortunately, we have had situations where students in the course of doing that have done things maybe such as disrupting traffic or going into local businesses and being disruptive. So we do still have that in there so that if it is that type of activity related to that, we can hold them accountable. But we have a pretty active student body, and it is very rare that they are disciplined if they organize in an appropriate way.
I wonder if in the rolling out the Students' Bill of Rights, in the posters and the things, there may be some things so young people understand what are the boundaries.
That's an excellent point, and we'll be very mindful of that. This whole idea of a marketing campaign and rollout that will be conducted in collaboration with students, we're taking that seriously, and we want conversations about these kinds of issues, substantive conversations, to take place in classrooms and all the other places where students gather, but they do so in a safe way.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Yeah, just a very quick comment. I just wanted to applaud the inclusion of students in this process. I think that's very important and instructive, particularly in crafting policies that directly impact them, that they have a role and voice. I know there's a big emphasis on living civics and what that looks like. I share some of Luciana's concerns about the lines between them, but I also think that for students, both in the room and elsewhere, that this Student Bill of Rights should be also a document to hold us accountable, to hold the adults in the buildings and also us as a board accountable to making sure that we are, upholding what their Bill of Rights.
That is exactly right. And that's actually why the handbook has to change in its title, because it's not just about
Do this, do that.
the standards, and the things that we expect of students. It's now about what they expect of us. I mean, if those two things go together, that's going to happen in a physical, tangible, material way in terms of this handbook that gets a new title, and it's something that is important consideration. I would have to say this past year, working with those students has been the funnest part of the year. I've been excited about it. They're very excited about it. They have been waiting for this day for us to talk about this in this kind of setting, to tell you about what it is they think is important in protecting their rights.
So just related to that, maybe as it rolls out, I would love for us as a board to hear from some of them, the students directly as well.
Absolutely. That's good. They were part
They
of the
were at the
webinar,
last
actually,
meeting.
that
Oh,
was,
okay.
that we presented to the
Thank you.
principals, which we did record.
Wow, very good.
So,
One last comment or question?
yes. So first of all, thank you for adding the vaporizer. I know it's a big issue that's growing, so thank you for adding that. I do have a question, because I don't have all of it here. I'm glad that I get the intent of the shift of possession of drugs and controlled substance for any substance purpose of intoxication, okay? What I can't read into this, because I don't have the access, because it's a very fine line, right, between for use intoxication and distribution, and also for encouraging others. How are we addressing that? Where is that addressed?
Distribution is actually considered one of the highest levels of misconduct. It's what's considered a 6, which is also an illegal and seriously disruptive behavior. We have not changed that.
Okay.
That remains at the highest level of unacceptable behavior. And so that's remaining, because we want to communicate that is much more serious. You're creating harm for others as well. But we also want to make sure that we're also communicating that we are to be supportive to students and helping them through their substance use. So we did create a difference between distribution and encouraging others and actually needing help for a substance use issue.
So that was a perfect segue to the next question, right? How are you going to deal with the response that you're going to get from distributors that are saying is for use?
It's for their use?
Yes.
Well, there are, that could be a possibility, and they, as much as other students, are eligible and should be supported to seek treatment if that is part of their need. There are also guidelines for our deans and our safety and security by which they make that determination about whether there was an intent to distribute. So there needs to be a visual activity, there needs to be an exchange. So it's a very clear definition. And so we're very careful about when we say that there was an intent to distribute or the actual act of distribution.
Okay.
The last question regarding really the recent action that the governor took to sign the law that allows for recreational marijuana use. You have considered that. You anticipated that, I'm assuming, in crafting the language?
So it's something we anticipated could happen. We've already consulted with our law department about what could be our next steps if there is something different that we need to do as a result of that, but also considering the environment of a school and the age of our students and how that might have an impact. So we are going to be exploring that further.
Soon?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the next items, I've asked Madam Secretary to read the title, board report number, and a very short description of each item. Board members, please continue to ask questions if you have them, but we'll be moving a lot faster through these next items. Let's begin with the capital items on the agenda. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to note that Arnie Rivera, our Chief Operating Officer, will address board member questions on the following capital items. The first item, Mr. President, is entitled Authorize Agreement with Little Angels Family Daycare 2, Inc., to provide funding for construction of early learning childhood facility to provide universal preschool. That is OP3 on the agenda. And a quick summary on that. This agreement will grant $2,400,000 to Little Angels Family Daycare 2 to build new spaces to help support communities that have a high need for pre-K services. These funds were approved in the FY 2019 capital budget and will add approximately 104 seats to the Inglewood community. proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. The next item is entitled Amend Board Report 180926 RS5. Resolution requests the Public Building Commission of Chicago to undertake the FY 2019 program expansions and new annexes. That is RS5 on the agenda. And the brief summary on that is that this amendment increases the spending authority by $16,150,000 to undertake the FY 2019 expansions and new annexes to authorize the full spend as identified in the FY 2019 capital plan. The next item, Mr. President, is the amend Board Report 190123 RS2, amend Board Report 180926 RS6. Resolution requests the Public Building Commission of Chicago to undertake Belmont Cragen Replacement School and Hancock Replacement School, which is RS7 on the agenda. And this amendment increases the spending authority by $4.4 million to undertake the Belmont Cragen Replacement School to authorize full spend as identified in the FY 2019 capital plan. And the fourth capital item, Mr. President, is the amend Board Report 180926 RS7. Resolution requests the Public Building Commission of Chicago to undertake various FY 2019 renovation projects, and that is RS6 on the agenda. And a brief summary on that is that this amendment increases the spending authority by $13,459,000 to undertake various FY 2019 renovation projects to authorize the full spend as identified in the FY 2019 capital plan.
And that's it for
the capital items? Yes, sir.
Are there any questions for Arnie on the capital? Yes.
I was wondering which of these fall in the category of maintenance and which would fall in a different category?
So there are 10 projects that are listed under deferred maintenance. It's the third item that Secretary Beltran noted. These are, the scopes on these projects vary from new mechanical systems, major structural repairs, roof replacements. For instance, Corliss is on that list, and they're receiving a new roof, as well as new rooftop units. So on that third piece, those are all deferred maintenance. The second item that she referenced relative to the 8 annexes, these are a combination of alleviating overcrowding as well as programmatic expansions. 3 of the projects listed are for the annexes associated with Poe, Decatur, and McDade. Currently, those are 3 schools that are capped at K to 6. These 3 annexes will allow them to continue on to 8th grade. And then that middle item is for 2 new schools, the new Hancock School and the Belmont Cragen School. The resolution going to the board for approval is to grant the remaining authority. I think what's important to note is when we transfer projects to the PBC, we only transfer 90% of what this board has approved. It allows us to manage within the budget. That particular item, Belmont Cragen, we are asking for the full board authority that this board has approved to be transferred over to the PBC.
And what would you say is the total amount of deferred maintenance that exists across CPS?
It's around $3.4 billion of total need, with about $1.8 billion in critical, the most high need projects that need to be addressed as soon as possible.
Arnie, are these projects in line with the priorities and approved spending limits of our capital plan?
Yes. So what we are asking for here is the board has approved the authority for each of these projects, but they've only approved 90% going to the board, going to PBC. What we're asking for consideration here is that their remaining 10% get transferred to the PBC, so that not only has this board approved 100% of that authority, but then the 100% of authority that this board has approved gets transferred over to PBC.
Are there any community concerns regarding any of these projects?
Not the additional authority going to them. There is one item, I know the McCutcheon one, we'll get to, so yes.
All right.
Mr. President?
Thank you. Yes, Dwayne.
Yeah, these projects have been put out to bid and already been bidded on, and
Yes, and now we're in a very saturated market. Typically, what we do is we do 90% of the projects going to PBC, so that if any of these projects come in under budget, it allows us to redistribute that funding for additional projects. Because of the market out there, none of these projects that have been put out to bid are coming in under budget. Hence, the full 100% authority is needed by the PBC.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we will continue with some additional items. The next item is to authorize the second and final renewal agreements. And before I proceed, Mr. President, I would like to note that our Vice President will excuse himself during this discussion because later on in the vote, we will note an abstention for him. So he will excuse himself at this time. Thank you. So as I was noting, the next item, Mr. President, is authorize the second and final renewal agreements for pre-qualification status of various vendors to provide educational technology products. This is PR3 on the agenda. And in summary, this authorizes a one-year renewal agreement for educational technology master agreements for $2 million for a pool of pre-qualified vendors. There's 51 vendors on the board report for continued use of online supplemental programs that support instruction by providing enrichment and/or interventions when needed. I'll continue, Mr. President, with the next item. Authorize the second and final renewal agreements with various vendors for supplemental school-based therapy services. This was PR1 on the agenda. And this renewal authorizes agreements with 3 vendors for a $3.4 million spend to provide related services of speech, language pathology, occupational therapy, and physical therapy across the CPS district. The next item, Mr. President, is the resolution authorizing payments for special education services to various state-approved non-public facilities for students with disabilities placed by Chicago Public Schools. This is RS8 on the agenda, and a brief summary on that is authorized payment of up to $110 million to state-approved facilities for costs associated with the provision of special education and related services, including transportation for students with disabilities placed by CPS in accordance with the student's IEP. The next item, Mr. President, is to authorize new agreements with vendors for the purchase of educational supplies. That's PR2 on our agenda. And a brief summary is authorize the agreements to spend up to $18 million to purchase various educational supplies for the district, including the launch of an additional 130 universal pre-K classrooms and 146 full-day expansion classroom for the school year 2019-2020, and there are 2 vendors on that report. The next item is to authorize new agreements with various vendors to provide safe sites and services. This is PR7 on the agenda, and a brief summary is to authorize new agreements for up to $1.9 million for safe haven sites for after-school, spring break, and summer programming. This covers up to 37 safe haven sites, academic curriculum, and social program services for CPS students across the CPS district. The next item, Mr. President, is to amend.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question about?
Yes.
Yes. Within that funds, does that overlap at all with the free meals programs over the summer, or are they separate? I don't know who I'm asking.
Is there a staff person who can respond to that question, please?
It's about Safe Site,
Yes,
Safe
he's
Haven.
going to respond.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Frank Bilecki.
Hi.
There are meals provided, usually an afternoon snack. The summer program, as well as the spring break program, runs 4 hours, so they get a full meal.
okay, thank you.
I'll continue, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is to amend Board Report 0.
Mr. President, before we continue, we just need to bring Mr. Revelry back. We went by the item that he was recusing himself.
But we
He
have-
has further questions.
But we have questions,
Okay.
discussions, and let me do that right now.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's on item number.
That is
5.
on PR3, yes, sir.
Well,
The ed
it's
tech.
the educational technology vendors.
Mhm.
Who will respond to my question?
I should be able, I will respond to
Okay.
ed tech.
All right. The question is, in March 2018, the IG raised questions or raised concerns regarding conflicts of interest with previous educational technology companies and an individual who is the subject of a voluntary permanent exclusion recommendation on which this board will vote today. Are we comfortable these issues have been resolved and confident that there are no conflicts of interest with the educational technology companies in this vendor pool?
I'll have Joe weigh in on this as well, but none of the vendors in this particular pool are the subject of any pending or contemplated debarment proceedings. We suspended Think Through Math's successor, Imagine Math, until an evaluation is completed about whether to do business with them. The CEO decided not to do business with Imagine Math, but has allowed schools to use Imagine Learning. That would be the only one that would be in consideration.
My staff has reviewed this board report against the IG's recommendation. All of the recommendations made by the Inspector General have been implemented. There's one that is on the board's agenda today to be implemented, and that will conclude.
And that
all
will
of the actions
conclude.
against vendors.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, may we bring Vice
Yes.
President Revelori back?
Do you have any other items?
I do. I can read them.
Please.
Our next item, Mr. President, then, is to amend Board Report 08-1217 PO1, debarment policy, that is PO1 on the agenda. In brief summary, this amendment will adopt the recommendation of the Inspector General to automatically block any person or entity that is banned from getting business by another sister agency from doing business with CPS. The next item, Mr. President, is to authorize placement of the board's FY 2020 excess liability and property insurance programs with various insurance companies through Mesero Insurance Services, Inc. This is FN1 on the agenda, and in brief summary, this authorizes placement of insurance services for not more than $9.5 million, covering 16 different policies, including excess casualty liability, property, mechanical, special events, fiduciary liability, cyber liability, excess bus vendor, catastrophic student accident, and student foreign travel insurance. And those are the items that we noted, Mr. President.
Any questions regarding any of the items described? One quick question on the property liability. We've seen a dramatic increase in costs. Can you explain why?
Sure. My name is Walter Stock. I help manage the risk and insurance business for the district. And what we're seeing in the property insurance, it's the property insurance basically, which is driving the major cost increase. So a lot of the other lines that were described, we've only seen moderate increases similar to past years. But with the property, it's not really anything directly to CPS. We haven't had any recent losses where we've had a claim on our insurance. It's really more of a national level. So across the United States, we've had the fourth costliest year in insurance. So this has led to major insurance companies reorganizing their book of business. Unfortunately, our major carrier of property insurance is reorganizing their book of business. So we've had to go out and seek other insurers, and that now we're kind of facing what the market is bearing for property insurance.
All right.
But I can also add, I think I have some positive news on this. We had an amount not to exceed of $9.5 million so that we had flexibility to purchase insurance in the same capacity. And we've just recently gone through this, and we think that we're going to be closer to $7.4 million. So we won't need the full capacity.
Very good. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, comments? If not, I'd like to proceed to make a quick announcement here. Please use the CPS website, cpsboe.org, if you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We as a board value the opportunity to have meaningful discussions with you outside of the board meetings, and we're anxious to get started with those individual meetings and group meetings. Madam Secretary, please share the details of the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting will be held on Wednesday, July 24th, 2019, at the CPS Loop Office. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. Monday, July 22nd, 2019, and will close on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019, at 5 p.m., or until all the slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance, and our phone number is 773-553-1600.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll now proceed to the public participation session. I see a couple of aldermen in the audience. I ask that the first alderman who arrived be the first to speak. So please come up.
Thank you. Mr. President, if I may, excuse me, just
Yes.
read some instructions on public participation before we proceed. Thank you. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. When you hear your name, please immediately proceed to the staging area to the left of the podium and check in with our board office staff member, Eric. You will be lined up in the right order. When it is your turn to speak, proceed to the podium and state your name. After you state your name, I will then start the 2-minute clock, which is visible to all in the audience, and I would also like to note that there is a timer on top of the podium for the speakers to see. When there are 30 seconds remaining, the color will turn yellow, and when the 2 minutes are up, the light will turn red. Please immediately take your seat when your time is up to allow for the next speaker to begin. Also, for anyone who plans to stand in support of a speaker, please be aware that the only walkway in the boardroom is behind the podium. Therefore, if you would kindly make a single file line and stand as near as the railing as possible, this will still allow people to pass through the area safely. Thank you, Mr. President. Now we can proceed with our elected officials.
Alderman Moore.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak before you all. First of all, I want to say congratulations on your appointments. Honestly, I've had some reservations about some of the appointments, but I support the mayor, and I believe in her. And so, as always, I'll just do a wait and see as we move forward. As I go forward, I want my intern, Lonnie Chambers, to stand up. And the reason why I got Lonnie to stand up as he's interning with me, and from Auburn Gresham, he was from the foundation, he attended Oglesby Elementary School and then graduated from Vanderpool and Beverly. You can have a seat, Lonnie. And then he went on to college after graduating from high school, and he's in college now at University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, majoring in poli-sci. The reason why I had him to stand and pointed that out because what's critical is foundation and stability. Foundation and stability. No matter what you hear today, just remember that foundation and stability. As I say, I may not know many of you all, and I also at one time did not know CEO Janice Jackson or Ms. McDade. But as I've gotten to know them and as the community have gotten to know them, they have been truly great assets to our community. I say that because relationships in a community are critical. Someone said that it's good that we have some expertise up here. And it is good that we have some expertise up here. But also let me remind you as we have expertise, and let's not get so caught up in that, but remind you that people always don't care how much you know. They want to know how much you care. And so we don't want a lot of bureaucracy to happen here. We have some great foundation here. Now, what I was concerned with, from me personally, is what I'm feeling about lack of representation for the South Side of Chicago on this board. And that becomes very important to me. And when I say the South Side, I'm not talking about a body that's living on the South Side. I know of Mr. Truss, very well respected, but guess what? He knows the West Side. Through and through. And so unless somebody has that knowledge and those intricacies of the South Side of Chicago, I'm concerned about the South Side being left out. I'm concerned about how many of people have gone, and as we talk about changing things, how many have gone to talk to the principals and the teachers already. You have to have a foundation and stability. And our teachers and our principals need that. They're saying that more and more, and they're doing much better from the time I started in 2015. When I talked to those teachers, they said they wanted more autonomy. They wanted to be more inclusive. About a month ago, after I was reelected, I talked to them again. You know what they said? They said, we feel much a part of this. CEO Jackson has really included us. That's who I go to first. And if I'm not hearing positive things from my principals and my teachers, trust me, she'll tell you, her and I have gone at it. But she stayed the course. She is proven, and I want to make sure that she's totally supported by this board because she's listening to the residents, and that was proven as we did the transition, challenging transition with Englewood School. She listened to the community, she listened to the residents, and we were successful in making that happen. And so I want to say I just look forward to working with you all, and the only thing I ask that you consider, as you just called out that date, that you all consider changing the date of your meetings, because you always have meetings on City Council Day, and it's a challenge to the community for them to be at City Council and to be down here. It's a challenge for electeds, if I'm hearing something, for me to be in City Council and then for me to be here. So I ask that you take that into consideration. And so with that, again, congratulations. I look forward to us having a successful partnership here, and I look forward to having someone make sure they're focused on the South Side. If it's not, I'm telling you, I will be back here continuously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll continue with additional elected officials. We also have in the audience Alderman James Kappelman from the 46th Ward, as well as the Alderman from the 48th Ward, Harry Osterman, please.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you all. Also want to thank you for your patience. You've been in this room for well over 3 hours, and you have some more time left, so that's very much appreciated as well. I'm the alderman in the 46th Ward. Much of my community is the Uptown. It's a very unusual community, and it's so diverse, over 92 different languages spoken in the area. It's also very diverse economically. But I'm here to talk about a school named McCutcheon Elementary Grade School. This is a school that's unusual as well because it's one of the few schools in the city that has no gym. It's also a school that's not ADA compliant. There are teachers and staff that carry students upstairs because it's not ADA compliant. And right now they go to a gym next door. They lease that gym, but that gym is also not ADA compliant. So if there's inclement weather, the kids skip out. They'll have gym in their classroom. And the kids in wheelchairs, they're just out of luck. If it's raining, again, it's just they're out of luck again. With the new construction of this gym, it would put an elevator in for the students so they would have access, but it would also make the school ADA compliant. So it's a win-win for everyone. I also, it would be remiss for me not to also say that this school is unusual in that they have a very high population of students who are experiencing homelessness. Around 25% of their students live in a shelter close by. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kappelman. Alderman Osterman, please.
Good afternoon. Senator, great to see you and the members of the board. And I want to thank you first for your service and taking on the challenge you have. Ms. Jackson has done a phenomenal job in our community. I know the service that you guys are going to provide and bring the leadership. I'm also here in solidarity today with Alderman Kappelman about McCutcheon School and their ability to build gym. And it's more than just a gym for this school. This school has disadvantaged children from every background, African American, Hispanic, Asian, white. A third, as James said, are homeless. And the best part of their day is the love, the sport, the commitment they get at school. Having them have a gym where they can exercise their body, their mind, is something that's important in their life. It's beyond a gym for our community, though, because we look at this as a community center where the weekends can open up and these families can be there, the kids can be there, after school, on the weekends. It will help the greater Uptown community. There are some folks of privilege who are fighting this, and I would just simply ask your resolve to make sure that we're looking out for the interests of the children and help them get the next step up in life. I would ask a moment of my time to give to Jacoby Warren, who is a mom and on the LSC, to talk about her children and about the school, which is more important than me, but thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, we normally don't let individuals see time when the aldermen come to the board meetings. She's not a registered speaker.
Thank you. I'll make a quick exception here, but
I appreciate that.
Very, very brief.
Hi, good afternoon. I've been in McCutcheon as a parent for 18 years, and I do see the changes that the gym will make. The kids are not being able to access the Boys and Girls Club as they should, and they don't even be able to have like a graduation that everybody else having a gym, so they have to rent out the Boys and Girls Club. So I just want to say that it's a very needed thing for McCutcheon to have a gym built.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alderman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And our next speaker then will be Jesse Sharkey, please, President of the CTU, and he will be followed by the President of the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association, Troy LaRiviere.
Thank you. At the end of my remarks, which I'll try to keep brief, I do have some printed copies. So, but I'm a good enough teacher not to give your handouts first, because that'll distract you. I want to say welcome to the new members of the board. I'm excited by the possibility of this new board. I know that many of you have a much closer connection to the educational justice movement in Chicago than you do to the legacy of corporate education reform, which frankly has dominated public schools in this city for at least the last 20 years. You're coming into a position facing a 20-year backlog of misguided education policies. Many of these policies were voted on, were not subject to public discussion, were voted on behind closed doors, and had real harmful effects on our schools, our students, and the people who worked in our schools. I'm talking about doing things like the CPS embarking on our charter school opening binge at the same time they were closing a dozen public schools a year, or doing things like using racially loaded metrics to label schools as failures, using carceral terms like probation to basically label and undermine the success of whole numbers of public schools across the South and West sides. So this is not about putting old wine in a new bottle. It's not about adding small programs to address things like equity, but about understanding that some of our most basic fundamental school mechanisms, metrics like how is a school rated and how is it being measured, mechanisms like how is a school being funded, are very tied up in what's a real problematic history. And I hope that you as the new board get into the work of trying to change that. I hope that you examine student-based budgeting. It's driving racial inequality, or at least part of that. I hope you take a look at the school rating system, the SQRP. I thought the discussion that we got to hear was much needed. This needs a fundamental change. It labels schools as failures when really all that is doing is reflecting the socioeconomic status of the students and the neighborhoods in which the school happens to be located, and it's an unfair way to rate schools. I hope you take a look at CTU's demands around full staffing. We need CPS to go on the record in contract negotiations. The collective bargaining agreement between CPS and CTU expires in 4 days. And so we feel some urgency about that. I hope you take a look at class size, about outsourcing, and about sustainable community schools. For the sake of brevity, I won't go into each of those things in depth. They're all in this report, which I do hope you take a look at. And finally, I'd like to sort of offer an invitation. CTU regularly does briefings on educational issues. We offer those to aldermen quite frequently, but I'd like to offer those to the new members of the board. If you guys, I'd love to talk personally, but if there's people who want to come by for some of these more in-depth dives into school policy from the point of view of the teachers and the organization representing teachers and PSRPs and clinicians in the city of Chicago, we'd love to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, Troy Revere, please, from the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association. And after Troy, we will call up Alderman from the 25th Ward, Byron Cincho Lopez, please.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. It's a pleasure to be in front of you all. My name is Troy LaRaviere. Very happy to be the newly re-elected president of the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association. Our association consists of principals and assistant principals who lead the schools that you govern. We come here to submit a letter and an 8-page document to this board. Was it given to you all? Oh, I see, it's been given now. The document highlights major issues and concerns, and it points to the opportunities for the board to partner with us to address those concerns. Today, I'm going to highlight 3 of the major issues in that document, as well as touch on another issue that's up for a vote today. My comments will be a little longer than usual, but I hope that the concerns of the men and women who lead your schools are worth a few extra minutes. Issue number 1, principal and assistant principal input in district policymaking. Please consider this question. When this board creates a policy, who will you then entrust the responsibility of implementing that policy in each of the more than 500 public schools in the district? You'll give these policies to principals and assistant principals to implement. We are the connection between the district and the schools that it governs. No other people in the district see the impact of government policy making up close on a whole school community. That insight has enabled us to make critical discoveries on the impact of federal, state, and district policies. It was CPA research that uncovered the fact that CPS is the most understaffed school district in Illinois. CPA research exposed systematic racial bias in how CPS handles special education funding appeals. It was research conducted by CPAA members that led to the initial 2014 public exposure of the substandard performance of Aramark and Sodexo in managing school cleanliness. CPAA research uncovered the fact that some charter school chains were expelling students at more than 100 times the CPS average expulsion rate. And we also discovered that when you compare schools whose freshman classes have similar attainment levels, public school students from those classes go on to have higher college persistence rates than their charter school counterparts. Despite our development of this research program that produced these desperately needed insights, the last administration at CPS often rejected our input. In 2016, I reached out to the CEO and Chief Education Officer to give them the opportunity to be the first line of communication for our concerns and ideas. Both of them told me in writing that they prefer to work with principals that they handpicked rather than work with principals who were elected by their peers to represent them. You have the documentation of their response in your booklet. Those hand-picked principals then told us that they had no meaningful input in district policies, that they were allowed to comment on specific agenda items that the district brought to the table, but there was little to no discussion of the obstacles the district was putting in the way of our efforts to realize the potential of our students. They told me that, one principal told me that they take input from principals like they took input from those parents and community members when they shut down their schools. They'll come out, they'll listen to you, and then they do what they wanted to do in the first place. And if there's some small way that they can take a little bit of what you said and put it in, if it doesn't go against what they're trying to do, they might do it. But in general, that's how the people who lead your schools, who are on this principal advisory committee, said they felt about that committee. In essence, the last administration didn't want to welcome us to their table, but we still had the job to do for our students, so we created tables of our own and compelled that administration to take a seat. We work with parents, teachers, and advocates to bring ISBE in to investigate and monitor the district's special education practices. And the district had to submit to ISBE and take a seat at the table. We filed legislation in Springfield to ensure adequate staffing of special education programs, and the district had to come to the General Assembly and take a seat at that table. We filed lawsuits to stop the arbitrary removal of principals, and the district had to come to federal court and take a seat at the table. This was not how we preferred to advocate for our schools, but the district left us no choice. I believe that we now have a board that is committed to serious ongoing evaluation of the impact of its policies and practices. With that in mind, the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association would like to make it known that we want to partner with the Board of Education in the form of 1, regular opportunities to confer and problem solve. 2, the restoration of our presence at district-wide principal events. And 3, the development and the execution of a research program and partnership with the board that uncovers the truths that we need to know in order to improve our district's policies, practices, and outcomes. It seems a little insane that I'm here representing principals asking that my #1 priority be that we just talk. But that's what you've inherited, a board that did not talk to the organization that represents the principals that leads its districts, the schools in its districts. Priority number 2, take affirmative steps towards sufficient school staffing. That's on page 3 of the piece you have. Chicago Public Schools is the most understaffed school district in the state of Illinois. We currently rank number 861 out of 861 school districts in the ratio of students to certified staff. The 20 most sufficiently staffed schools in Illinois have 100 staff members for every 500 students they serve. The average Illinois school district, 500 students, 50 staff. Would you care to guess how many staff members 500 students in CPS get? 29. That's 21 fewer students, 21 fewer staff members than the average Illinois school. 71 fewer than the top, 21 fewer than the average. That's 21 fewer staff to serve the same number of students. That means Chicago students are denied the services and safety those 21 staff members are supposed to provide. It also means that Chicago's principals and assistant principals are taking on the workload of several of those missing staff members. We hope you agree that this is unacceptable, that you start to address this, and that you start to address this by adding the following 5 board-funded foundation positions to every school during the upcoming school year. Number 1, a district-funded assistant principal position for every school regardless of size, and an additional AP for every 300 students enrolled.
Troy, I have the report here. Could you summarize the last part of this presentation? We've gone 5.5 minutes overtime, and we've got 60 people waiting to give their public comment. And your points are they're excellent. I want to hear more from you. I think every board member wants to hear more from you, but we'll give you more opportunities.
I'll do my best, but I'm representing about 1,000 people.
Yes,
running your school. So we'll move on. We want the district-funded.
Just summarize, please.
Case manager position, dean of students, and a district-funded principal option position. Next, repeal the policy of rescinding pension contributions and institute fair compensation. This board, when an assistant principal becomes a principal, they take away 2% of their pension contribution. How does that make sense for someone who is getting promoted to have to suffer a loss? It is a disincentive for our members to want to become principals if they know they're going to suffer this loss. In addition to that, if you take a look at a teacher who works after school for 2 hours each day gets about a $15,000 per year salary increase. That's 23%. An assistant principal who becomes a principal in CPS gets an 11% salary increase when you are taking into account that pension contribution loss. Teacher takes on an after-school responsibility, 23% raise. Assistant principal takes on the responsibility of leading an entire school with thousands of people, 11%. So that's a summary of that. The last piece I'd like to talk about are our other priorities. In addition to those, we have SQRP. I cannot say enough about our members and their position on SQRP. It was the second highest ranked issue by our members, above their own compensation, in terms of the impact or the negative impact it had on their schools. I would also like to make my final request of the day, or excuse me, in addition to SQRP, their superfluous compliance demands, their delays in approving special education positions, creating a pool of substitute teachers large enough to meet daily demands, creating meaningful time for teacher professional development, ending the enrollment and expulsion abuses of charter schools, overhauling the cleanliness and upkeep of our schools, and serious reevaluation of the accountability systems and personnel in place to manage and make demands of our principals and assistant principals. And in regard to this one, I have to say, to this last point, my final request. I respectfully ask the board to put on hold any votes for warning resolutions or any other major disciplinary actions against school administrators until it evaluates the legitimacy of several disciplinary actions taken against principals in recent years. The Law Department, the Office of Principal Quality, the CPS Inspector General, and the networks have brought deeply flawed and questionable cases against principals. The system is implemented in a way that lacks fairness and transparency. It is severely punitive. It ignores the right to due process, and it negatively impacts the stability of entire school communities. Principals are under a tremendous amount of pressure to meet underfunded and understaffed mandates that some of the people supervising them have never met themselves. Furthermore, when principals are arbitrarily removed without systematic due process to ensure fairness in decision-making, network chiefs and other officials have unchecked authority and power to simply remove effective principals in order to appoint interim principals based on relationships and favor, and more than one official has shown clear patterns of their willingness to do exactly that. So again, I ask that you delay any votes for warning resolutions that might be on your desk today. In closing, this board did not create the flawed and deeply unfair disciplinary system or a compensation system that creates a disincentive for people to take on school leadership roles. But you have the opportunity to right the wrongs of the administration that preceded you. This board did not preside over the pillaging of our staff to the point that we're the most understaffed school district in Illinois. But you do get to decide to begin the process of replenishing our staff and the student services that accompany them. This board did not shun input from democratically elected representatives of principals and assistant principals, but you do get to decide whether the district will right its course by regularly and systematically listening to the most strategically placed source of feedback available to you, the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association. It's my hope that we can work with you all to create a district where principals want to stay in this district because they see their leadership engaged in a systematic effort to remove the obstacles that are in the way of the goals that we all have, to realize our own professional potential and to realize the potential of the students and the families we serve.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker, please, Alderman from the 25th Ward, Byron Cinto Lopez, please. Alderman?
He's in the room. Alderman?
Just give a few minutes. I'd like you to introduce you to some of our constituents. Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon, and congratulations to the new board members. And we do hope that this is a new day in the city. We all have a lot of hope, a lot of expectations that this Board of Education represents change in a city has forgotten about the most vulnerable, that has marginalized community like ours. So I wanted for you to take a minute to hear about the challenges, but also the great things happening in our communities. Obviously, we see the many groups today coming from the Chicago Teachers Union, the Principal Association, SEIU, 73 members, many of them who have been delayed oftentimes on contracts, have not been given the proper adequate resources to work in our schools. We hope that there's a serious commitment to negotiate in good faith with those who make up our communities, or teachers, or custodians, or social workers, or nurses, but more important than anything else, our parents and students, that today not only live in fear in communities like Pilsen, like Chinatown, in an administration coming from the highest places of government, from the presidency, threatened with raids, threatening our communities on a daily basis. And that is the kind of reality that we live on a daily basis, and that's the challenge ahead. If we really truly talk about serving our immigrant communities, or black communities, or Chinese communities, or communities who have been marginalized, there's got to be a serious effort to negotiate in good contract, in good faith, with our teachers, with our custodians, with people who make up our schools, to have the schools that our children deserve. That's the challenge ahead, and we hope that you take that task seriously. Obviously, there's many challenges. We have a legacy that we have to overcome, and in the long run, we hope to have, and I'm very happy to hear from many of the the new members about working towards an elected representative school board. And I'm very happy, and thank you for doing that. Thank you for making that commitment in your position. We have many challenges ahead. I mean, it's really, really hard to be here with you today and not talk about the challenges. And I will get to some of the great things that we're doing. But we have 15,000 children right now that are homeless, mainly in the black community. We haven't addressed not only the issue of housing, but our schools are defunded. Today, we cannot say in the city of Chicago that our children have the same education in the different parts of the city. But unfortunately, it matters where's the zip code. And we need to change that. We need a serious commitment to make sure that repurpose of the closed schools is real and it serves our community. Serves for mental health services, for social services that are badly needed in our communities, in the poorest parts of the city. An urban planner recently made a comment that Chicago is 1/3 San Francisco, 2/3 Detroit. That's the reality that we have. And that's the challenge ahead, and we got to work together. So just would like to make sure that we have a few minutes just for one of the parents to tell about one of the things that we're doing.
We're going to go into the public participation segment immediately following you, and that's when we'll hear from parents.
It will take one minute. I think there's been precedent or someone else doing the same thing.
I made an exception earlier, and now I'm being asked to make a second exception. It's not fair to those who signed up, who are waiting. Have been waiting for 3.5 hours to testify.
We'll be happy to share on behalf of the parents.
Please, and please summarize.
Yes, I'm getting there.
Thank you. And I appreciate, because I know you were here at 10:30.
I was here, I've been here the whole time
I know
too.
that.
So,
yes.
and I'm respectful of everybody else's time.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that you know about the great opportunities that we have also in our community. So we're here to make sure that you consider a proposal to have a dual language program in Whittier Elementary. We, as you know, on the housing conditions in our communities that continue to displace many families. Obviously, we have issues of enrollment, so we hope that the board considers seriously. That's a project that has been going on for a long time in the community. We're trying to be creative, trying to come out with proposals so that the board considers ways that we can make sure that our families stay in our communities. Investing in our schools is the best way to keep our families in neighborhoods. Good schools are also a great way to make sure that our school or parents stay. There's a reason to stay. So I hope that you take that into consideration soon. We also have a proposal in the Chinatown community for a new high school. I know the mayor is committed also to make sure that is a reality. So we want to make sure that you see that our communities are creative. They're here today, and they've been waiting all day to talk to you, to make sure that you see that our community has been working to make sure schools are specializing, that we get the best out of the little resources that we're given. But in the long run, we make sure that our schools are fully funded. And for that, we need to make sure that our teachers are also and our students are treated well. So thank you again, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you. And Alderman, I'm sure you've been informed by some of the parents that we had a meeting this week to talk about Whittier.
Yes.
So we're following up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we want to make sure that you know about the urgency and that we're here. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again and congratulations.
And thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the next speaker will be Science Mellis. She's listed as speaker number 29 on the list. She's from SEIU Local 73. Science Mellis. Ms. Mellis, if you can proceed, they'll walk right behind you in a minute.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, I'm Science Mellis. I'm an Executive Vice President of SEIU Local 73. First, I want to congratulate you guys on your appointment to this board. I think your task is pretty big, and I think you guys are up to the challenge. Today, I speak on behalf of 7,000 workers that we represent at CPS. These are workers that offer vital services to our students. So SICAs, who work with special needs students at all times. We have bus aides and parent workers who make sure our kids get from one end to the other end of the city. We have the security officers who keep our schools safe so our kids can come back home. We have custodians that keep our schools clean. These are the people that are often left in the back scene. They're not even recognized, they're not even seen. And so that's a problem for us. And so they're here to tell you, the new board, you know, we're no longer going to be invisible. We are here. You guys have to understand that. And we demand respect and dignity. So today we are demanding that CPS, you know, negotiate in good faith. I think you heard a couple of times different people saying that. We've been in negotiation for 1 year. And in that 1 year, the board has refused to come up with any meaningful responses to any of the issues that we've raised around staffing. Our board custodians, you know, they need staffing, and the responses we get are, well, you know, you have 800 of them, deal with it. Our schools are not clean. Our kids have to go to those schools. That's a problem for us. So what we're saying is do the right thing, negotiate in good faith, show up. Our members show up to work every single day. They show up no matter what happens, and they protect these kids. So why wouldn't the board do the same to its own employees? There has to be something. There's something fundamentally wrong if we're not listening to the workers, especially the low-wage workers. That something is wrong. You know, our custodians make an average of $13 an hour. $13. I don't know about you, but I don't know what I could do with $13 with the kid. And most of them are working double jobs. They're working Uber, they're working at the Park District, they're working everywhere just to make ends meet. And we're saying, come to the table and negotiate in good faith and actually hear our problems so that we can be productive and that we can be present for our kids. If you're working 2 to 3 jobs, even as a parent, how could you possibly show up for your own kid? When report card happens, there's a choice they have to make. It's either go to the report card or go and work a second job just to make ends meet. And then we say, well, there's no parent involvement. That's the problem. It's a huge problem. And what we're saying to you guys is, come to the table, hear our story, listen to what we're trying to tell you guys, because at the end of the day, every worker deserves dignity and respect.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I thank all of you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as they exit the boardroom, we are now ready to begin with the speakers list.
Please do.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. So we will proceed with the speakers list, and our first speakers will be speaker number 1, please, Jinanan Shi, followed by speaker number 7, Joy Clendenning. Thank you. Please state your name.
Afternoon, y'all. My name is John Ann Shi. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm the new ED of Raise Your Hand. I want to first take a moment to honor Joy Clendenning as the outgoing ED and thank her along with Wendy Catton and Cassie Cresswell for the almost decade-long work fighting for public education. I'm a former CPS high school bio and neuro teacher on the Southwest Side. I was last here 2 years ago during the first public comments around the closure of NTA. I called this whole process a sham. It felt transactional and it invisibilized NTA parents. During these board and community meetings, I could almost see the beginning of an erasure of a community and its history. This, however, is a different board. You all were intentionally selected. You are historians, organizers, defenders of public education at almost every level. Our request for the board is to interrogate your collective values and to make them transparent. Charlene Carruthers of BYP 100 states that if we are not intentional with our values, they will be shaped by our current society, systems, and institutions. And at worst, we will internalize oppression and live in ways that do not serve our collective liberation. We ask that y'all build these collective values for the future that you want to imagine for CPS and be transparent about how these values influence your decision making. These values should be first applied towards board meeting procedures. Whose values does it serve to have it in this place, in this location, and this time? To not have a speaker's waiting list, to bar folks from being in this place. When we're all on the same page, we can start the honest conversation about what is the power of schools and its interdependent relationship with the community. Only then can we establish an equitable system to heal and to make reparations for what is needed from years of disinvestment. I'm hopeful and excited to work with y'all. This board will be considered the stewards that set the path and expectations for the future elected representative school boards.
Mr. Shi?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Joy Clendenning. She will be followed by speaker number 2, please, Lenora Dennis, followed by speaker number 3, Leslie Westerberg. Ms. Clendenning?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joy Clendenning. I'm the outgoing executive director of Raise Your Hand, and as of June 10th, I'm the parent of 4 Chicago Public Schools graduates. Thanks so much to the teachers, the admin, and the staff on the ground at schools who work so hard to serve 360,000 students across Chicago. Our teachers, they do deserve that fair contract. Today's a new beginning. We're excited to introduce you all to Raise Your Hand's new executive director, John Ann. We're looking forward to working with you and to holding you accountable until we get that elected board. We really hope this is the end of a portfolio choice business model district with its focus on competition, efficiency, and privatization. Instead, we, along with many other organizations, are calling for a sustainable community schools district. This would be a big change, and to get there, we probably need a truth and reconciliation process and restorative investments for harm done. For specifics on a path forward, we refer you to our memo to the mayor, which we're passing out to you. That's based on 10 years of work with Chicago Public Schools parents and the amazing community organizations in this city, many of whom you'll hear from today. One example of that CPS portfolio business choice model is our SQRP, which is on your agenda today, and we are, demanding that you table that vote or vote no on it. There are all sorts of reasons to not vote on that today. The SQRP sucks. You should not be voting on a policy that the Emanuel administration developed. This is not where our precious tax dollars that our unelected board levies should be going. Instead, we would say you should announce your intent for a complete overhaul of the school rating and promotion policy and pursue a change. Go lobby with us in Springfield to change that state law so that CPS, unlike any other district in the state, doesn't have to have its own rating system. The state rating system isn't great, but we don't have to be spending all this money on this other one. So let's put our energies in getting that state law changed. For more on that, we have a handout from Cassie Cresswell. I'm almost done, right? I'll finish right now. So we do also need a complete culture shift at CPS about special education. We hope you know the history. Talk to us if you don't. We need you to assure us that you and the new chief of ODLSS are committed to changing the culture from one of hardline denials to one of collaboration, support, and IEP team empowerment. Thank you. Good luck. Do right by our kids. There are alternatives. Do not do things that are going to entrench terrible systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Clendenning. As Ms. Dennis approaches the podium, Leslie Westerberg will be next. She's speaker number 3. We then have speaker number 4, Cindy Soto, speaker number 5, Sarah Dennis, and speaker 46, Heather Miller. Ms. Dennis?
Good morning. My name is Lenora Dennis. Good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Jackson, President DeValle, and distinguished board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning and express how grateful I am that the parents and students in West Garfield Park retain the option to choose the educational setting that best suits each individual family. I am the proud parent of the valedictorian of the class of 2017 at Legal Prep Charter Academy. Finding the right educational setting for my children, and I have 6 of them, after moving from Jacksonville, Florida to Chicago was a daunting task, a choice over which I spent many nights agonizing. I was elated when I found Legal Prep, the only legal think tank school in Chicago, which exposes its students to all levels of the law, including judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, civil rights attorneys, and even corporate law attorneys. Often during our mock trials that take place at the federal courthouse, in their closing remarks, both lawyers and judges involved in the program acknowledge that the skills our students learn while adjudicating a real case before a sitting judge are skills which most lawyers aren't routinely exposed most lawyers aren't routinely exposed until after they've graduated from law school. I'm proud to say that Legal Prep is an open enrollment school which does not seek to only educate top-tier students, but is dedicated to giving all of its students in West Garfield Park, regardless of their test scores and ability levels, the opportunity to succeed and excel, and perhaps at the same time, hopefully at the same time, develop a love of the law and a desire to join the legal community to fight for equity, justice, and human rights. I'd like to highlight the awesome work our college department does, keeping in touch with our alumni, 90% of whom are first-generation college students. The college department assists them in the matriculation process, making sure their FAFSA and any other conceivable documents are
Ms. Dennis.
completed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker. Leslie Westerberg, please. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, Cindy Soto. Oh, you're here? Thank you.
Can't see me. Thank you. Okay. Hi. My name is Leslie Westerberg, and I'm the librarian at Nixon Elementary School in Hermosa. Nixon is an amazing school community, and I feel honored to be a part of it. And the heart of our school is in our library. Over the past 8 years, I have seen the number of librarians in CPS drastically dwindle. In 2011, the majority of CPS schools had a librarian, and now just 1 in 4 schools give their students the experience and the instruction that a librarian offers. When you take away the librarian, you also take away the library and the instruction that takes place in that library. It's not a part-time job. It's not a parent volunteer job. This is a full-time job where librarians curate a library with culturally relevant instructional materials that align with what our students are learning in their classrooms. Librarians teach critical thinking skills, technology, STEM skills, research skills, and they keep our students on a path of lifelong learning and a love of reading. And in this age of fake news, school librarians and school libraries are a necessity, not a luxury. Most of our Chicago families do not have the means to build a home library by going to Barnes & Noble or shopping on Amazon. And many of our students cannot walk safely to their local CPL branch to check out a book. And ironically, the vast majority of our South and West Side students and schools are the ones that don't have a librarian. In Mayor Lightfoot's campaign platform, it literally promised a librarian in every school. And she actually just referred to Chicago Public Libraries as a safe haven. She said librarians help you explore the world, and just having a safe space is important. And our students deserve that same safe haven within their schools. It's time for our mayor to keep the promise. She promised a librarian in every school, and that's what we deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Westerberg. We'll continue, Mr. President, with the next speaker, please. Speaker number 4, Cindy Soto.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the new members in particular. Congratulations. I'm really excited that you're serving the city. I am here today as a local school council member of Moser Elementary School. In the last couple of months, the local school council for Moser began to look into the hiring process of a new principal. Unfortunately, it felt like the Office of the Local School Council Relations rushed us through the process. In the one and only meeting that we had regarding the applications we received for the position, the Office of Local School Council Relations proposed a motion to hire the interim principal without fairly considering the other candidates. I walked away feeling like the LSC was being stripped of the power to select the principal. I believe the new principal will do a good job, but the LSC should have been given more time to fully exercise the authority under which it was elected to select their principal. And the process should have lasted more than a minute. To summarize, the LSC at Mozart was not given the right support and tools to represent their community school in the principal selection process. I hope moving forward you do everything to empower the LSCs and do not deny them the opportunity to lead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. And the next speaker, please, Sarah Dennis.
Greetings and congratulations on your new board positions, and thank you for agreeing to serve the city and its children this way. My name is, you deserve a bathroom break and food. My name is Dr. Sarah Dennis. I'm a very proud graduate of Chicago Public Schools and I'm currently an adjunct professor of education at UIC and Loyola, and have taught at Roosevelt and worked at Erickson Institute and at NYU for 7 years. And Mr. Revoluri, did I pronounce that right? I was a coach at the Urban Assembly for 2 years in New York City. So it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm here today to update you on the efforts over the past few years to rename the Columbus Day holiday to Indigenous Peoples Day, to more accurately honor and pay tribute to the original Indigenous people of this land and their descendants today. For sake of time, I will highlight some of the steps taken and commitments made, which also highlighted on your handout with links to articles and videos on the website. So 5 states have changed Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. Since 1992, over 55 cities have made this change. There's a growing national movement. In September of 2016, Chicago City Council passed a resolution recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day. Since 2016, Evanston, Oak Park, and the Niles School District have made the change. In the spring of 2017, CPS high school and elementary students spoke to the board. In December of 2017, the Chicago Teachers Union passed a resolution in favor of the name change. 7 times last school year, myself and 5 colleagues spoke to the board and turned in copies of nearly 4,000 signatures of students, teachers, principals, parents, 7 alder people, and community members. In addition, we submitted the letter of support from ISB, which is copied on the back of your handout. It is not a violation of the school code. We are here today to thank Dr. Janice Jackson and CPS for amending the 2019-2020 school calendar to say Indigenous Peoples Day / Columbus Day, and to request that the board follow through on the promise for the full name change to only Indigenous Peoples Day for the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Our next speaker is going to be Heather Miller, and before she begins, I'll call the next speakers, please. Speaker number 6, Roselia Velasco, followed by speaker number 8, Myra Gurud, speaker number 9, David Augustus, 37, Charlotte Myers, and 55, Charlie Myers. Ms. Miller?
Hi, everyone, and congratulations to all of you on your new positions. I look forward to working with you further in the next few years. My name is Heather Miller. I am a member of the Wyandotte Nation from Oklahoma, Executive Director of the American Indian Center of Chicago, and a winner of the Leaders for a New Chicago Award from the Field Foundation and the MacArthur Foundation. I want to take a brief minute to acknowledge what American Indians have known since time immemorial, and that this place where we are gathered now has and always will be a place to build community, and has and always will be home to a thriving American Indian population. In fact, we're home to the first urban Indian center in the country, as well as one of the largest urban Indian populations with over 6,000 members, or 65,000 people. We believe that it is time for institutions and organizations across the city to create safe spaces for youth, but especially for our youth, who are the original inhabitants of this land. Working to remove stereotypes, racist images, and inequitable policies that uphold settler colonial ideas is key to helping our youth live their best lives. The renaming of this holiday, currently known as Columbus Day, to Indigenous Peoples Day, is critical to providing a safe space for all. Working in partnership with the American Indian Center and all of our allies will help provide the necessary education to CPS students about a more truthful version of the history of America, as well as laying the building blocks to the creation of a more equitable education system for everyone. Thank you all for your time. I would love to continue to be in dialogue with each one of you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And our next speaker, please, Rosalia Velasco. Moving on to the next speaker, speaker number 8, Mary Gurud.
Good afternoon. My name is Mihir Garud. I'm a 11th grade teacher at Instituto High School on the southwest side of Chicago. First, I want to say congratulations to the new board. You have a big task ahead of you. We have a chance to get it right in Chicago when it comes to public education. The past history has shown we have not got it right, especially when it comes to our special education students and the failures of previous mayoral administrations prior. How can we learn from the lessons of the past and not repeat them? Chicago just came out with a study where the rich live on average 30 years longer than the poor. 30 years longer. So we live in a separate and unequal society, and that's translated to separate and unequal schools. The corporate style of education reform does not equal equity. I'm glad to hear so much equity being spoken up here by the new president and Dr. Jackson, but there's a chance to have equity in these contract demands, but there's not been any progress in the CTU CPS contract in terms of equity. We need less police in the schools, more nurses, counselors, social workers, ratios to be followed. Also, what troubles me is when I'm looking at the third page of the handout everyone got, where it says reports from the Chief Procurement Officer, PR4, authorize a new agreement with the Institute for Excellence in Education National Charter Schools Oversight Program. The charter school operators that Inc. lobbies for can siphon up to $3 for every $10 for charter management fees, which never make it into the classroom. They're basically taken from the charter operators and never make it into the classroom, never make it for students, resources, teachers to hire. I urge you guys to really look at that and vote against that. Also, this is real oversight. We don't need a new
Mr.
consultant
Garud?
to
Mr.
exercise
Garud?
oversight. We need CPS to do its job, and I hope this new board is up and willing for that challenge.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with speaker number 9, please. David Augustus. It's a group from Catalyst School. After this group, we will then have speaker number 10, Shanita Jones-Howard, followed by speaker number 11, Caleb Mitchell, speaker number 12, Francesca Peck. Mr.
Hey,
Augustus?
Good afternoon. How you guys doing? All right. Yeah, I'm here from Catalyst School. I'm just an uncle that came to represent Catalyst School on behalf of my 6 kids that have gone there, nieces and nephews. 3 have graduated from Catalyst School, and with 3 that still go there. I just want to say that this particular school has really impacted my family and as far as my nieces and nephews. It's called Catalyst. I didn't really understand what it meant before, but I know Catalyst means a thing an event that can change things, and it also means people that can change things. Well, this particular school has changed the impact and impacted my family over in the Austin community. So I'm just here to say continue to support Catalyst School.
Thank you, Mr. Augustus. Charlotte Myers, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Myers. I am a proud parent of Charlie Myers, who I'm grateful that's here with me today. I've spoke on him many times here, so he's here in person today. He is an alumni of Catalyst Circle Rock. Catalyst serves 520 students, grades K through 8. I was always dissatisfied with public education growing up as a child. When it came time, I was told that my current school, which was a private school that was housed in the building, was going to close. I was devastated. I got on the phone and I told my husband, we're out of here. Needless to say, we've all had a long day. We stayed and we're here today. I used to think that I was at Catalyst by default, but I now understand it was a plan at the time, but it wasn't my planned agenda. Choosing Catalyst Circle Rock for my son, Charlie, was one of the best decisions I've ever made. I shout this story out everywhere I go because I'm a firm believer what comes from the heart reaches the heart. Charlie received numerous programs he was exposed to. They partnered with my husband and I. We pushed him to challenge him. From this school, he attended one of the top city's private schools. Today, he is now a junior at Bradley University. That's a clapping moment. That's a proud moment. But the plan continues. First, I was a volunteer at Catalyst. Later, I became employed. Now, after 8 years, I am the graduate support director. I now understand the plan. I get an opportunity to participate in dreams and make dreams come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. And the next speaker, please, Speaker 55, Charlie Myers.
Thank you. My mom is my biggest supporter. My name is Charlie Myers. I graduated from Catalyst Circle Rock Charter School in 2013, and Catalyst instilled love in me. Sometimes it could be difficult and discouraging as a young African-American male. Growing up on the west side of Chicago, you see so many different stories about how many lives have been lost. But Catalyst really surrounded me with a bunch of people who genuinely loved me. That's faculty, staff, teachers, and even custodians. And that encouraged me to be the best that I can be, and even where I am today, I'm at Bradley University. So, and a lot of people don't have the same story as me, so I'm grateful for Catalyst, and it will always be dear to my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Congratulations.
Our next speaker, please, speaker number 10, Shanita Jones-Howard. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, speaker number 11, Caleb Mitchell. Last call. We then have speaker 12, Francesca Peck. And as she approaches the podium, we'll call speaker number 13, Nikita Brar, 14, Jason Williams, 15, Steve Martinez, 45, Brenda Sanchez, and 51, Laura Nunes. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Francesca Peck. I represent Polaris Charter Academy, a non-for-profit single-site charter school located in West Humboldt Park. Polaris was founded in 2007 by 3 Golden Apple Award-winning teachers, and I started there as a founding teacher, and over the years grew into my current leadership role as Director of Culture and Character. I've been a proud CPS educator for 17 years. Polaris is a free public charter school. Any Chicago student can apply, and enrollment is at random through a public lottery system. As the only EL education school in Chicago, Polaris was founded on the vision of an expanded definition of student achievement, which includes mastery of knowledge and skills, high-quality work, and the development of student character. We engage students in learning expeditions, which are long-term, hands-on, interdisciplinary projects whose products address real community problems and serve an authentic purpose of solving those problems. We are known nationally and internationally for this work. In our 12 years, we've provided professional development to over 2,000 educators. We also mentor schools nationally and internationally, schools in Elgin, Detroit, Madison, Wisconsin, Shanghai, China, New South Wales, Australia, and this spring we will be hosting a math site seminar for over 70 educators from around the country. We also celebrate the accomplishment of 11 Daniel Murphy Scholars, and we are successful despite our challenges. 97% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch, 17% are homeless, 16% have been identified with disabilities, and in addition, our neighborhood is experiencing an incredible increase of fentanyl sales that is triggering violence, overdosing, and leaving dangerous drug debris all around our school grounds. It is my hope that this board shares in our belief of the importance of equity for all CPS schools and students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please, 13, Nikita Brar.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikita Brar. I'm the Executive Director of Chicago United for Equity, as well as one of the 4 co-chairs of the Mayor's Transition Team for Education and the Community Representative for the Local School Council at National Teachers Academy for the last 3 years. I'll try to make my comments brief. I'll follow up with you all in office hours to expand on these comments, but in the spirit of transparency that this board is taking, I want to make those comments, the highlights of those comments in private meetings, known to the public. First, we define equity as a future state where race can no longer predict life outcomes. That is how we define equity, and the process to get there has to be one where the voices of those who are most impacted by the current disparities are leading the conversations in the policymaking process. Second, we have developed an inclusive schools project about 2 years ago, having community meetings all across the city. That inclusive schools project was outlined, the findings of that were outlined in the Our Equitable Future report by Metropolitan Planning Council to focus on 4 areas of equity: access, resources, representation in decision-making, and outcomes. Second, We then led in the last 8 months the Vote Equity Project, which included 200 ideas submitted by community members all over Chicago, 2,152 voters from every ward of the city, and over 52,000 votes cast to define a collective vision of equity. In the section of education, the top priorities were named as a new funding formula. The second was police out of schools, and the third was to make sure that we are fully funding neighborhood high schools. Third, looking directly at the transition report and the transition team that worked under Mayor Lightfoot's vision, we had 60 organizations represented with over 1,700 survey respondents and focused on 3 areas that I'll highlight today. One, K through 12 education should start with a 100-day priority of developing a baseline equity report card to look at disparities in access, program, funding, representation, culture and climate, and outcomes. Second, to focus on funding and to develop a community, I'm almost there, to develop a community engagement process, to develop a new funding formula that is in line with the state funding formula based on equity. And lastly, the priority finding from the transition team was that community voice should be increased and that community should be engaged in actually developing what the goals of the district should be, as well as stronger and more authentic methods of community engagement for the district to use. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Burr. Our next speaker, please, Jason Williams. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, please. Speaker 15, Steve Martinez.
Hello, board. How you doing today? Hello, my name is Steve Martinez. As a part of LEC and a parent at the Douglas Taylor School, I have seen a lot of changes in our school. I graduated from there. I'm alumni, and I joined the LEC to make sure our school is being taken care of in the right path. And this year that I have been more involved in the school, I have seen that the principal has not respect for the school, community, staff, and families. There is no support and discipline from the administration. Nothing is being done and a concern with our bullying. No consequences for the bullies, so the bully continues on and on. Teachers are not allowed to collaborate with each other. Special education students are not receiving their minutes. Good teachers are being fired for standing up for our students, for the students' rights. And the good teachers are leaving school due to the eliminate and the support from our administration. We need help. We need it now.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. There's 2 additional speakers from Taylor, Mr. President. We have speaker number 45, Brenda Sanchez, please.
Hello, board. My name is Brenda Sanchez, and as LSC Chair at Taylor Elementary, I am here to inform you that we voted no confidence on our administration. We know this is a symbolic vote, but we need it to reinforce our lack of no confidence in the principal. We do not agree with her hiring and firing decisions. The LSC and Taylor staff have tried to work with her, but she is not responsive. She actually walked out of meetings. That was shocking to us. In the vote of no confidence meeting, our assistant principal scrolled on his phone the entire meeting in a show of disrespect. This is what our school needs. No more decisions made by this principal. We want her decisions regarding the SPED and music teacher to be overturned by the board. We need them back. We want to decide on the next principal or interim, not the network or the board. Our concerns cannot be addressed in 2 minutes, and I am making a specific request that the issues of Taylor be reviewed by the board. Our kids deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. And their last speaker is Laura Núñez, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Laura Núñez, yo soy un padre del concilio de la escuela de Taylor. Lo que quiero decir es que la directora al principio del año no había preparado los horarios para los niños de educación especial. A pesar de que los maestros querían ayudarla, a la directora no contesta emails a los padres ni a los maestros. Cuando los padres quieren hablar con ella, tienen que esperar por más de 1 hora y los padres se cansan y simplemente se retiran. Queremos una respuesta, no nos sentimos con confianza hacia la directora y queremos más programas. Queremos que nuestros maestros se queden con nosotros. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Núñez.
Hello, my name is Laura Nunez. I'm a school council member at Taylor Elementary. What I wanted to tell you today is that our principal did not prepare the minutes for our diverse learners at the beginning of the school year. Although some teachers wanted to help the principal with this matter, she did not reply to any of the teachers' or parents' emails. Whenever parents want to talk to her, she would have them waiting for more than an hour. Parents get tired and then they leave. We want an answer. We don't feel like we can trust the principal. We want more extracurricular programs. We don't want our teachers to leave our school as a result of her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Issam, our parent specialist, is here to work with the group. So if you guys want to follow him, we can document it and follow up on the allegations that were made today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And Willie, if he's out there.
We'll continue with the speakers list, and we'll call speaker number 16, please, Sharon Schmidt, followed by speaker 17, Kindred Turnipseed. Then we have speaker 18, Kendall Alter, and 52, Gabe Gonzalez. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm like everybody else. I'm very hopeful about the new board. I'm really glad to see you all and hear. My suggestions have already been said about giving more to the people who have less and changing the board meetings to doing them after school in schools where there's more room and more people can come. We don't have to take off work to come. I am a teacher and parent, and I'm the editor of Substance newspaper. And the last time I covered you was in 2000, so I'm giving you that issue where you were speaking out for custodians. And I know my husband editorialized in the February 2011 issue for your run for mayor. And so we're going to be covering you a lot more in the future at Substance. We're online only, substancenews.net. You may know that my husband died. He died in September, and he published Substance from 1975 until he died. And thanks. And I learned so much from him, and there are so many of us that care like he did to tell the truth in the schools and want justice, racial justice, and economic justice. And he used his gifts to work for these things. So yeah, that's why I keep doing it. And since other people took my suggestions, I will just say, hey, networks, a lot of waste. Annual regional analysis is what Ms. Jackson alluded to about how we know so much about the schools, but that was sponsored by Kids First, which was originally Renaissance School Fund. There's a lot to look at in outside consultants, mid-level bureaucracies, so work hard.
Thank you.
I just want to say to you that your husband was a great man.
Thank you.
And I learned a lot from him. And I always read the publication, so I'm glad you're continuing.
Thank you.
And I thank you for your work over the years.
Thanks a lot.
Mr. President, may I, real brief?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I too miss George a lot. Known him for many, many years, and love that fire. And just thank you for keeping up the newspaper. Yeah.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, 17, Kindred Turnipseed.
Wow, I'm nervous. First, I'd like to send my condolences to Sharon. The topic that I'm speaking upon today is the importance of charter public schools. I attend Perspectives charter schools, and pretty much like the ethics that we're learning in the school are pretty much important to students' learning into their future, because when the courses that we take, such as AP Psychology, Biomedical Sciences, Photoshop, they contribute to the development of the skills that may be required for students' interests in the future. And charter public schools usually like just like perspectives, have specific studies like that. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Charter public schools also, are proud to be an integral part of the Chicago Public School District. And according to a study, more than 98% of children served by Chicago's charter public school students are students of color, live in neighborhoods of high rates of unemployment, and rely on federal food assistance. So to keep those students out of bad neighborhood, like to keep the students out of those bad neighborhoods, to keep them out of the streets, there are schools like Perspectives that provide many different programs and things that they could do so that they could stay out of the dangers of what other people can provide for them. Perspectives has opened a new gateway for me as I've established my own foundation based off of the ethics of ADL, or a disciplined life, which are principles that we have to help, which is pretty much social emotional learning, so that we can know what to do when we're outside of school.
Mr. Turnipseed?
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speakers, please, Kendall Alter and Gabe Gonzalez. They will be followed by speaker number 19, Sheldon House, 41, Sean Haynes. Then we'll have speaker number 20, Erica Wozniak.
My name is Candy Alter, CPS parent of a Newfield fourth grader, and LSC community representative at Eugene Field, though I represent myself only as a concerned parent today. I've been part of the Fields community in Rogers Park for 5 years. Newfield and Eugene Field serve a split grade model in the same attendance boundary, with both schools serving roughly 90% minority, immigrant, and refugee, and a high proportion of limited English and low-income families. Newfield serves grades pre-K through 4, is a thriving level 1+ school, and is over 100% utilized with 660 kids. Eugene Field serves grades 5 through 8, is level 2+, and is only just 20% utilized with only 157 kids in a building that holds 690. Because of consistently low enrollment, Eugene Field was targeted for closure in 2016 with a plan to convert it to selective enrollment in Decatur Classical, completely inverting the demographics to mainly non-minority affluent families. We came to the board then pleading to stop the proposal, instead to unite Newfield and Eugene Field to preserve them as neighborhood schools for neighborhood kids. In the end, the closure failed as Eugene Field's rating temporarily rose to level 1, and CPS chose not to move Eugene Field's kids to a then lower performing school as was the plan. In the 3 years since, little has changed as Eugene Field's performance has fluctuated, enrollment continues to decline, and teacher turnover is excessive, and specials like library, art, and technology are non-existent, specials that Newfield kids enjoy today. We're asking for your help in changing this model to deliver a single, consistent pre-K through 8th grade school in Central Rogers Park.
Thank you, Ms. Alter. The next speaker, Gabe Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Gabe Gonzalez, and I am also a resident of the Rogers Park neighborhood, and congratulations to all of you. I'm very excited about what we're going to see coming from this new leadership. But to pick up where my neighbor Candy left off, we at Unite the Fields are asking for your assistance in improving learning opportunities for our children by unifying the two schools under a single administration. We at Unite the Fields want a single united neighborhood school. We believe that neighborhood schools help promote stronger community, improve parent involvement, and ensure better learning. We are determined to see these schools united, and we're asking for your assistance to get it done, and we're more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker 19, please, Sheldon House.
I am Dr. Sheldon House, the principal of Simeon High School. A year ago today, Dr. Janice Jackson abruptly removed me without due process from the job that I loved. She did not do it because I failed to protect students. She did it to protect herself and former Mayor Emanuel. She suspended me ultimately without pay in response to a newspaper article alleging that CPS failed to protect its students from abuse. There was no evidence that I failed to protect my students. It was all political. I was the chosen face, the fall guy. But Dr. Jackson, I am still standing and I am still fighting. In my hand, I hold a lawsuit that my attorney, Mr. Stallworth, will file in federal court. I challenge you, the new board, to stand strong and remove the politics. I challenge you to get it right and to use my mistreatment as a prime example of what you will not do in the future to others. I challenge you to use your voice for justice. For 20 years, I have given my life to the district and the lives of my students. CPS was my life. Simeon was my heart. On New Year's Day, I suffered what doctors diagnosed as stress-related heart failure, a broken heart. I could not walk, talk, and sing, and everyone knows how I love to sing. I fall back to stand here today, on behalf of the children and on behalf of my children, on behalf of Simeon High School. Once labeled one of those level 3 schools that we talked about, but when under my leadership, a level 1 school of choice, under my leadership, today I am asking the new eyes,
Mr. House?
the new ears, the new souls to correct the wrong. I am glad for a new board. Dr. Jackson, I am still standing. Justice will prevail. Thank you.
The next speaker, please, Sean Haynes. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, Erica Wozniak. As she approaches the podium, we'll call speaker number 21, please, Latasha Napper-Watkins, followed by Audrey Johnson, and then that's speaker 26, and then speaker 32, David Wu. Ms. Wozniak?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and, of course, for your commitment to our schools and our kids. My name's Erica Wozniak. I have been a Chicago public school teacher for 15 years. The current ratio of students to social workers in Chicago public schools is 1,053 students to every one social worker. Every child in Chicago should have access to at least a full-time social worker in every single school community. The standard that's recommended by the National Association of Social Workers is 250 students to one social worker in areas with typical trauma and 50 students to one social worker in areas with high trauma, which we have so many areas of high trauma in Chicago. This is a crisis. It's a crisis of safety in our schools. It's a crisis for our kids. And because we're not addressing the trauma, we're not addressing our students' mental health needs, we have to do better. We have to make sure that our kids have access to these services in their school communities. We have a petition out with over 1,700 signatures on it. The majority of Chicagoans agree that social workers need to be a priority in our school communities. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Wozniak. Our next speaker, please, Latasha Napper-Watkins.
Hello, congratulations to the new board. I am so excited to have heard you, the dialogue that was back and forth, the mention of equity. It is really, really refreshing and exciting. I'm a parent of 2 children at National Teachers Academy and one future National Teachers Academy Eagle. I grew up in CPS myself, and now I lead an equity team at NTA. I'm so excited, like I said, to have heard you talk about equity. At NTA, we believe that equity should be ingrained in everything that we do. So I came today to make you aware of our work to challenge CPS to use us as a model to replicate in other schools. This is something that we decided that was important for our school community to do, and to ask CPS to partner with NTA to help us understand also what CPS's equity strategy is. Our principal, Isaac Castellas, created the equity team after reflecting on whether we would be aware of how bias affects student achievement if we didn't have a gifted program or students of different races. The reason this question matters is because school that serves students of only one skin color, the tendency would be to believe that you don't have issues of equity, that it's not a thing, but it is. In every school, every classroom. And so every educator in Chicago needs to engage in equity work. It is vitally important to the success of our students. And so our teachers are doing that. They are challenging themselves to think about what kinds of things we do that will create inequities. We're just at the beginning of our journey, but we seek to instill a sense of appreciation for every individual student that creates an environment that maximizes learning for each student, and that we do that by addressing implicit bias and awareness through actions and measurements of subjective measures like grade assignments and disciplinary actions, not test scores. We invite your partnership and resources to build this model as a best practice for all CPS schools, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. The next speaker, please, Audrey Johnson.
Good afternoon. I'm Audrey Johnson. First, I just want to say congratulations to the board. Miss Janice, continue to support the Spark program. It was wonderful. I got somebody special, Miss Amy Rome. Oh, we go long ways back. I am so excited. I am so proud of you. Job well done. This lady has put so much encouragement in me, has been so humble. Me and her has been dealing with each other for like 2 decades. You have did a wonderful job at NTA with our community, with our families. You have truly been a supportive to our family and continue to support us outside of the school system. I love you, Amy. Job well done. Continue to do what you're doing, and y'all have the best on the board.
Thank you. And the next speaker, please, Speaker 32, David Wu. And before he begins, we'll call, Renato Delgado, 22, and 23, Joseph Pace.
Yeah, my name is David Wu, longtime Chinatown resident and CPS parent and board member of the Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community, and testifier at this board meeting a little more than I like. For the past 4 years, the Chinatown community has been urging CPS and working with our aldermen and City Hall to address a half-a-century-old need for a high school for the Armour Square and Bridgeport communities. Some communities talk about a food desert. We talk about a high school desert, as there are no high schools in the Armour Square or Bridgeport. No selective enrollment, no neighborhood, no citywide, not even a charter school, a charter high school. The historic reason might be that Irish and Italian kids went to Catholic schools, but this area is now nearly 50% Chinese. The lack of a nearby high school results in our students, who mainly attend 5 different 1+ rated elementary schools, being scattered into 47 different high schools. These students face long commutes, and high schools don't have the critical mass to develop good Chinese bilingual services for our recently immigrated youth. About 2.5 years ago, a property tax increase provided CPS with supplemental capital funds. We hoped that this would fund a high school in our area. While disappointed, we were glad that Inglewood was getting a much-needed investment. Last summer, after Springfield provided more funding to CPS, we were again disappointed when the near west side was earmarked to get a new high school rather than the near south. Our community hasn't given up. This January, we asked the former Board of Education to request funds for a Chinatown area high school in the expected capital bill. State Rep. Teresa Ma did her part in recommending funds for a Chinatown high school, and we hope that CPS did the same. As this new board begins its work, the Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community has already mobilized our community and affected schools to work with CPS so that a high school solution comes soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Our next speaker, please, 22, Reina Delgado.
Hi, good afternoon, President Del Valle and the board members and Dr. Jackson. My name is Reina Delgado, and I am the Chicago Public Charter School parent. My son Luis will be entering 5th grade in the upcoming year at Santiago Elementary, which is part of the Acero Network Schools. With this being the first meeting with the new CPS board members, I would like to thank you all for accepting this important role in service of the Chicago community. I hope that you ensure that all students and parents' voices are heard from across the city, both from the north side and the south side, and the charter and the public school families. My son is a charter school student, and he attends a school that annually ranks among the best elementary schools in the city. I appreciate this opportunity for my son to receive such an excellent education, and I feel so safe when he goes to school every morning. It is very important that all students and families in Chicago have choices for their schoolings. Every student in Chicago deserves to have access to high-quality education. Thanks to Santiago and charter schools across the city, students and families have the option to choose their students' academic path from kindergarten through 12th grade. For communities who have lagged behind academically, these options couldn't be more important to improving our children's opportunities in life. I encourage the board to support students at all schools, including charters like my son's. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Our next speaker, please, Joseph Pace. As he approaches the podium, we'll call speaker 24, Cindy Oak, and 25, Gabriel Sheridan.
My name is Joe Pace, former Seeker at Skinner North. I've spoken at previous board meetings about how a workplace disagreement with two administrators led to those two administrators using a student to retaliate against me. Not just any student. It was one of our most vulnerable students. It was a diverse learner. I've spoken at previous board meetings about how I was called down and interrogated in the office with the door open in front of my colleagues, where at the time I was struggling with vocal cord issues and I was losing my voice. My frustration now is that after speaking on these issues, not only have I not been engaged on the issue, but Chicago Public Schools has actually circled the wagon around these two administrators. I've had CPS's legal counsel ask me, well, did you ask for the door to be closed? You couldn't speak. Did you ask for paper? Did you ask for pencil? You couldn't speak. Did you ask for water? And those would have been things that crossed my mind if this was Guantanamo Bay Public Schools. But this is Chicago Public Schools, where that should not have happened. They did this just to put something on my record that didn't belong there. And I see the look of shock on your face, but I've been speaking about this every board meeting for close to a year. No one's engaged me on it. I've had your own legal counsel falsely or just outright lie and said that this matter has been investigated, and it has not. No one from Chicago Public Schools has engaged me on this matter. In fact, they've done the opposite. I get that Principal Magnuson of Skinner North and Principal Spicer of Bronzeville Classical. I get that it would be tough to take on two leaders at selective enrollment schools, which are the shining stars of the district, but you must do something.
Mr. Pace?
I'm done.
Please state your name.
My name is Cindy Oak, and I am a parent of a student at Jackie Vaughn Occupational High School. And I wanted to let you know that our principal will be inviting the board members to come to our school. We have some really interesting programs there. And our culinary arts department came in first place in the Cooking Up Change competition, and we're very proud about that. I want to thank you for rising to the challenge and being board members, and for all of your time. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank the CPS for your partnership with Chicago City Colleges and your open access for all. It's a great example of equity for students with intellectual disabilities and being able to take some classes at the colleges. I'm here today as a member of Parents for Teachers, and we're also known as P4T. Parents for Teachers is an organization that understands that teachers' needs and students' needs go hand in hand. And what I want to say is that we are standing with our teachers who are negotiating a contract, and they're fighting for the same things that the parents want for their children in the classrooms. And some of the things they're advocating for are adequate staffing, the nurses, teachers, nurses, social workers, and we're also asking for an end to classroom overcrowding. Class size does matter, And our latest P4T
Ms. Oak?
survey has found that we have some classrooms with over 40 students. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of education happening in a classroom with over 40 students. There's more time being spent on classroom management. So Parents for Teachers will stand with our teachers if they have to go on strike in September.
Thank
But
you,
we
Ms.
hope
Oak.
you will prevent that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, Gabriel Sheridan. As she approaches the podium, we'll call speaker 27, please, Dennis Kosuth, followed by speaker 28, Joyce Sapp, and then 60, Donisha Brewer. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Gabriel. I've been teaching for CPS for 22 years in the same school building. I love my job. I came today hoping to get you guys to consider some of the ways that teachers are not respected as professionals in many of our systems practices. Each day, we punch a time clock as though we work in a factory. If we forget to swipe, we potentially lose pay. If we incorrectly request the error to be fixed, it can delay our payment for weeks or months. When we are ill for more than a couple of days, we must prove that we have seen a doctor. To take personal time, we must have our principal approve our absence. We are, many of us, shamed by our absences by principals who post our names and attendance rates publicly. When I first came to work for CPS, we signed in and out on a piece of paper, and a clerk was there to make sure that we were paid correctly. The clerk also managed our substitute coverage. Now we fired those people, and teachers are asked to manage our own pay on top of our other duties. When we request a substitute, the system often does not show that our request on the substitute side of the interface. Yet we're told that there's a subs shortage. And we know many teachers who are retired or are not working full-time are there to sub. Much of my time on the clock is micromanaged by principals and area chiefs who have much less experience in running a classroom than many of the teachers. We are forced to administer tests that are designed to show what is referred to as growth, when the data from those exams do not show growth that is When the data from those exams does not show growth, it is somehow supposed to show that a teacher is not doing a good job or that the school is failing. These tests take up a ridiculous amount of time that shapes much of
Ms.
my students'
Sheridan?
experiences and does nothing to enhance our teaching. So, we're not treated as professionals. We're not seen as partners or team members. We are treated as though we are not trusted to be committed to doing our jobs well. Better practices regarding how teachers are treated impacts everyone, and most importantly, our students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, new members of the board. My name is Dennis Kosuth. I'm a certified school nurse in Chicago Public Schools. I work at 5 schools up in the Rogers Park neighborhood, Armstrong, Boone, Courtenay, Decatur, and Newfield. And I named that because this is my 3rd year in the schools. In my first year, I only had 3 schools. My second year, I had 5 schools. This year, I actually started the year off with 6 schools assigned to me. Fortunately, it was dialed down to 5. And before I came to CPS, I spent 8 years in the emergency room at Cook County Hospital. And as you can imagine, an ER nurse in a big public hospital sees a lot of stuff. And I thought, maybe I come to schools, it won't be that level of stress, that level of intensity. And I was, I think, naive in thinking that. We need a nurse in every school, every day, at our schools for all kinds of reasons. One of them is for physical injuries. I had a preschool student at one school who had a broken leg that I could notice, and some other people were like, well, maybe try and get up and walk. And obviously, that since I was there, I was able to advocate for them, say, please don't do that. There are psychological wounds or just wounds that happen because of the way that our health system does not work. I had immigrant families who are afraid to sign up for all kids because they think that they could be reported to the ICE if they sign up for that. There's psychological wounds that I've attempted to help with. I had a student at one school who was having a meltdown and was violent, and they called the police, and I was trying to stand with them just to help them, and I later learned the student actually lost a parent due to a stray police bullet. And it's just like the role that we can play in schools is very important. We all know that nurses play important roles. I came to CPS for a number of reasons. One of them is I wanted to be part of helping students have a lifetime of strong health and being part of that from an early age. And unfortunately, because of the caseload that I have, it's basically impossible. Illinois is the 5th worst state when it comes to student to nurse ratios. Right now, it's 1 to 2,893 in Illinois. There's only 300 full-time nurses in CPS.
Mr.
To work
Kassouf.
for them, and we need to really increase the number to have a nurse in every school every day. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, Joyce Sapp.
I'll apologize ahead of time because I'm nervous. My name is Joy Sapp. I'm a proud Montessori parent. My children attend a program that is inside of Oglesby Elementary School, which is a traditional school. Because of that, we are met with a lot of challenges because Montessori curriculum and traditional curriculum are completely different ways of teaching. For over 6 years, I have watched as our children have been overlooked. They have been cheated out of a quality education. And I found it so odd that Elizabeth Todd Breland referenced Dr. Jackson as an advocate for equity because unbeknownst to her, Dr. Jackson was one of the main people that made these empty promises to us, and we have yet to see these promises come to fruition. We have received so much in lack of funding, lack of help. We were promised when we moved from Stagg 6 years ago that we would be temporarily inside of Oglesby. We have been there for over 6 years now. There has been little to no support, little to no funding. Our program is in the Inglewood community. We look at the north side, they have Oscar Mayer, they have Sutter, they have Drummond. We wonder why they have all the Montessori schools up north and we have none out south at all. We want to know, are our children less important, or is it because our children are African American and they come from a vast majority of low-income households that just happen to be situated on a rough side of the city? Why can't our kids have a level playing field and a better chance at a diverse education? Our children deserve the same quality and diverse education that is offered on the north side of the city. So I pose this question to the board. What are you all going to do about it? You've essentially had a bad situation dumped into your laps. We are parents. We fight for our kids. We pour into our kids. We love our kids just like you love your own. We want a fully equipped, fully functional Montessori school on the south side of Chicago for our children because we don't have that access. We leave it in your hands.
Thank you, Ms. Sapp.
Thank you.
Their next speaker, please, Donisha Brewer.
Hi, board. My name is Donisha Brewer. Excuse my nervousness, but I am a Montessori parent as well at Oglesby Elementary. I'm just going to give you a little story of background. 9 years ago, a small little Inglewood school called Stagg was introduced to Montessori. It was the most unconventional form of education this low-income Black community has ever experienced. It also seemed pretty radical to the point that many thought that there was no way this could ever work for our children in our community, but something miraculous happened. It was working. The children and family were thriving under the Montessori program. So when Stagg was on the chopping block for the AUSL turnaround, the parents of the Montessori program immediately began advocating for the program to be saved, and guess what? It worked. Or so we thought. The program ended up in a struggling school in Auburn Gresham named Oglesby. Although we were happy to still be in existence, we all understood that this was temporary. We all knew that CPS has yet to understand that this form of education could not exist within the confines of a traditional CPS culture. Yet, despite 9 years of advocacy by the parents and the families of our program, has still not been supported. Over 3 years ago, in response to the parent advocacy, Chief Educational Officer at the time, Dr. Janice Jackson, began looking into our concerns and decided that it was indeed a disparity with Montessori within CPS. She agreed that Oglesby needed additional support and promised the support would come. She asked the stakeholders to give her 2 years to get these things in place for a long-term support. She started by appointing a new principal who she said then would get the Montessori and men's training and would support Montessori. That never happened, along with the other promises of support. We
Ms.
It
Brewer?
is now over 3 years and we still have no voice. Is it because we're black? With this help, can we get our own building, our own school, our own voice for our Montessori program?
Thank you, Ms. Brewer.
Thank you.
Our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 30, Sal Briones, followed by speaker 35, Paulina Torrejon. We will then have speaker 31, Natalia Blanco, followed by speaker 34, Sabrina Hunter, and speaker 44, Tina Williams, please. Sal Briones. Last call, Paulina Torrejon.
I am speaking for Sal Briones. My name is Elena Powers.
Excuse me, ma'am, but you can't cede his time to you. Is Paulina Torrejon here?
I've been here since 9 a.m. I request that
But we
please-
can't substitute.
That's part
It
of
has
it.
to be the person who signed up.
Is Paulina Torrejon here?
Okay, we'll hear from her.
Hi, my name is Paulina Torrejon. I am a student at Virgil I. Grissom Elementary School. I am here to talk about how overcrowded my class is because I've experienced this daily. In my 5th grade classroom this year, there were 42 students, including me, packed in a small classroom. There was not enough space for all 42 of us. First, I had to always remind my classmates to push in their seats as I passed by to throw away used pieces of paper at the garbage bins near the front of the classrooms. I barely fit through the narrow openings created by my classmates' desks and chairs because the classrooms were too packed. Also, whenever we have to work in group projects, we have to work in the hallway because we can't fit in the classrooms to work together. Secondly, our gym cafeteria auditorium is too small because we have breakfast and lunch in our classrooms because there's an event taking place at the gym cafeteria auditorium. In winter, we have to stay in our small classrooms packed during recess. Thirdly, in class, it was difficult for my teacher to always answer my questions about the new material. Many times I have unanswered questions when I got home, with my homework. My parents struggle to reteach me concepts at home. In case of emergencies such as fires, I worry that I will be unable to safely evacuate the building because of how overcrowded the school is. I shouldn't have to worry about my safety when I should be focused on my education. Towards the end of the school year, my class was split up and half of the students went to the mobile, but it was not the solution.
Mr. Rehan?
That will work for all the students at Grissom who are in overcrowded classes. In most of the classes, we need a new building so that all overcrowded classes can be a size that will help each other student to learn. Finally, I am fighting for this issue because all students, including myself, can receive an equality education at Grissom without having to worry about overcrowdedness. Our education matters.
Thank you.
Paulina, right?
Si.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Very good. The message was very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speakers, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and thanks for being here for so many hours. I really appreciate your patience. My name is Natalia Blanco, and I'm an alumni of the Noble Network of Charter Schools, and about 2 months ago, I got my bachelor's degree. None of this would have been possible without my experience as a participant of Noble Summer of a Lifetime program, which I did at Illinois State University. Summer of Lifetime is a program where Noble students are chosen during their sophomore year and then provided with funding and support to participate in life-changing summer academic enrichment programs on college campuses nationwide. Before Summer of a Lifetime, I thought that college was unobtainable and mysterious. It showed me that college professors were average people, unlike what was portrayed to me in Hollywood. And I was able to sit in on classes and firsthand see daily routine of a college student. This is my first experience in a space that was culturally different than what I was exposed to. But being there took the fear and the unknown out of higher education, and it made college seem more realistic and obtainable. I'm grateful for the connections established with about 50 or so students that I was able to meet from many different high schools throughout the entire country. And we were on the same path altogether. I was able to learn about the different Hispanic student organizations and how they supported DACA students, which provided the sense of inclusivity on a campus that I didn't think was there. Our mentors were college students that were attending Illinois State at the time, and they emphasized the importance of being responsible young adults. My little brother also went to Summer of a Lifetime, and he had several questions about college and had the same reservations as myself. And I was able to provide him with assistance and tips that I received early on, being at the same Noble school, and we were able to work through it together. My Summer of a Lifetime program absolutely played a significant role in my decision to go to college, and specifically Grand Valley State University.
Ms. Blanco?
Thank you for allowing me to share my noble story. And, as you embark in this new journey as board members, I hope you take into consideration stories like mine in the future.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please, Sabrina Hunter. As they approach the podium, after Ms. Hunter, it'll be Tina Williams. We then have speaker 36, Andrew Broy, 38, David Temkin, and 39, Maria Owens. Ms. Hunter?
Greetings. My name is Sabrina Hunter. I'm parent leader and now alumni parent at Johnson College Prep, a campus of the Noble Network of Charter Schools. Before I begin my remarks, I want to acknowledge the fact that I honor and praise the knowledge of God in all my doing, so I know all is well. Members, we welcome and thank you for accepting Mayor Lightfoot's invitations to all public school parents, including public charters. Excuse me, I got upper respiratory infections, so please bear with me. Today, I wanted to talk a little about the reasons why I'm involved and invested as I am. It's due to my beautiful daughter, Sade. Sade is a 2019 graduate from Johnson College Prep, and I couldn't be more proud of the job that the school has done with her. Also inducted into the National Honor Society. During the summer of 2017, my daughter was blessed with the opportunity to be a Summer of a Lifetime participant. She was placed at Stevens Institute of Technology in New Jersey with a program of about 100 or so students. The diversity of the program was one of the aspects she cherished the most. My daughter was placed into the Business Technology program, where they took stringent math courses and had the opportunity to learn about Facebook algorithms. Through Noble's Summer of a Lifetime program, Sade got a realistic feel for what life outside of JCP and the South Side of Chicago would be like. The sense of responsibility that students acquire through Summer of a Lifetime is effective because it makes our students eager to lead responsible, accountable, and structured lives in each of the different class settings. Sade was with about 30 students, oftentimes being the only student of color. This didn't deter her from attaining all the beneficial information presented and successfully completing the program. I thank the teachers at Johnson College Prep for their diligence in making her feel confident in those spaces. But the members of the board, I ask that you generally support Noble in their efforts of motivating, educating, and encouraging young people to get firsthand exposure through programs like Summer of a Lifetime, inspiring them to see college as a possibility. It truly went a long way for my daughter, and I am sure it will go the same for many others.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please, Tina Williams.
Greetings, board members. Welcome aboard. My name is Tina Williams Bay Muhammad, and I'm here on behalf of not just Johnson College Prep, but on behalf of the students and parents of the Noble Network of Charter Schools. I remember when I first found out about Johnson College Prep with my son Najee. I was a little timid, didn't know what I was getting into. My husband was sold on this. He said, this is where he's going. So we made that decision, and that's where Najee went. I am confident in saying that putting my son in that school was the best decision I ever made. Today, I am proud to announce that my son Najee on June 7th graduated and will be attending a Rupe at Loyola with the full ride. That's an applause. Never would I thought the youngest of 7, would do this. Johnson College Prep has taken a shy, quiet boy who suffered from epilepsy, no longer, thank God, is he suffering from that now, and turned him into an easygoing young man who is excited about his college career. Programs like Noble's Summer of a Lifetime and Johnson College Prep's Peer Mediator Group, the Science Technology, Engineering Math Club, all these programs benefited my son. I had 7 different high schools. I had 7 kids, 7 different high schools. 2 high schools rang out at the top. Johnson was one of them. I encourage you, as board members, please support us at Johnson. Support the Noble Network. I would love to send my granddaughters to this school. I would love to be around to send that. And because of the education that Najee received, we talked the other day, I'm going to be continuing my education, and I'm going for my bachelor's. So that's what I'm going to do, and that's what I just ask for you to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Our next speaker, please, Andrew Broy, Speaker 36.
Good afternoon, CEO Jackson, President DeValle, members of the board. I'm Andrew Broy. I'm the head of the Illinois Network of Charter Schools, a membership and advocacy organization that represents the 126 public charter schools in our great city. We currently educate in our membership 60,000 Chicago public school students, and that represents 16% of all CPS students and 25% of all high school students. And consistent with our mission and goal, we serve a higher proportion of students of color and diverse learners than the district does as a whole. We are proud to be partners with the district in our joint effort to provide high-quality options to Chicago families. We see our success, to the extent we can claim it, as the district's success, and the district's success as our success. One of our core purposes, in fact, is to work as partners with other public schools across the city on a variety of initiatives, most prominently on college access, enrollment, persistence, and completion, a field in which Chicago leads the nation. I have 2 requests today. First, you've heard from a number of charter families and charter parents. Please hear them. Their experience in finding the best and most suitable school for their child is a common one in Chicago. They have lessons for us that we can take. And second, I invite you to visit our member schools. While charters have certainly become more controversial than I think the facts warrant, I urge you to visit the schools and decide for yourself what they contribute to our city. Ignore interest groups and claims that aren't grounded in fact, and focus on whether these schools are serving students well. That should always be our North Star. And we'll be glad to help you schedule such visits in the future. Look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broy.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to stand before all of you. This morning, all day, I got the sense that we are in a new day for CPS, and it makes me proud. So thank you. My name is Dave Temkin. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I've worked for 20 years in over 35 Chicago public schools as a school social worker. I'm also a parent of 2 CPS students. When I was 8 years old, I lost my mother to suicide. A year later, my sister passed from a brain tumor. Thankfully, I had the support from social workers in a school system that understood that education of my mind was as important as the education of my heart. The truth is, trauma happens in all communities. The difference is the support we provide. On the final day of school this year, 15 minutes after dismissal, we got a report that shots were fired. The administration and myself ran around the corner and greeted students in tears, and their report cards were strewn on the sidewalk in front of a man with a bullet in his head. I walked away not understanding where the support was for these students. A vast majority of school social workers must divide their time between 2 or more schools. Additionally, we devote much of this time to meeting the needs of special ed students who represent a fraction of the school population. The need of the general ed students often goes unmet. Providing direct student service for students is only one facet of what school social workers can do. The long-term benefits of adhering to NASW standards would have a
Mr. Temkin?
positive impact on the academic success and the attendance of school students. Reducing caseloads would provide valuable time to work with parents, teachers, and administrators to resolve issues and build appropriate social-emotional supports. We would be able to participate in behavioral health teams, consult and collaborate, and things that we've heard from the board today that we're supposed to do. I am here to urge the board to adhere to these NASW recommendations pertaining to social worker to student ratios. We have a moral obligation to care for those less fortunate. Thank you for your time. I would greatly welcome the opportunity to discuss this matter with you. Thank you.
As Ms. Owens approaches the podium, I'll call speaker number 40, please. Jackson Potter, followed by 42, Irene Gottlieb, 43, Lacerdier Camargo, 47, Gary Fields, and then we have 48, Haley Kimbrough. Thank you. Ms. Owens?
Good afternoon. I am Maria R. Owens, Vice Chairperson of the Hirsch Metropolitan High School Local School Council. My pleas to your predecessors have often fallen on deaf ears, and I'm hopeful that a new day has come to Chicago Public Schools. Our current funding model, based on the number of enrolled students rather than the number of students in a particular community, has wreaked devastation in our community. The previous board has asked me various times, why do students bypass Hirsch Metropolitan High School to go miles away to different schools? And I always answer, it's because the current funding model has decimated our community. And when your own backyard is ripped up while other backyards are being cultivated and nurtured, what choice do they really have? So I ask that the things that have been gone on in the name of feigned equity be changed. That instead of speaking equity, that you actually make equity. This year, we went a whole year without a science teacher. How are you even going to grade a student on a class that they're not really even getting? You have the opportunity and the responsibility to these children to give them what they deserve, not just talking about it, because it sounds good, but do it. In the RFP process, we submitted an application. We did a stellar job, in spite of the fact that we literally got 3 seconds to complete it. In the future, to do the RFP process, to get good programs in vacant areas, give schools enough time to actually go through the process. Give them 3 to 6 months. Make the deadlines apparent right from the start. Give training so that people know what is required of them, what you're looking for, what you're grading them on, and do workshops to train them. You can do things with the community before you make a decision. Come out. Don't be afraid. Come out to the community and give actual input to the people and not just lip service. And we will make a change together.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker 40, please, Jackson Potter.
And we need a stretch break, some kinesthetic learning here, something. So yeah, I'm from Back of the Arts, Jackson Potter. The spirit, I hope, in which you've asked critical questions, the best I've seen in over 15 years of watching these meetings and attending them, is hopefully how you'll also engage in your commitments. So a lot of money is coming out the door today that you're voting on. And Mayor Lightfoot recently said she's going to find the money for Sunday libraries. That's great. This district just shelled out millions of dollars for canned curriculum. Not sure that's a priority. But hopefully you will find the money for smaller class sizes, social workers, librarians, nurses. You've heard those demands today, bilingual ed, special ed. One of my students was evicted this year from his home. It affected his academic growth. It is his junior year, so that's critical for college. He's one of 15,000 homeless students. We could have a proposal that we agree on where realtors, landlords cannot evict CPS students. That'd be moonshot style contract language. Let's do that. Let's get those 15,000 students homes that they can live in. That'll transform the district. Let's actually implement universal pre-K for 1 to 3-year-olds like they do in DC. We could implement voluntary desegregation decree district-wide along the lines of what you talk about in your book, Elizabeth, and restore proportional access for Black and Latinx students to magnet, selective enrollment, gifted programs. We can dream big if we embrace the moment, but I don't know if this theory matches your commitment, so let's just check. You know, will you commit to finding a way to agree with us in CTU around lower class sizes, housing for homeless students, rent control? Let's go legislatively. Let's ramp up critical staffing areas like the ones been described, reinstate a voluntary deseg decree, force charters. I mean, you're hearing a lot of charter propaganda, but will they adopt voluntary neutrality agreements as a condition for you
Mr.
authorizing them? I'll stop soon. Will they adopt local school councils where parents have real voice, not hand-picked like they are now? Will you commit to an elected school board? Not just the two of you have said that already, but the rest of you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
I mean, I don't know, can you answer? Or
We heard you.
Ms. Gottlieb?
My name is Irene Gottlieb, and I am a CPS parent and an IAGC member, and I attend the policy committee open to public school administrators. I come to speak about the needs of gifted children in CPS and the Accelerated Placement Act. Without your help, I can't send my kids to CPS next year. The law was passed 2 years ago, and districts had a full year to prep, and CPS is now a full year overdue to implement. Please vote yes for the accelerated placement policy today and stop the brain drain out of this city. The law is not an unfunded mandate. Districts have to serve those children sooner or later, and if they spend fewer than 12 full years in school, that actually saves boatloads of money. Compare the cost of administering a few assessments to the cost of a whole year of instruction that will be saved. You asked Dr. Alvarado for the cost, but not the savings. So I did the math quickly on my phone, and I'm getting $50 million saved for that $1 million spent. So there is your funding. 3 metadata analysis of hundreds of years of 100 years of research support the benefits of acceleration. Your department worked on this for a year with experts. Large, diverse districts around the country have been doing this for years with success. Please value this data. One size does not fit all. Stores don't just sell one size of kids' pants for their age, right? There isn't something that's magical that happens between the time when kids go to sleep at night, the day that they turn 4 years and 364 days, and the morning they wake up at age 5, that makes them universally ready for kindergarten. We're not asking for everybody to start K or when they're 4 years old, or to start high school when they're 12. We're humbly asking that students be allowed to access the grade for which they're ready and where they can get the most appropriate education. It hurts children when we deny them access to education they need. Can my child address the board?
Very quickly.
So my name is Athena and I'm 10. This school year I won 100% to 8th grade at Pritzker RGC and received straight A's. I don't mean to brag, but I have some of the highest MAP scores in the whole city. I have the highest PSAT for my age in Illinois in the 95th percentile of 9th graders. Just sharing this so that you can see that 8th grade for me is just plain wrong. This year was not all roses. In the fall, I asked to test out of algebra, so I was given a geometry book and put in the hallway with 6 kids in the same boat. For 2 hours a day, all year, we taught ourselves geometry on the hallway floor because the school has no geometry certified teacher. On the other side of the wall, students with lower achievement learn from direct instruction in chairs. I was left out of the yearbook and was not allowed to watch my classmates graduate. CPS expected me to sit the official in 6th grade for 16 days around graduation with kids and a teacher I didn't know to meet attendance requirements with no instruction planned. That's almost 1/10 of the school year, and this was a vast improvement on my previous year. You don't use assessment to inform instruction for above grade students. If I were learning disabled, I would have all sorts of supports, but on my side of the fence, CPS won't let me go to high school or give me proper placement, essentially because of my age. According to the PSAT, I need high school and college courses next year. I need Algebra 2, and I can't get direct instruction in it in any K-8 school in CPS. I ask you for help and intervention. Last year I was at another RDC for 4th grade and had to do grade level work. Everyone deserves to learn, but I wasn't learning. This made me clinically depressed and anxious, and I had to be treated. Please help me and others like me. In a state with no dual enrollment, you are my only hope. After all, why should I go to a school if I'm not going to learn or receive direct instruction there?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker, please.
Hello, members of the Chicago Public School Board. My name is Lucky Camargo. I'm a lifelong resident of the Little Village neighborhood located in the 22nd Ward. I'm here today because it's my understanding that CPS is currently holding property located on the southwest corner of 31st and Kedzie, formerly known as the Washburn Trade School. The land is comprised of approximately 11 acres and is currently vacant. For the last 10 years, private interests have been interested in taking possession, specifically St. Anthony Hospital, a hospital with a track record of providing substandard health care to the immediate community. Some would counter this statement by claiming that a new facility would change the quality of care. However, a new facility does not address the culture of poor standards and operations. In fact, according to data from November 2018, measuring hospital processes and outcomes for St. Anthony for modern healthcare metrics, St. Anthony is quoted as having a 2-star rating, struggling with high readmission rates, low patient experience scores, and poor timeliness of care outcomes. In addition to the below average ratings, St. Anthony's Hospital CEO is also quoted in Crane's Chicago Business describing St. Anthony's financial situation as, "No, it's not great." With that said, the 22nd Ward is densely populated, counting with just under 75,000 residents, of which 59% are 34 years of age and under. When looking at park access rates, recent figures from the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning indicate accessible park acreage per 1,000 residents in Little Village is estimated at 1.4 acres versus the city average of 2.4 acres. Given this information and the scarce access to publicly held assets in the 22nd Ward, the public land in question that CPS currently holds should remain public. During the last 4 weeks, I'm almost finished, several neighbors like myself have held meetings and canvassed blocks to speak with residents to ask what they want to see on that land. Replies included a regional library, a modern trade school like Washburn, and a park. All of these facilities should be held under public oversight. A letter alerting you of our request and endorsed by several neighborhood residents such as myself has been submitted to you and Mayor Lori Lightfoot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Camargo. Our next speaker, please, Gary Fields.
Good afternoon, Chicago Public School. This is my son, Elisha. Today I'll be addressing how the school code of conduct leaves out the protections that would grant target children the safety and support emotionally services that they need. On September 4th, 2018, CPS anti-bullying policies was adopted. Under Section 7A, a general requirement, the target child can and should be assigned an intervention for their trauma-related needs and repair harm, and to be safe from any other bullying by the use of a safety plan. Today, for the past 3 years, Elisha, my son, has not been afforded the right under the Chicago Public School guidelines. I filed numerous reports, which you have copies of, only to be ignored. Not one complaint has been responded back to, and even today, I have not received an intervention plan of safety after establishing my son is suffering from PTSD, depression. I provided several copies of complaints where I have asked for my son to see a counselor and have a safety plan put in place. As of today, I have not been granted a plan of safety for my son's personal property. The school year has ended now. I'd like to know why I have not received a school plan, safety plan for the emotional stability and safety of my son. Now, I've talked to Mr. Issam. I'm back, Mr. Issam. When I saw you, Mr. Sims, When I saw you, it was the same case. School is ended. And here I am, still. No safety for my son. Thank you.
We'll continue, Mr. President.
Yes.
Our next speaker, 48, Haley Kimbrough, followed by speaker 49, Keith Keisel, 50, Sarah Brickerb, 53, Jessica Suarez Nieto. Please state your name.
Okay, great. Initially, this was good morning, but I'll say good afternoon now, and welcome to all of you, new board members. My name is Haley Kimbrough, and I'm here as a proud teacher and CTU delegate representing Northside Learning Center. If you're not aware, NLC is one of 4 specialty high schools in the district. We serve students with low incidence disabilities. Since 1981, our school has offered a unique 7-year program that strives to provide robust and differentiated instruction to help every student equitably gain the most independence and supported employment possible upon graduation. Like NLC's vision since its inception, CPS, and seemingly a lot of you, make equity a tenet of their 5-year vision. In fact, last week, CPS rolled out a new rating system you're to vote on today to ensure specialty schools like ours are equitably compared to other high schools in the district. Despite these policies and vision, I came today to talk about just 3 areas of inequity we are experiencing. The first, as of today, students with low incidence disabilities aren't offered the ability to apply to any specialty schools via the Go CPS website. To increase equity of choice, this needs to be changed. Also, communications from CPS or ODLSS purposely and continuously exclude specialty schools. For example, in a letter sent to parents on 3/21/19, a map of all cluster programs across the city was included. However, no specialty schools like ours were listed. To increase equity of information, all programs need to be included, and this needs to be changed. As well, district representatives and case managers need training regarding the opportunities specialty high schools offer, and they need to honor parent choice when appropriate. Parents shouldn't need to file due process lawsuits to receive placement in a specialty school. At this time, we have multiple parents in unnecessary, expensive due process cases because CPS refuses to honor their voice.
Ms. Kimbrough, can you please conclude?
To increase equity of voice, parent to increase equity, parent voice needs to be considered. Information needs to be offered to everyone, and as well, a choice needs to be considered. We welcome you to all gain more information, have future conversations, and we would love to have any or all of the board members to NLC.
Thank you
So much.
Good afternoon. Sorry, my daughter's nagging me because I should have been at home by now. They expect to be here for 4 or 5 hours. I'll try to make this quick. As a Pentecostal minister, I don't prepare sermons. I do notes, so I got notes. First thing I want to do is bus services to gifted schools. I'm the godparent of a child at Keller who stays with me during the week because she's my adopted daughter's sister, blood sister, and I basically deal with all the education. I was, after doing all this to get into Keller, I was surprised to find out that I had to put her on a bus stop 2 miles away from my house. As a substitute teacher, they affected my whole substitute teaching schedule. Some schools I couldn't get to because everything was based by going to have to be at bond by a certain time to pick her up. Why is it as a gifted student that you can't just be like the magnet? I was under the impression, because if she was going to Murray, that they can go to the magnet school, but go to the school closest to the house, which would have been Fulton, which would have been fine. And that's not fair to the parents who have kids, because the other 2 go to Murray. It's not fair for the parents who have kids in different schools that have to get up early and take them to another school if there's nobody else to watch the kids. You understand what I'm saying? So my thing is that the kids who go to gifted school should be able to go to the school closest to the house. Speaking of bus services, a lot of times it just so happens that the school buses will leave Keller and go to Murray. A lot of times these school buses are doubling the schools and they're late, and the kids are about an hour late getting home. You need to work I know this money is short, but if they can get one school, one bus, that would be fine. Otherwise, we don't know when the kids are getting home. More vocational schools where academics is not the main focus. Some kids are just not going to college, just get them vocations. For language academies, 2 teachers per language academy at the board expense.
Mr. Kissel?
Yeah, I'm about to wrap up. About to wrap up. If there's kids coming in like in the middle of like 5th grade, that slows the language down, and so you need a teacher for the kids to come in late, start in the middle of the school year. The last one for the high school in Inglewood, I suggest to be named, if not after Hal Baskin, Rudy Horn, the mathematician who wrote the formulas in, what's that movie with, but the spaceship, the one that did the math formula?
Hidden Figures.
Hidden Figures. He was a puppet. He came from Chicago.
Thank you,
He
Mr.
wrote the
Kissel.
formula, and we should think about Rudy Horn for that.
Thank you,
I'll be back
Mr.
in August
Kissel.
for the other stuff.
Hi, thank you for still being in active listening mode. This is a difficult day, but I realize when I come here how vital our jobs are advocating for children and working for children. We're talking about human lives. My name is Sarah Bricker. I've been a CPS social worker for only 3 years, and it's truly an honor and a privilege to have social work be my second profession. It could not be a more gratifying profession. My social work role is really unique because I serve not only students but parents and teachers as well. We are uniquely trained in trauma care, conflict resolution, and problem solving from a systems perspective. Our caseloads at CPS are enormously large, and our effectiveness at our job is largely measured by if we meet compliance. Compliance, we talk about in our special education caseload. If I have 50 kids on my caseload, I am measured by if I meet those minutes at 100%. That's how I am measured by my REACH evaluation. However, we know that our general education population in CPS is in need of my service and the other social work services just as much as the kids on the special education caseload. Our city is plagued by gun violence, by economic insecurity and drugs, and so many of the students in CPS are being robbed of an innocent childhood because of these stressors. A child once told me that he didn't brush his teeth because there were too many bugs on his toothbrush. I was in a classroom one day teaching about determining the size of problems when a child blurted out that a large problem was when she witnessed a man being shot and literally splattered on her car windshield while she rode to school. And just 2 weeks ago, I was called to a 6th grade classroom to talk to a boy who was walking to school.
Ms. Spraper?
And his friend was shot. That boy I spoke to for about 15 minutes because my caseload is so large. That is not equitable. So I am asking, please think about the trauma that we experience every day with our kids, and please increase the number of social workers in this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please, Jessica Suarez Nieto. She will be followed by Speaker 54, Mike Harnett, 56, Deborah Benjamin Kohler, 57, Gina Castillo, 58, Alcides Espinal, and then the last speaker, 59, Andrea Sanchez. Ms. Nieto?
Buenas tardes. My name is Jessica Suarez Nieto. I am a bilingual teacher in the southwest side of Chicago, a UIC doctoral student, and a proud member of the Chicago Teachers Union. When I began the profession, I had an understanding of many injustices in our education system to working class families and people of color, students and communities. As a teacher, I knew that the profession I was getting into was not ahistorical or apolitical, and that many working conditions were directly linked to the learning and living conditions of our students. Every corporate and neoliberal education reform has had tremendous negative impact in our communities. For example, the Renaissance Plan, charter expansion, TFA, the role of TFA in education, AUSL schools, and turnaround schools. As you all move forward in your journey of setting policies, standards, and goals of the district, I ask that you keep in mind that we are in contract negotiations and we want a fair contract for students, communities, and teachers, a contract that will improve teacher working conditions, and radically improve the learning conditions for our students. This means, 1, real improvement and funding for bilingual education, support for bilingual teachers, and more teacher assistants in our classrooms. 2, resource and support for special education students. 3, sanctuary for all in our district that goes beyond the welcoming policy that the city has taken. We have to look at the flaws that are in there and truly look at what sanctuary would mean for our district. Wraparound services that include more counselors, more nurses, and librarians for our schools. Dignified wages for teachers, PRSPs, and clinicians. And expansion to the number and funds of sustainable community schools in the district. Thinking about how much money was approved for Amplify on the last board meeting, the Sustainable Community Schools only got $450,000 to do that work. 7, the district continues to support teachers of color to stay in the field, particularly in schools with high teacher mobility. And for this, I hope that the board continues to support and advocate for an elected school board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please, Mike Harnett, speaker 54.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mike Hartnett. I'm a resident of the 22nd Ward in the Little Village neighborhood. The people of Little Village and Chicago want to decide what we want to see on the 31st and Kedzie site, the former Washburn site. This is 11 acres of land that's owned by Chicago Public Schools. For over 70 years, the Washburn Trade School at 31st and Kedzie was one of the largest and most important vocational high schools in the United States. It trained more than 50,000 youth, mainly white males, but in 28 different trades: electricians, plumbers, carpenters, construction, auto mechanics, heating and air conditioning, culinary arts, and more. Regrettably, CPS closed it down once African American and Latino students began to attend and then later tore it down. We will not let private developers who are asking for $110 million of our money to take it over for their own profit. This will only raise our property taxes, destroy local businesses, increase rents, push working people out of our communities, and hurt our children's future. We are the people of Little Village in Chicago, and we pay our taxes for the land at 31st and Kedzie. We have a democratic right to decide what happens to it, not private companies and developers bargaining with politicians behind closed doors. If it is not for us, if it is without us. Residents want to participate to create a community-based plan for the future of the Washburn site. Already, residents have indicated that they want to see a regional library, a park district facility and cultural center, and a 21st century career and technical education high school. All current plans about the site and transfer into private hands must stop until the community has had
Mr.
time to
Hartnett?
discuss and plan what should happen next. This land is our land, a public asset that needs to be preserved for all of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Welcome. And my name is Deborah Benjamin Kohler, and I am the mom of AK versus CPS, my special ed son who was harmed by the procedural manual. I'm a former CPS teacher, an ODLS PAC member, raise your hand, a member, and an advocate. I can tell you that there isn't a day that goes by that I don't hear from parents whose special ed kids are still being delayed and denied services post-ISB special ed inquiry. You need to listen to special ed parents who expect you to correct the errors of the past, and you need to understand the history of what the last administration did to special ed and how they were more concerned with cutting costs than how it would affect our children and the city. Thanks to Sarah Karp, who uncovered Forrest Claypool's procedural manual, which delayed and denied services to our special ed students, and to the advocates who called for the ISB inquiry, which founded those violations, imposing a state monitor, the PAC, and affords those harmed corrective action, which we have still yet to see. So many children were harmed, not given their child find, and there is going to be an aftershock that we as a city will be taking care of as students who were denied and poorly serviced enter into adulthood into our communities. You as a board have a responsibility to correct this and fully fund special education, providing programs and appropriate services to the city so we can see a future and a well-prepared citizenry who can reach their fullest potential, just like the Supreme Court ruled that we are to hold our districts to a higher standard and require appropriate and ambitious programming for our special ed students. As of now, CPS lacks much-needed program for autism and dyslexia. In order to get needed services, parents like myself would have to take legal action, which is expensive and hard to navigate, and only a few end up doing. It is your legal department here that is making special education decisions, many times farming out students to private placements because CPS lacks appropriate programming. Mayor Lightfoot wants equity, but we don't see that across the city in special ed. It's rare
Ms.
to find a
Kohler?
school with Wilson or autism parents, where autism parents feel that their students are understood or serviced appropriately. Please, we need you to not make this the haves and the have-nots, and allow the board to deem cheaply appropriate education to our special needs students. I'd love to sit down and talk to you about Dyslexia for All program that I've brought to Ms. Jackson at our PAC, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kohler. Our next speaker, please, 57, Ginana Castillo. Last call. Moving on to speaker 58, please. Alcides Espinal, please.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. This is about two CPS employees, Jeremy and Arinda Fywell, who claimed that an individual education plan prevented my son and me from seeing each other because he had been diagnosed as a danger to himself and others. The CPS General Counsel says that these were characterizations of behavior. No, being diagnosed a danger to yourself and others is a clinical legal pronouncement. It is a statement of fact. General Counsel says CPS cannot hold Jeremy and Arinda Fywell accountable for any false statements, or as he says, mischaracterizations, because it was their attorneys that signed and legally verified the statements under penalty of law. Their lawyers were also their family members, including George Fywell, who fought against the Contract Buyers League. This is legally incorrect and absurd. It is still fraud and a crime if a person makes their attorney sign fraudulent documents. The CPS General Counsel is 100% correct that this should have been decided in court in 2006. It should have been decided when the court-appointed child representative arranged visitation between my son and me. It should have been decided when Dr. Bennett Leventhal, child psychiatrist, University of Chicago, world-renowned expert in autism, approved the visitation. It should have been decided when my son was crying and said he wanted to see me. A fake individual education plan has left my son believing that I abandoned him at the age of 6. He doesn't know that I was in court month after month, year after year, trying to reunite with him.
Mr. Espinal?
Well, I want to appeal today. I was sent to you, President Del Valle. These are your employees. I'm asking you, it could be in a police station, it could be surrounded by your security, it could be anywhere. All I want to do is see my son. He needs to know the truth. She met Jeremy, and they just had this sense of entitlement, and they came up with this IEP stunt. I
Thank you,
just
Mr.
want to see
Espinal.
my son. And if you could speak to them, it could be anywhere, in a police station, it could be surrounded by your security, anywhere, sir.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
I will inquire with staff about your case.
I thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker and the final speaker on the speakers list is 59, please. Andrea Sanchez.
My name is Andrea Sanchez, and I'm a parent of 3 CPS children. It's a privilege and honor to be here again this month representing Sor Juana Elementary School. Sor Juana, which is short for Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz Classical and STEAM Elementary School, just completed its inaugural year. Sor Juana is different in that it offers 2 educational programs in one school, both a classical program and a STEAM magnet program. Unfortunately, this year, Sor Juana did not reach sufficient enrollment in the classical program to officially be recognized as classical by the Office of Access and Enrollment. The Sor Juana community appreciates the extended hand and support from the Office of Access and Enrollment in supporting Sor Juana in achieving the sufficient enrollment moving forward. Out of the other 41 elementary schools in the greater Midway region, Sor Juana is the only one with any kind of testing requirement. So it's only reasonable that Sor Juana be allowed an incubation period to grow enrollment. I'm confident that if the issues of lack of clarity and recognition surrounding the term classical, education to families on navigating the application and testing process and how far in advance you need to do it, and support for non-English speaking families are addressed, Sor Juana's classical program will have no problem reaching sufficient enrollment. I know this because I can tell you all the highlights and accomplishments that have happened this year. 43% of students school-wide are at or above the 75th percentile per their NWEA end-of-year test scores. Clearly, there are already a lot of current students who will be competitive applicants for the classical program next year. Additionally, school-wide from kinder to second grade, 73 and 67% of students are at or above grade level in math and reading, respectively, per their NWEA scores. Sor Juana achieved the Well-Organized Climate and Culture designation and attained an established certificate for social emotional learning. Thanks to Principal Kerr's strategic budgeting and enthusiasm for applying for every single grant imaginable, the students at Sor Juana have thrived not only academically, but socially and emotionally as well, with over 15 different after-school activities as options.
Ms. Sanchez?
An indoor garden, a partnership, we've made it this far, I'm going to complete my speech. An indoor garden, a partnership with Hubbard Street Dance, a morning mile club, and much more. Sor Juana also fosters a global awareness with students participating in a supply drive for veterans, a holiday pajama drive, raising over $7,000 through the American Heart Association, and collecting over 40 pounds of bottle caps, among many other community contributions. From the 92 students at Sor Juana, we have 82 parent volunteers, and our attendance rate for the school year was 96.7% without any adjustments. Sor Juana's success is partly due to its accessibility and feasibility for families. The next closest classical elementary option is over a 45-minute drive one way for many Southwest Side families. Additional, Sor Juana is one of few, if not the only, school to offer dual programs in one school. This means I don't have to choose between sending my gifted son to somewhere where he's going to be challenged while splitting up his siblings to far-off schools. Clearly, this increased access and feasibility for families to be involved benefits children in a myriad of ways, allowing them to function at their very best academically, as evidenced by our students' growth this year. I ask that you support and encourage the Office of Access and Enrollment to continue to work with parents and provide a transparent and real framework of how Sor Juana will realize a fully recognized classical program. I personally invite each and every one of you to come visit Sor Juana and see for yourself why Sor Juana is, and its dual program model is so needed and beneficial to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, this concludes public participation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments related to public participation? If not, we'll proceed. This concludes public participation. We will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items before going into closed session. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to note for the record that I will begin with the items on the public agenda, and note that we will proceed with a separate vote for PO2, PO3, PO4, and PR3. I will note their titles for the record as we take each separate vote. I will then proceed with the additional items on the public agenda and read the board report numbers and brief titles. Mr. President, we will now proceed with a separate vote on PO2, entitled Rescind Board Reports 180926 RS2, 170927 RS1, 160824 RS1, 150929 RS3, and 141119 PO1, and 140827 PO2, 130828 PO5, and then adopt the new school quality rating policy.
Is there a motion?
Aye.
Second?
I second the motion.
A second?
We'll proceed with a roll call then, Mr. President, on that. And Board Member Rome.
Yes.
Member Melendez.
Yes.
Vice President Rivalieri.
No.
Member Todd Breland.
No.
Member Truss.
No.
Member Sotelo.
Yes.
President Del Valle.
Before I vote, Dr. Jackson?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on the requirement here in terms of timing and requirements, state requirements?
Two timing issues. Schools have to be notified how they're going to be evaluated, and so we have socialized this with our schools, so we need to get this approved in time for implementation for this school year. Also, we have a requirement to notify charter schools of the ways in which they will be evaluated by May 1st, I believe, and we have shared the proposed plan as the direction that we plan to go forward. So if this is not passed today, my recommendation will be to keep SQRP as is, because we would not be able to implement this successfully going into the new school year.
Okay, if that's the case, I am going to ask board members that we hold this action. But even if we hold it, the timing will not work for consideration at the next board meeting, right?
No, it would be extremely tight.
It would be extremely tight. Okay.
Oh,
Then
we
we,
won't be able to do elementary schools.
If there is no favorable vote on this, we won't have a policy to rate elementary schools for next year.
okay. Then I am going to vote yes, but I'm going to give board members, any board member who wants to reconsider, an opportunity. But we need 5 votes to pass this.
Correct.
And so I am the 4th vote.
Correct. So as the vote stands at this time, we have 4 ayes and we have 3 nays.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Sorry.
question.
What do you mean that Joe, that there will be no rating system? Would the previous one just carry over, or
No,
what do you mean there'll be nothing?
I'm sorry, the previous resolution that adopted a rating policy for elementary schools applied only for this school year. There is no rating policy for school year 1920. For high schools, there is a rating policy, the existing rating policy would apply for 1920, but the same is not true for elementary schools.
Just like as a point of clarity, I was not clear on that at all leading up to right now, which I think that would have been helpful information.
Okay. If there are no reconsiderations of any member, then
I feel that this puts me in an extremely awkward position. I don't think it was well communicated, and I don't think that the explanation of this policy and the rationale for the policy were adequate to prepare me to make an appropriate decision at this time.
And I agree. Because we didn't have sufficient time since we were appointed to be able to delve into it. And obviously, that's why I asked for additional information and clarification here, so that board members are fully aware of
Right.
what the implication is here of your vote.
Right.
Dwayne?
Well, it's just, I guess it comes down to an issue of timing, because it's like, this policy was visited, but then my issue is there a process. Is that, for me, we should always definitely seek engagement feedback from all partners in order to come up with, the best policy possible. I mean, nothing's perfect in life, but they ask, I just believe in this. Everybody should have a say in this, and and the community should have a say, because I look upon them as the people that's going to guide me in terms of how we look at this, and if they haven't been sufficiently engaged and haven't given us any feedback or anything like that, it makes it difficult for me, and this is not a reflection on the leadership of CPS, et cetera. It's just that conflict of process and timing.
So I have a question about, it may not be about the vote itself, but more about the implications. Is it more destabilizing to schools and school leaders and to networks to go ahead with these changes that clearly much time was invested in getting some people engaged and to consider, knowing that there will be another change relatively soon? Or is it better to go ahead without making these changes for this year, sticking with SQRP 1.0, and knowing that changes are coming? Which one's better? Neither is what we're voting on, but.
So let me just, I've been hearing both sides of the equation, right? We can't do nothing. And I certainly did not hear the specific details of the implications, but I read that in my vote, that the process by which we got here, it is what it is. We can't change the past. The only thing we can do is make guidance as to what a better path looks like. And I heard them listen. Now we need to hold them to account as we go move forward, right? And we did have a conversation that there will be a 3.0 and a accelerated 3.0. So it's not like they didn't say that. And they did say that these were enhancements to assessments that have not been done in the past. So they did say that as well, right? So it's also upon us to take all of that information, and now that you've asked for clarity, does that give you additional information by which to change your vote? And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But what I do need to do is make sure that we also take a vote and a voice back and listen to the whole information and act with the information we have now, but we seek better going forward.
I understand what you're saying. I think for me, my question is just, I wasn't clear on that if we did not vote for this, that elementary schools would have no rating system for the coming school.
I apologize if that wasn't made clear. I also should note that with the exception of Vice President Rivellari, we were not questioned extensively beyond what happened in the briefing related to this, and so I can't remember all of the conversations, but I remember being extremely accessible to answer every board member's question and followed up on close to 60 different questions and action items as a result of briefing you. And so, until recently, I was made aware that there were bigger issues related to this and, did what I thought was the best we could do to assuage some of those concerns. However, we are where we are today. We do have a decision to make. I think that for me, if the board is not satisfied with what was presented today, what our team would go back and do is figure out if there is a path towards extending what we currently have until there is agreement from the board. But this was unexpected for me, just as that information was unexpected for you, because I did not know that this was a concern beyond the concerns that were raised by the Vice President.
Okay. So, quick question. We can't vote on this at the July meeting, perhaps slightly modified?
If there are modifications, I don't hear modifications to what's being presented today. I hear a challenge to the entire SQRP system that will not be rectified in 30 days, especially if we're going to revamp it, do the proper research and the proper vetting. What I would recommend, if the board is not comfortable with what was presented today, is for our team to go back and figure out a path forward to extend what we currently have to for next year until we get to a place where folks are comfortable moving forward. So we have coverage for high school. We would have to figure out the mechanics for elementary school for next year.
Does our approval of this policy preclude that more thorough investigation and rebuilding of the process over the next school year?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Does our approval of this
Policy? No, it does not prevent that. We heard loud and clear from the board that there is interest in investigating and unpacking SQRP and looking at other models. So I take that as a charge, as something that we would have to go back and look at based on what the board has stated today.
And is it realistic to do that for the 2021 school year?
That's a longer process. I mean, this has been a 2-year process, and as it was pointed out today, still didn't cover as much engagement as we would like. I would say it's probably an 18-month process to develop a plan and properly research it and then vet it in this space, because Chicago is so large, and despite the 80 convenings that we had around this, we still didn't cover everybody. So we would need at least 18 months in order to do a sufficient job, if I'm being honest.
I have a procedural question. Is it possible to amend the motion to say that and establish a time for QRP 3.0 to be ready for?
Dr. Jackson just gave us a time,
Yeah.
a time frame.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's clear, it's been clear since the very beginning that, call it 3.0 or call it something else, there will be another step taken here.
Yes.
To move us in the direction that I think board members want to move in, and that the public and many folks, advocates and others who are monitoring this and involved in this, want to see us move in that direction. And so adopting this allows us to continue forward with the commitment and the understanding that
That the board
within
would like to see.
about 18 months, we will have that 3.0
Yes.
that you're talking about.
Mhm.
That has to happen.
Yeah.
And so what I'm hearing you say is, can that be part of the policy that we're proposing?
Is
that
yeah,
correct?
that's, and it was a question, because I don't know whether the rules allow for that.
Well, I think that we have a court reporter here. We're putting this
on
into,
record.
we're putting this on the record. And
Right,
it's the
exactly.
board, and this is a mandate from the board
Yep.
to you
Yeah.
to make this happen.
Right.
And I think with the committees, I know we're still working through those structures, but there will be other opportunities for, CPS to present ideas and have public participation. So if this is an area that's of that much concern for the board, one recommendation would be to see either that committee structure used for that, or we can come up with a separate engagement plan.
I think we need to do both.
Yeah.
Use the board committee structure as well as your
As we put it-
engagement plan.
Yep.
Look, I'm not trying to destabilize the system to the point where principals don't know how they're going to be evaluated. I think I wasn't clear on that. And I did ask for multiple follow-ups, not with individuals.
Yeah.
I mean, part of that, I think, is us too learning what it means to be a board
Yeah.
member, I was sent lots of additional information and slides, and I read through them, and I think that's where some of my questions and concerns came from today. For the purposes of this, contingent upon the fact that we're going to reevaluate and revisit how we're going to assess schools more holistically, I'm fine with changing my vote. I don't want to. not
Mr.
have-
President, if I may ask, Member Breland, if that's the case, then may we have a motion for reconsideration to do an additional vote so that it's on the record?
Motion for reconsideration?
Is there a second?
I second.
We'll proceed with the
Motion
vote.
passes.
Ms. Rome, Board Member Rome,
Yes.
Board Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
I abstain.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
No.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, I would like to note that we have 5 ayes, we have 1 abstention, and 1 nay vote. This action item is adopted by the board. The next item, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. We will have a separate vote on PO3 entitled Adopt a New Accelerated Policy. We need a motion.
Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the new accelerated placement policy.
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call vote. Member Rome?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
I abstain.
Vice President Revelry?
Yes.
Member Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
For the record, we have 6 ayes and 1 abstention. This matter is adopted by the board. Mr. President, we will now proceed with a separate vote on P04 entitled Adopt Annual Revisions to the Student Code of Conduct effective September 3rd, 2019. And we need a motion.
Is there a motion?
I second.
We have to move the motion
We have-
first.
we need a
I
motion.
move the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Board Member Melendez.
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
Yes.
Vice President Revelry?
Yes.
Member Ted Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
For the record, we have 7 ayes and 0 nays. This action is adopted by the board. Mr. President, we will now continue with PR3, entitled Authorize the Second and Final Renewal Agreements for the Pre-Qualification Status of Various Vendors to Provide Educational Technology Products. And for the record, I would like to note an abstention for Vice President Reveluri on PR3 for vendor number 47, ThinkCirca.com, Inc. We need a motion, Mr. President.
Motion? Is there a motion?
Motion.
So moved by Board Member Sotelo. We need a second.
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call vote. Member Rome?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
Yes.
We noted the abstention for Vice President Reveluri. Moving on to Member Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo.
Yes.
And Vice President, I'm
Yes.
sorry, President Del Valle.
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, we have 6 ayes and 1 abstention noted for PR3, and this action is adopted. Mr. President, I will now continue with the additional items on the public agenda, and I will begin with a resolution that does not require a vote. RS1 was the recognition for the National Board Certified Teachers for the class of 2018. And Mr. President, this item just needs to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with resolutions and a policy. These items do require a vote. And for the record, RS2 is the resolution appointing Miguel Del Valle to the Board of Trustees of the Public Teachers Pension Fund. RS2. RS3 is the resolution appointing Dwayne Trust to the Board of Trustees of the Public School Teachers Pension Fund. RS4 is the resolution appointing Lucino Sotelo as Commissioner of the Public Building Commission. RS5 is an amendment to a PBC resolution for the FY 2019 program expansions and new annexes. RS6 is an amendment for the PBC resolution for the FY 2019 renovation projects. RS7 is an amendment for the PBC for the to undertake Belmont Cragen and Replacement School and Hancock Replacement School. RS8 is the resolution to authorize payments for special education services to various state-approved non-public facilities. RS9 is the resolution authorizing the expenditures for the beginning of the fiscal year 2020. RS10 is the resolution to appoint LSC members to fill vacancies. RS11 is the resolution to authorize appointments to members of the local school council advisory board for their new term of office. And RS12 is the resolution to authorize the appointment of the student members to the high school local school councils for the new term of office. RS13 is the board report to rescind 150826RS2 and adopt a resolution authorizing the signature proxy for Board President Miguel del Valle. And I would like to note for the record, Mr. President, that this item was draft on agenda, and the final will be in the action. We then have P01, which is the amendment to the debarment policy. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome.
Yes.
Member Melendez.
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri.
Yes.
Member Tad Breland.
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo.
Yes.
And President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. These items are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with a communication, and this item does not require a vote. This is the communication regarding the location of the board meeting of May 22nd, 2019. This is to advise that the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for Wednesday, May 22nd.
July.
July.
July 24th.
Sorry, give me one moment.
She's tired too.
Why do I have that in my material?
July 24th.
Sorry about that. We'll strike that from the transcripts. Thank you. I'll proceed with the communication regarding the location of the board meeting of July 24, 2019. This is to advise that the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for Wednesday, July 24, 2019, will be held at the CPS Loop Office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom. The board meeting will begin at 10:30 a.m. Public participation guidelines are available on www.cpsboe.org or by calling the board office at 773-553-1600. For the July 24, 2019 board meeting, advanced registration to speak and observe will be available beginning Monday, July 22nd at 10:30 a.m. and will close on Tuesday, July 23rd at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled. You can advance register during the registration period by the following methods: online, by phone, or in person. To ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at 2 consecutive board meetings. In the event an individual registers to speak at a consecutive board meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of a meeting via same-day in-person observer registration at the 42 West Madison Street lobby. And the registration time, it opens at 10:15 a.m. and will remain open for the duration of the board meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on a first-come, first-served basis as seats become available. And the public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated on the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than the 60 registered speakers. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items on the agenda that do require a vote. We have EX1 for the transfer of funds. EX2 is the first option for the IGA agreement with the Department of Family and Support Services. EX3 is the approval for the Consolidated District Plan. FN1 is the authorization for the insurance placement with Mesero. OP1 is the lease renewal for Beth Shalom B'nai Sakhem. OP2 is the renewal of license agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Chicago. OP3 is the authorization of an agreement with the Little Angels Family Daycare 2, Inc. AR1 is the debarment of Jian Feng. AR2 is the voluntary permanent exclusion of Tracy Burgess. PR1 is the renewal with the various vendors for supplemental school-based therapy services. PR2 are authorizing new agreements with vendors for the purchase of educational supplies. PR4 is the new agreement for the Institute of Excellence in Education, DBA National Charter Schools Institute. PR5 is an amendment with the agreement with Arbitrator Sports LLC. PR6, Mr. President, is the monthly CIP for the award of construction contracts. PR7 is the authorization for new agreements with various vendors for safe sites and services. PR8 is an amendment to the renewal on the Staples contract and Commercial Inc. For the purchase of office supplies and related products. PR9 is an amendment for the renewal on Mythix Inc. for the Oracle infrastructure upgrades. PR10 is to authorize an extension of an agreement with the Omicron Technologies for the school key card systems. PR11 is to authorize new agreements with various vendors for the banking and cash management services for the district. PR12 is the authorization for the renewal agreement for various vendors for the executive search services. We then have PR13, which is an amendment to authorize the fifth and final renewal agreement for Iron Mountain Information Systems Management LLC for offsite storage services. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections from my fellow board members, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items that do not require a vote. We have PR 14, which is the Chief Procurement Officer report for April 2019 on the delegated authority exercised under Board Rule 7-13. We then have EX4, which is the board report on principal contracts new, and EX5 for the principal contract renewals. And then we have the report on board report rescissions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and there are no further items on the public agenda.
We will now move into executive session. Board Member Trust, do you have a motion?
I move for the passage of motion 190626 MO1 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 21 of the Openness Meeting Act, subsection 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 21 as specified in the motion.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Member Melendez?
Yes.
Vice President Urluri?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. We can move into closed session.
Thank you. And we will return as quickly as possible.
Can you strike the gavel, Mr. President? Can you strike the gavel?
Sure.